Chapter 1 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marilyn Rakes. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 1. The Storm. The Laughing Mary was a light ship, as sailors term a vessel that stands high upon the water. Having discharged her cargo at Callao, from which port we were proceeding in ballast to Cape Town, South Africa, there to call for orders. Our run to within a few parallels of the latitude of the Horn had been extremely pleasant. The proverbial mildness of the Pacific Ocean was in the mellow sweetness of the wind and in the gentle undulations of the silver-laced swell. But scarce had we passed the height of 49 degrees when the weather grew sullen and dark. A heavy bank of clouds of a livid hue rose in the northeast, and the wind came and went in small guns, the gusts venting themselves in dreary moans, insomuch that our oldest hands confessed they had never heard blasts more portentous. The gale came on with some lightning and several claps of thunder and heavy rain. Though it was but 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the air was so dusky that the men had to feel for the ropes, and when the first of the tempest stormed down upon us, the appearance of the sea was uncommonly terrible, being swept and mangled into boiling froth in the northeast quarter, whilst all about us and in the southwest it lay in a sort of swollen huddle of shadows, glooming into the darkness of the sky without offering the smallest glimpse of the horizon. In a few minutes the hurricane struck us. We had bared the brig down to the close-reefed main topsail, yet, though we were dead before the outfly, its first blow rent the fragment of sail as if it were formed of smoke, and in an instant it disappeared, flashing over the bows like a scattering of torn paper, leaving nothing but the bolt-ropes behind. The bursting of the topsail was like the explosion of a large cannon. In a breath the brig was smothered with froth torn up in huge clouds and hurled over and ahead of her in vast quivering bodies that filled the wind with a dismal twilight of their own, in which nothing was visible but their terrific speeding. Through these slinging, soft, and singing masses of spume drove the rain in horizontal, steel-like lines, which gleamed in the lightning stroke as though indeed they were barbed weapons of bright metal, darted by armies of invisible spirits, raving out their war cries as they chased us. The storm made a loud thunder in the sky, and this tremendous utterance dominated without subduing the many screaming, hissing, shrieking, and hooting noises raised in the rigging and about the decks, and the wild, seething, weltering sound of the sea, maddened by the gale and struggling in its enormous passion under the first choking and iron grip of the hurricane's hand. I had used the ocean for above 10 years, but never had I encountered anything suddener or fiercer in the form of weather than this. Though the wind blew from the tropics, it was as cruel in bitterness as frost. Yet there was neither snow nor hail, only rain that seemed to pass like a knife through the head if you showed your face to it for a second. It was necessary to bring the brig to the wind before the sea rose. The helm was put down, and without a rag of canvas on her she came round. But when she brought the hurricane fair abeam, I thought it was all over with us. She lay down to it until her bulwarks were under water, and the sheer poles in the rigging above the rail hidden. In this posture she hung so long that Captain Rosy, the master, bawled to me to tell the captain to stand by to cut away the topmast rigging. But the Laughing Mary, as the brig was called, was a buoyant ship and lightly sparred, and presently bringing the sea on the bow, through our seizing a small tarpaulin in the weather-main shrouds, she erected her masts afresh, like some sentient creature pricking its ears for the affray, and with that showed herself game and made indifferently good weather of it. But though the first rage of the storm was terrible enough, its fierceness did not come to its height till about 1 o'clock in the middle watch. Long before then the sea had grown mountainous, and the dance of our egg-shell of a brig upon it was sickening and affrightening. The heads of the Andean peaks of black water looked tall enough to brush the lowering soot of the heavens with the blue and yellow phosphoric fires, which sparkled ghastly amid and bursting froth. Bodies of foam flew like the flashings of pale sheet lightning through our rigging and over us, and a dreadful roaring of mighty surges in mad career and battling as they ran, rose out of the sea to deepen yet the thunderous bellowing of the hurricane on high. No man could show himself on deck and preserve his life. Between the rails it was waist high, and this water, converted by the motions of the brig into a wild torrent, had its volume perpetually maintained by ton-loads of sea falling in dull and pounding crashes over the bows onto the forecastle. There was nothing to be done but secure the helm and await the issue below, for if we were to be drowned, it would make a more easy foundering to go down dry and warm in the cabin than to perish half frozen and already nearly strangled by the bitter cold and flooded tempest on deck. There was Captain Rosy. There was myself, by name Paul Rodney, mate of the brig, and there were the remaining 7 of a crew, including the carpenter. We sat in the cabin, one of us from time to time clawing his way up the ladder to peer through the companion, and we looked at one another with the melancholy of malefactors, waiting to be called from their cells for the last jaunt to Tyburn. "May God have mercy upon us," cries the carpenter. "There must be an earthquake inside this storm. Something more than wind is going to do the making of these seas. Hear that now? Not less than a 40-foot chuck-up could have ended in that souse, mates." "A man can die but once," says Captain Rosy, "and he'll not perish the quicker for looking at his end with a stout heart." And with that he put his hand into the locker on which he had been sitting and pulled out a jar of whiskey, which, after putting his lips to it and keeping them glued there whilst you could have counted 20, he handed to me, and so it went round, coming back to him empty. I often have the sight of that cabin in my mind's eye, and it was not long afterwards that it would visit me as such a vision of comfort. I would with a grateful heart have accepted it with the tenfold darker conditions of danger, had it been possible to exchange my situation for it. A lantern hung from a beam and swung violently to the rolling and pitching of the brig. The alternations of its light put 20 different meanings, one after another, into the settled dismal and rueful expressions in the faces of my companions. We were clad in warm clothes, and the steam rose from the damp in our coats and trousers like vapor from wet straw. The drink mottled some of our faces, but the spirituous tincture only imparted a quality of irony to the melancholy of our visages, as if our mournfulness were not wholly sincere, when, God knows, our hearts were taken up with counting the minutes when we should find ourselves bursting for want of breath under water. Thus it continued till daybreak, all which time we strove to encourage one another as best we could, sometimes with words, sometimes with putting the bottle about. It was impossible for any of us at any moment to show more than our noses above the companion, and even at that you needed the utmost caution, for the decks being full of water, it was necessary to await the lurch of the vessel before moving the slide or cover to the companion, else you stood to drown the cabin. Being exceedingly anxious, for the brig lay unwatched, I looked forth on one occasion longer than the others chose to venture, and beheld the most extravagant scene of raging commotion it could enter the brain of man to imagine. The night was as black as the bottom of a well, but the prodigious swelling and flinging of white waters hove a faintness upon the air that was in its way a dim light, by which it was just possible to distinguish the reeling masts to the height of the tops, and to observe the figure of the brig springing black and trembling out of the head of a surge that had broken over and smothered her as in a cauldron, and to note the shapes of the near liquid acclivities as they bore down upon our weather bow, catching the brig fair under the bluff, and so sloping her that she seemed to stand end on, and so heeling her that the sea would wash to the heights of the main hatch. Indeed, she had been loaded, and therefore deep. She could not have lived an hour in that hollow and frightful ocean. but having nothing in her but ballast, she was like a bladder, and swung up the surges and blew away to leeward like an empty cask. When the dawn broke, something of its midnight fury went out of the gale. The carpenter made shift to sound the well, and to our great satisfaction found but little water, only as much as we had a right to suppose she would take in above. But it was impossible to stand at the pumps, so we returned to the cabin and brewed some cold punch, and did what we could to keep our spirits hearty. By noon the wind had weakened yet, but the sea still ran very heavily, and the sky was uncommonly thick with piles of dusky, yellowish, hurrying clouds, and though we could fairly reckon upon our position, the atmosphere was so nipping it was difficult to persuade ourselves that Cape Horn was not close aboard. We could now work the pumps, and a short spell freed the brig. We got up a new main topsail and bent it, and setting the reefed foresail, put the vessel before the wind, and away she ran, chased by the swollen seas. Thus we continued till by dead reckoning we calculated that we were about 30 leagues south of the parallel of the Horn, and in longitude 87 degrees west. We then boarded our larboard tacks, and brought the brig as close to the wind as it was proper to lay her for a progress that should not be wholly leeway. But 4 hours after we had handled the braces, the gale, that had not veered 2 points since it first came on to blow, stormed up again into its first fury, and the morning of the 1st of July, Anno 1801, found the Laughing Mary passionately laboring in the midst of an enraged Cape Horn sea, her jibboom and fore topgallant mast gone, her ballast shifted so that her posture even in a calm would have exhibited her with her starboard channels under, and her decks swept by enormous surges, which, fetching her larboard bilge dreadful blows, thundered in mighty green masses over her. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Frozen Pirate by W. Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. The Frozen Pirate by W. Clark Russell. Chapter 2. The Iceberg. The loss of the spars I have named was no great matter, nor were we to be intimidated by such weather as was to be expected off Cape Horn. For what sailor entering this icy and tempestuous tract of waters but knows that here he must expect to find nature in her most violent moods, crueler and more unreckonable than a mad woman, who one moment looks with a silent, sinister sullenness upon you, and the next is shrieking with devilish laughter as she makes as if to spring upon you. But there was an inveteracy in the gale which had driven us down to this part that bore heavily upon our spirits. It was impossible to trim the ballast. We dared not veer so as to bring the ship on the other tack, and the slope of the decks, added to the fierce, wild motions of the fabric, made our situation as unendurable as that of one who should be confined in a cask and sent rolling downhill. It was impossible to light a fire, and we could not therefore dress our food or obtain a warm drink. The cold rigging was beyond language severe. The rigging was glazed with ice, and great pendants of the silvery brilliance of crystal hung from the yards, bowsprit, and catheads, whilst the sails were frozen to the hardness of granite, and lay like sheets of iron rolled up in gaskets of steel. We had no means of drying our clothes, nor were we able so to move as by exercise we might keep ourselves warm. Never once did the sun shine to give us the encouragement of his glorious beam. Hour after hour found us amid the same distracting scene, the tall olive-colored seas hurling out their rage and foam as they roared towards us in ranges of dissolving cliffs, the wind screaming and whistling through our gray and frozen rigging, the water washing in floods about our decks, with the ends of the running gear snaking about in the torrent, and the livestock lying drowned and stiff in their coops and pen near the caboose. With helm lashed and yards pointed to the wind, thus we lay, thus we drifted, steadily trending with the send of each giant surge further and deeper into the icy regions of the southwest, helpless, foreboding, disconsolate. It was the night of the 4th day of the month. The crew were in the forecastle, and I knew not if any man was on deck saving myself. In truth, there was no place in which a watch could be kept, if it were not in the companion hatch. Such was the violence with which the seas broke over the brig that it was at the risk of his life a man crawled the distance betwixt the forecastle and the quarter-deck. It had been as thick as mud all day, and now upon this flying gloom of haze, sleet and spray had descended the blackness of the night. I stood in the companion as in a sentry box, with my eyes just above the cover. Nothing was to be seen but sheets of ghostly white water sweeping up the blackness on the vessel's lee, or breaking and boiling to windward. It was sheer blind chaos to the sight, and you might have supposed that the brig was in the midst of some enormous vaporous turmoil, so elusive and indefinable were the shadows of the storm-tormented night, one block of blackness melting into another, with sometimes an extraordinary faintness of light speeding along the dark sky like to the dim reflection of a lanthorn flinging its radiance from afar, which no doubt must have been the reflection of some particular bright and extensive bed of foam upon a sooty belly on high, hanging lower than the other clouds. I say, you might have thought yourself in the midst of some hellish conflict of vapor, but for the substantial thunder of the surges upon the vessel and the shriek of the slung masses of water flying like cannonballs between the masts. After a long and eager look round into the obscurity, semi-lucent with froth, I went below for a mouthful of spirits and a bite of supper, the hour being 8 bells in the second dog watch, as we say, that is, 8 o'clock in the evening. The captain and carpenter were in the cabin. Upon the swing tray over the table were a piece of corned beef, some biscuit, and a bottle of Hollands. "Nothing to be seen, I suppose, Rodney?" says the captain. "Nothing," I answered. "She looks well up, and that's all that can be said." "I've been hove to under bare poles more than once in my time," said the carpenter, "but never through so long a stretch. I doubt if you'll find many vessels to look up to it as this here Laughing Mary does." "The loss of hamper forward will make her the more weatherly," says Captain Rosy, "but we're in an ugly part of the globe. When bad sailors die they're sent here, I reckon. The worst nautical sinner can't be hove to long off the Horn without coming out of it with a purged soul. He must start afresh to deserve further punishment." "Well, here's a breeze that can't go on blowing much longer," cries the carpenter. "The place it comes from must give out soon, unless a new trade wind's got fixed into a whole gale for this here ocean." "What southing do you allow our drift will be giving us, captain?" I asked, munching a piece of beef. "All 4 mile an hour," he answered. "If this goes on I shall look to make some discoveries. The Antarctic Circle won't be far off presently, and since you're a scholar, Rodney, I'll leave you to describe what's inside of it, though boil me if I don't have the naming of the tallest land, for d'ye see, I've a mind to be known after I'm dead, and there's nothing like your signature on a mountain to be remembered by." He grinned and put his hand out for the bottle, and after a pull passed it to the carpenter. I guessed by his jocosity that he had already been making somewhat free, for although I love a bold face put upon a difficulty, ours was a situation in which only a tipsy man could find food for merriment. At this instant we were startled by a wild and fearful shout on deck. It sounded high above the sweeping and seething of the wind and the hissing of the lashed waters, and it penetrated the planks with a note that gave it an inexpressible character of anguish. "A man washed overboard!" bawled the carpenter, springing to his feet. "No!" I cried, for my younger and shrewder ear had caught a note in the cry that persuaded me it was not as the carpenter said, and in an instant the 3 of us jumped up the ladder and gained the deck. The moment I was in the gale the same affrighted cry rang down along the wind from some man forward, "For God's sake tumble up before we are upon it!" "What do you see?" I roared, sending my voice trumpet fashion through my hands, for as to my own and the sight of Captain Rosy and the carpenter, why it was like being struck blind to come on a sudden out of the lighted cabin into the black. Any reply that might have been attempted was choked out by the dive of the brig's head into a sea, which furiously flooded her forecastle and came washing aft like milk in the darkness till it was up to our knees. "See there!" suddenly roared the carpenter. "Where, man, where?" bawled the captain. But in this brief time my sight had grown used to the night, and I saw the object before the carpenter could answer. It lay on our lee beam, but how far off no man could have told in that black thickness. It stood out against the darkness and hung out a dim complexion of light, or rather of pallidness, that was not light, not to be described by the pen. It was like a small hill of snow, and looked as snow does or the foam of the sea in darkness, and it came and went with our soaring and sinking. "Ice!" I shouted to the captain. "I see it," he answered in a voice that satisfied me the consternation he was under had settled the fumes of the spirits out of his head. "We must drive her clear at all risks." There was no need to call the men. To the second cry that had been raised by one among them who had come out of the forecastle and seen the berg, they had tumbled up as sailors will when they jump for their lives, and now they came staggering, splashing, crawling aft to us, for the lamp in the cabin made a sheen in the companion hatch, and they could see us as we stood there. "Men," cried Captain Rosy, "yonder's a gravestone for our carcasses if we're not lively. Cast the helm adrift." We steered by a tiller. "Two hands stand by it. Forward, some of ye, and loose the stay foresail, and show the head of it." The fellows hung in the wind. I could not wonder. The bowsprit had been sprung when the jibboom was wrenched from the cap by the fall of the top gallant mast. It still had to bear the weight of the heavy spritsail yard, and the drag of the staysail might carry the spar overboard with the men upon it. Yet it was our best chance, the one sail most speedily released and hoisted, the one that would pay the brig's head off quickest, and the only fragment that promised to stand. "Jump!" roared the captain in a passion of hurry. "Great thunder, 'tis close aboard. You'll leave me no sea room for veering if you delay an instant." "Follow me who will," I cried out, "and others stand by ready to hoist away." Thus speaking, for there seemed to my mind a surer promise of death in hesitation at this supreme moment than in 20 such risks as laying out on the bowsprit signified, I made for the lee of the weather bulwarks, and blindly hauled myself forward by such pins and gear as came to my hands. A man might spend his life on the ocean and never have to deal with such passage as this. It was not the bitter cold only, though perhaps of its full fierceness the wildness of my feelings did not suffer me to be sensible. It was the pouring of volumes of water upon me from over the rail, often tumbling upon my head with such weight as nearly to beat the breath out of my body and sink me to the deck. It was the frenzy excited in me by the tremendous obligation of dispatch and my retardment by the washing seas, the violent motions of the brig, the encumbrance of gear and deck furniture adrift and sweeping here and there, and the sense that the vessel might be grinding her bows against the iceberg before I should be able to reach the bowsprit. All this it was that filled me with a kind of madness, by the sheer force of which alone I was enabled to reach the forecastle, for I had gone to my duty coldly, without agitation of spirits. My heart must have failed me before I had measured half the length of the brig. I got on to the bowsprit nearly stifled by the showering of the seas, holding an open knife between my teeth, half dazed by the prodigious motion of the light brig, which, at this extreme end of her, was to be felt to the full height of its extravagance. At every plunge I expected to be buried, and every moment I was prepared to be torn from my hold. It was a fearful time, the falling off of the brig into the trough, and never was I in a hollower and more swelling sea. Her falling off, I say, in the act of veering might end us out of hand by the rolling of a surge over us big enough to crush the vessel down fathoms out of sight. And then there was that horrible heap of faint whiteness leaping out of the dense blackness of the sky, gathering a more visible sharpness of outline with every liquid heave that forked us higher into the flying night with shrieking rigging and boiling decks. Commending myself to God, for I was now to let go with my hands, I pulled the knife from my teeth, and feeling for the gaskets or lines which bound the sail to the spar, I cut and hacked as fast as I could ply my arms. In a flash the gale, whipping into liberated folds of the canvas, blew the whole sail out. The bowsprit reeled and quivered under me. I danced off it with incredible despatch, shouting to the men to hoist away. The head of the staysail mounted in thunder, and the slatting of its folds and the thrashing of its sheet was like the rattling of heavy field pieces whisked at full gallop over a stony road. "High enough," I bawled, guessing enough was shown, for I could not see. "Get a drag upon the sheet, lads, and then aft with you for your lives." Scarce had I let forth my breath in this cry when I heard the blast as of a gun, and knew by that the sail was gone. An instant after wash came a mountainous sea sheer over the weather bulwarks fair betwixt the fore and the main rigging, but happily, standing near the fore shrouds, I was holding on with both hands to the topsail halyards whilst calling to the men, so that being under the rail, which broke the blow of the sea, and holding on too, no mischief befell me, only that for about 20 seconds I stood in a horrible fury and smother of frothing water, hearing nothing, seeing nothing, with every faculty in me so numbed and dulled by the wet, cold, and horror of our situation, that I knew not whether in that space of time I was in the least degree sensible of what had happened or what might befell. The water leaving the deck, I rallied, though half drowned, and staggered aft, and found the helm deserted, nor could I see any signs of my companions. I rushed to the tiller, and putting my whole weight and force to it, drove it up to windward, and secured it by a turn of its own rope, for ice or no ice. And for the moment I was so blinded by the wet that I could not see the berg. My madness now was to get the brig before the sea and out of the trough, advised by every instinct in me that such another surge as that which had rolled over her must send her to the bottom in less time than it would take a man to cry, "Oh God!" A figure came out of the blackness on the lee side of the deck. "Who is that?" said he. It was Captain Rosy. I answered. "What, Rodney, alive?" cried he. "I think I have been struck insensible." 2 more figures came crawling aft, then 2 more. They were the carpenter and 3 seamen. I cried out, "Who was at the helm when that sea was shipped?" A man answered, "Me, Thomas Jobling." "Where's your mate?" I asked, and it seemed to me I was the only man who had his senses full just then. "He was washed forward along with me," he replied. Now a 5th man joined us, but before I could question him as to the others, the captain, with a scream like an epileptic's cry, shrieked, "It's all over with us, we are upon it." I looked and perceived the Iceberg to be within a musket shot, whence it was clear that it had been closer to us when first sighted than the blackness of the night would suffer us to distinguish. In a time like this at sea, events throng so fast they come in a heap, and even if the intelligence were not confounded by the uproar and peril, if indeed it were as placid as in any time of perfect security, it could not possibly take note of 1/10 that happens. I confess that, for my part, I was very nearly paralyzed by the nearness of the iceberg, and by the cry of the captain, and by the perception that there was nothing to be done. That which I best recollect is the appearance of the mass of ice lying solidly, like a little island, upon the seas which roared in creaming waters about it. Every blow of the black and arching surge was reverberated in a dull, hollow tremble back to the ear through the hissing flight of the gale. The frozen body was no taller than our mastheads, yet it showed like a mountain hanging over us as the brig was flung swirling into the deep Pacific hollow, leaving us staring upwards out of the instant stagnation of the trough with lips set breathlessly and with dying eyes. It put a kind of film of faint light outside the lines of its own shape, and this served to magnify it, and it showed spectrally in the darkness as though it reflected some visionary light that came neither from the sea nor the sky. These points I recollect. Likewise the maddening and maddened motion of our vessel, sliding towards it down one midnight declivity to another. All other features were swallowed up in the agony of the time. One monstrous swing the brig gave, like to some doomed creature's last delirious struggle. The bowsprit caught the ice and snapped with the noise of a great tree crackling in fire. I could hear the masts breaking overhead, the crash and blows of spars and yards torn down and striking the hull, above all the grating of the vessel, that was now head on to the sea swept by the billows, broadside on, along the sharp and murderous projections. 2 monster seas tumbled over the bows, floated me off my legs, and dashed me against the tiller, to which I clung. I heard no cries. I regained my feet, clinging with a death grip to the tiller, and seeing no one near me, tried to hallo, to know if any man were living, but could not make my voice sound. The fearful grating noise ceased on a sudden, and the faintness of the berg loomed upon the starboard bow. We had been hurled clear of it, and were to leeward, but what was our condition? I tried to shout again, but to no purpose, and was in the act of quitting the tiller to go forward when I was struck over the brows by something from aloft, a block as I believe, and fell senseless upon the deck. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marilyn Rakes. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 3. I Lose My Companions. I lay for a long while insensible, and that I should have recovered my mind instead of dying in that swoon, I must ever account as the greatest wonder of a life that has not been wanting in the marvelous. I had no sooner sat up than all that had happened and my present situation instantly came to me. My hair was stiff with ice. There was no more feeling in my hands than had they been of stone. My clothes weighed upon me like a suit of armor, so inflexibly hard were they frozen. Yet I got upon my legs, and found that I could stand and walk, and that life flowed warm in my veins, for all that I had been lying motionless for an hour or more, laved by water that would have become ice had it been still. It was intensely dark. The binnacle lamp was extinguished, and the light in the cabin burned too dimly to throw the faintest color upon the hatchway. One thing I quickly noticed, that the gale had broken and blew no more than a fresh breeze. The sea still ran very high, but though every surge continued to hurl its head of snow, and the heavens to resemble ink from contrast with the passage, as it seemed, close under them of these pallid bodies, there was less spite in its wash, less fury in its blow. The multitudinous roaring of the heaving blackness had sobered into a hard and sullen growling, a sound as of thunder among mountains heard in a valley. The brig pitched and rolled heavily. Much of the buoyancy of her earlier dance was gone out of her. Nevertheless, I could not persuade myself that this sluggishness was altogether due to the water she had taken in. It was wonderful, however, that she should still be afloat. No man could have heard the rending and grating of her side against the ice without supposing that every plank in it was being torn out. Finding that I had the use of my voice, I hollowed as loudly as I could, but no human note responded. 3 or 4 times I shouted, giving some of the people their names, but in vain. Father of mercy, I thought, what has come to pass? Is it possible that all my companions have been washed overboard? Certainly 5 men at least were living before we fouled the ice, and again I cried out, "Is there anyone alive?" Looking wildly along the black decks, and putting so much force into my voice with the consternation that the thought of me being alone raised in me, that I had liked to have burst a blood vessel. My loneliness was more terrible to me than any other condition of my situation. It was dreadful to be standing, nearly dead with cold in utter darkness, upon the flooded decks of a hall, wallowing miserably amid the black hollows and eager foaming peaks of the laboring sea, convinced that she was slowly filling, and that at any moment she might go down with me. It was dreadful, I say, to be thus placed, and to feel that I was in the heart of the rudest, most desolate space of sea in the world, into which the commerce of the earth dispatched but few ships all the year round. But no feature of my lamentable situation so affrighted me, so worked upon the passions of my mind, as my loneliness. Oh, for one companion, even one only, to make me an echo for mine own speech! Nay, God himself, the merciful Father of all, even he seemed not. The blackness lay like a pall upon the deep and upon my soul. Misery and horror were within that shadow, and beyond it nothing that my spirit could look up to. I stood for some moments as one stunned, and then my manhood, trained to some purpose by the usage of the sea, reasserted itself, and maybe I also got some slender comfort from observing that, dull and heavy as was the motion of the brig, there was yet the buoyancy of vitality in her manner of mounting the seas, and that, after all, her case might not be so desperate as was threatened by the way in which she had been torn and precipitated past the iceberg. At moments when she plunged, the whiteness of the water, creaming upon the surges on either hand, threw out a phantom light of sufficient power to enable me to see that the forward part of the brig was littered with wreckage, which served to a certain extent as a breakwater by preventing the seas, which washed on to the forecastle, from cascading with their former violence aft. Also that the whole length of the main and top masts lay upon the larboard rail and over the side, held in that position by the gear attached to them. This was all that I could distinguish, and of this only the most elusive glimpse was to be had. Feeling as though the very marrow in my bones were frozen, I crawled to the companion, and, pulling open the door, descended. The lamp in the companion burned faintly. There was a clock fixed to a beam over the table. My eyes directly sought it, and found the time 20 minutes after 10. This signified that I had 10 or 11 hours of darkness before me. I took down the lamp, trimmed it, and went to the lazarette hatch at the end of the cabin. Here were kept the stores for the crew. I lifted the hatch and listened, and could hear the water in the hold gurgling and rushing with every lift of the brig's bows, and I could not question from the volume of water which the sound indicated that the vessel was steadily taking it in, but not rapidly. I swallowed half a pannikin of the Hollands for the sake of the warmth and life of the draught, and entering my cabin and put on thick dry stockings, first chafing my feet till I felt the blood in them, and I then, with a seaman's dispatch, shifted the rest of my apparel, and cannot express how greatly I was comforted by the change, though the jacket and trousers I put on were still damp with the soaking of previous days. To render myself as waterproof as possible, for it was the wet clothes against the skin that made the cold so cruel, I took from the captain's cabin a stout cloak and threw it over me, enveloping my head, which I had cased in a warm fur cap, with the hood of it, and thus equipped I lighted a small hand lantern that was used on dark nights for heaving the log, that is, for showing how the sand runs in the glass, and carried it on deck. The lantern made the scene a dead, grave-like black outside, its little circle of illumination. Nevertheless, its rays suffered me to guess at the picture of ruin the decks offered. The mainmast was snapped 3 or 4 feet above the deck, and the stump of it showed as jagged and barbed as a wild beast's teeth. But I now noticed that the weight of the hamper, being on the larboard side, balanced the list the vessel took from her shifted ballast, and that she floated on a level keel with her bows fair at the sea, whence I concluded that a sort of sea anchor had been formed ahead of her by the wreckage, and that it held her in that posture. Otherwise she must certainly have fallen into the trough. I moved with extreme caution, casting the lantern light before me, sometimes staring at a sound that resembled a groan, then stopping to steady myself during some particular wild leap of the hull, until, coming abreast of the main hatch, the rays of the lantern struck upon a man's body, which, on my bringing the flame to his face, proved to be Captain Rosy. There was a wound over his right brow, and as if that had not suffered to slay him, the fall of the mast had in some wonderful manner whipped a rope several times round his body, binding his arms and encircling his throat so tightly that no executioner could have gone more artistically to work to pinion and choke a man. Under a mass of rigging in the larboard scuppers lay 2 bodies, as I could just faintly discern. It was impossible to put the lantern close enough to either one of them to distinguish his face, nor had I the strength, even if I had possessed the weapons, to extricate them, for they lay under a whole body of shrouds, complicated by a mass of other gear, against which leaned a portion of the caboose. I viewed them long enough to satisfy my mind that they were dead, and then with a heart of lead turned away. I crossed to the starboard side, where the deck was comparatively clear, and found the body of a seaman named Abraham Wise near the forehatch. This man had probably been stunned and drowned by the sea that filled the deck after I loosed the staysail. These were all of our people that I could find. The others I supposed had been washed by the water or knocked by the falling spars overboard. I returned to the quarter-deck, and sat down in the companionway for the shelter of it and to think. No language that I have command of could put before you the horror that possessed me as I sat meditating upon my situation and recalling the faces of the dead. The wind was rapidly falling, and with it the sea, but the motion of the brig continued very heavy, a large swell having been set running by the long, fierce gale that was gone. And there being no uproar of tempest in the sky to confound the senses, I could hear 100 harsh and melancholy groaning and straining sounds rising from the hull, with now and again a mighty blow as from some spar or lump of ice alongside, weighty enough, you would have supposed, to stave the ship. But though the Laughing Mary was not a new vessel, she was one of the stoutest of her kind ever launched, built mainly of oak and put together by an honest artificer. Nevertheless, her continuing to float in her miserably torn and mangled condition was so great a miracle that, spite of my poor shipmates having perished, and my own state being as hopeless as the sky was starless, I could not but consider that God's hand was very visible in this business. I will not pretend to remember how I passed the hours till the dawn came. I recollect of frequently stepping below to lift the hatch of the lazaret, to judge by the sound of the quantity of water in the vessel. That she was filling I knew well, yet not leaking so rapidly but that, had our crew been preserved, we might easily have kept her free, and made shift to rig up jury masts and haul us as best we could out of these desolate parallels. There was, however, nothing to be done till the day broke. I had noticed the jolly boat bottom up near the starboard gangway, and so far as I could make out by throwing the dull lantern light upon her, she was sound. But I could not have launched her without seeing what I was doing. And even had I managed this, she stood to be swamped and I to be drowned. And in sober truth, so horrible was the prospect of going adrift in her without preparing for the adventure with oars, sail, mast, provisions, and water, most of which by the lamplight only, were not to be come at amid the hideous muddle of wreckage, that sooner than face it, I was perfectly satisfied to take my chance of the hulk sinking with me and her before the sun rose. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 4. I Quit the Wreck. The east grew pale and grey at last. The sea rolled black as the night from it, with a rounded, smooth-backed swell. The wind was spent. Only a small air, still from the northeast, stirred. There were a few stars dying out in the dark west. The atmosphere was clear, and when the sun rose, I knew he would turn the sable pall overhead into blueness. The hull lay very deep. I had at one time, during the black hours, struck into a mournful calculation, and reckoned that the brig would float some 2 or 3 hours after sunrise. But when the glorious beam flashed out at last, and transformed the ashen hue of dawn into a cerulean brilliance and a deep of rolling sapphire, I started with sudden terror to observe how close the covering board sat upon the water, and how the head of every swell ran past as high as the bulwark rail. Yet, for a few moments, I stood contemplating the scene of ruin. It was visible now to its most trifling detail. The foremast was gone smooth off at the deck. It lay over the starboard bow, and the topmast floated ahead of the hull, held by the gear. Many feet of bulwarks were crushed level. The pumps had vanished. The caboose was gone. A completer nautical ruin I had never viewed. One extraordinary stroke I quickly detected. The jolly boat had lain stowed in the longboat. It was thus we carried those boats, the little one lying snugly enough in the other. The sea that had flooded our decks had floated the jolly boat out of the longboat and swept it bottom up to the gangway where it lay, as though God's mercy designed it should be preserved for my use, for, not long after it had been floated out, the brig struck the berg, the masts fell, and there lay the longboat crushed into staves. This signal and surprising intervention filled my heart with thankfulness, though my spirits sank again at the sight of my poor drowned shipmates. But, unless I had a mind to join them, it was necessary I should speedily bestir myself. So, after a minute's reflection, I whipped out my knife, and cutting a couple of blocks away from the raffle on deck, I rove a line through them, and so made a tackle, by the help of which I turned the jolly boat over. I then with a handspike prized her nose to the gangway, secured a bunch of rope on either side her to act as fenders or buffers when she should be launched and lying alongside, ran her midway out by the tackle, and, attaching a line to a ring bolt in her bow, shoved her over the side, and she fell with a splash, shipping scarce a hatful of water. I found her mast and sail, the sail furled to the mast, as it was used to line her, close against the stump of the mainmast, but though I sought with all the diligence that hurry would permit for her rudder, I nowhere saw it. But I met with an oar that had belonged to the other boat, and this with the mast and sail I dropped into her, the swell lifting her up to my hand when the blue fold swung past. My next business was to victual her. I ran to the cabin, but the lazarette was full of water, and none of the provisions in it to be come at. I thereupon ransacked the cabin, and found a whole Dutch cheese, a piece of raw pork, half a ham, 8 or 10 biscuits, some candles, a tinder box, several lemons, a little bag of flour, and 13 bottles of beer. These things I rolled up in a cloth and placed them in the boat, then took from the captain's locker 4 jars of spirits, 2 of which I emptied that I might fill them with fresh water. I also took with me from the captain's cabin a small boat compass. The heavy, sluggish, sodden movement of the hull advised me to make haste. She was now barely lifting to the swell that came brimming in broad, liquid, blue brows to her stem. It seemed as though another ton of water would sink her. And if the swell fell over her bows and filled the decks, down she would go. I had a small parcel of guineas in my chest, and was about to fetch this money, when a sort of staggering sensation in the upward slide of the hull gave me a fright, and, watching my chance, jumped into the boat, and cast the line that held her adrift. The sun was an hour above the horizon. The sea was a deep blue, heaving very slowly, though you felt the weight of the mighty ocean in every fold. And eastwards, the shoulders of the swell, catching the glorious reflection of the sun, hurled the splendour along, till all that quarter of the sea looked to be a mass of leaping dazzle. Upon the eastern sea line lay a range of white clouds, compact as the chalk cliffs of Dover. Threads, crescents, feather shapes of vapour of the daintiest sort, shot with pearly lustre, floated overhead very high. It was in truth a fair and pleasant morning, of an icy coldness indeed, but the air being dry, its shrewdness was endurable. Yet was it a brightness to fill me with anguish, by obliging me to reflect how it would have been with us had it dawned yesterday instead of today. My companions would have been alive, and yonder sinking ruined fabric, a trim ship capable of bearing us stoutly into warm seas and to our homes at last. I threw the oar over the stern of the boat to keep her near to the brig, not so much because I desired to see the last of her, as because of the shrinking of my soul within me from the thought of heading in my loneliness into those prodigious leagues of ocean which lay stretched under the sky. Whilst the hull floated, she was something to hold on to, so to say, something for the eye amid the vastness of water to rest upon, something to take out of the insufferable feeling of solitude the poisonous sting of conviction. But her end was at hand. I had risen to step the boat's mast, and was standing and grasping it, whilst I directed a slow look round the horizon, in God knows what vain hope of beholding a sail, when my eye coming to the brig, I observed that she was sinking. She went down very slowly. There was a horrible gurgling sound of water rushing into her, and her main deck blew up with a loud clap or blast of noise. I could follow the line of her bulwarks fluctuating and waving in the clear dark blue when she was some feet under. A number of whirlpools spun round over her, but the slowness of her foundering was solemnly marked by the gradual descent of the ruins of masts and yards which were attached to the hull by their rigging, and which she dragged down with her. On a sudden, when the last fragment of mast had disappeared, and when the hollows of the whirlpools were flattening to the level surface of the sea, up rose a body with a sort of leap. It was the sailor that had lain drowned on the starboard side of the forward deck. Being frozen stiff, he rose in the posture in which he had expired, that is, with his arms extended, so that, when he jumped to the surface, he came with his hands lifted up to heaven, and thus he stayed a minute, sustained by the eddies which also revolved him. The shock occasioned by this melancholy object was so great, it came near to causing me to swoon. He sank when the water ceased to twist him, and I was unspeakingly thankful to see him vanish, for his posture had all the horror of a spectral appeal, and such was the state of my mind that imagination might quickly have worked the apparition, had it lingered, into an instrument for the unsettling of my reason. I rose from the seat on to which I had sunk, and loosed the sail, and hauling the sheet aft, put the oar over the stern, and brought the little craft's head to an easterly course. The draught of air was extremely weak, and scarcely furnished impulse enough to the sail to raise a bubble alongside. The boat was about 15 feet long. She would be but a small boat for summer pleasuring in English July lake waters. Yet here was I in her, in the heart of a vast ocean, many leagues south and west of the stormiest, most inhospitable point of land in the world, with distances before me almost infinite for such a boat as this to measure ere I could heave a civilized coast or a habitable island into view. At the start I had a mind to steer northwest and blow, as the wind would suffer, into the South Sea, where perchance I might meet a whaler or a South Seaman from New Holland. But my heart sank at the prospect of the leagues of water which rolled between me and the islands and the Western American seaboard. Indeed, I understood that my only hope of deliverance lay in being picked up, and that, though by heading east I should be clinging to the stormy parts, I was more likely to meet with a ship hereabouts than by sailing into the great desolation of the northwest. The burden of my loneliness weighed down upon me so crushingly that I cannot but consider my senses must have been somewhat dulled by suffering. For had they been active to their old accustomed height, I am persuaded my heart must have broken, and that I should have died of grief. Faintly as the wind blew, it speedily wafted me out of sight of the floating relics of the wreck, and then all was bare, bald, swelling sea, and empearled sky, darkening in lagoons of azure down to the soft mountainous masses of white vapour lying like the coast of a continent on the larboard horizon. But one living thing there was besides myself, a grey-breasted albatross, of a princely width of pinion. I had not observed it till the hull went down, and then, lifting my eyes with involuntary sympathy in the direction pointed to by the upraised arms of the sailor, I observed the great royal bird hanging like a shape of marble directly over the frothing eddies. It was as though the spirit of the deep had taken form in the substance of the noblest of all the fowls of its dominions, and, poised on tremulous wings, was surveying with the cold curiosity of an intelligence empty of human emotion the destruction of one of those fabrics whose unequal contests and repeated triumphs had provoked its haughty surprise. The bird quitted the spot of the wreck after a while, and followed me. Its eyes had the sparkling blood-red gleam of rubies. It was as silent as a phantom, and with arched neck and motionless plumes, seemed to watch me with an earnestness that presently grew insufferable. So far from finding any comfort of companionship in the creature, methought if it did not speedily break from the motionless posture in which it rested on its seat of air, and remove its piercing gaze, it would end in crazing me. I felt a sudden rage, and jumping up, shouted and shook my fist at it. This frightened the thing. It uttered a strange salt cry, the very note of a gust of wind splitting upon a rope, flapped its wings, and after a turn or two sailed away into the north. I watched it till its figure melted into the blue atmosphere, and then sank trembling into the stern sheets of the boat. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 5. I Sight a White Coast. 4 days did I pass in that little open boat. The first day was fine till sunset. It then blew fresh from the northwest, and I was obliged to keep the boat before the wind. The next day was dark and turbulent, with heavy falls of snow and a high swell from the north, and the wind a small gale. On the third day the sun shone, and it was a fair day, but horribly cold, and I saw 2 icebergs like clouds upon the far western sea line. There followed a cruel night of clouded skies, sleet and snow, and a very troubled sea. And then broke the 4th day, as softly brilliant as an English May day, but cold, great God, how cold! Thus might I epitomize this passage, and I do so to spare you the weariness of a relation of uneventful suffering. In those 4 days I mainly ran before the wind, and in this way drove many leagues south, though whenever a chance offered, I hauled my sheet for the east. I know not, I am sure, how the boat lived. I might pretend it was due to my clever management. I do not say I had no share in my own preservation, but to God belongs all the praise. In the blackness of the first night, the sea boiled all about me. The boat leapt into hollows in which the sails slapped the mast. One look behind me at the high dark curl of the oncoming surge had so affrighted me that I never durst turn my head again, lest the sight should deprive me of the nerve to hold the oar with which I steered. I sat as squarely as the task of steering would suffer, trusting that if a sea should tumble over the stern, my back would serve as a breakwater and save the boat from being swamped. The whole sail was on her, and I could not help myself, for it would have been certain death to quit the steering oar for an instant. It was this that saved me, perhaps, for the boat blew along with such prodigious speed, running to the height of a sea as though she meant to dart from that eminence into the air, that the slope of each following surge swung like a pendulum under her, and though her sail was becalmed in the trough, her momentum was so great that she was speeding up the acclivity and catching the whole weight of the wind afresh before there was time for her to lose way. I was nearly dead with cold and misery when the morning came, but the sparkling sun and the blue sky cheered me, and as wind and sea fell with the soaring of the orb, I was enabled to flatten aft the sheet and let the boat steer herself, while I beat my arms about for warmth, and broke my fast. When I look back, I wonder that I should have taken any pains to live. That it is possible for the human mind, at any period of its existence, to be absolutely hopeless, I do not believe, but I can very honestly say that when I gazed round upon the enormous sea I was in, and considered the size of my boat, the quantity of my provisions, and my distance, even if I was heading that way, from the nearest point of land, I was not sensible of the faintest stirring of hope, and viewed myself as a dead man. No bird came near me. Once I spied the back of a great black fish about a quarter of a mile off. The wetness of it caught the sunshine and reflected it like a mirror of polished steel, and the flash was so brilliant it might have passed for a bed of white fire floating on the blue heavings, but nothing more that was living did I meet, and such was the vastness of the sea over which my little keel glided, in the midst of which I sat abandoned by the angels, that for utter loneliness I might have been the very last of the human race. When the third night came down with sullen blasts, sweeping into a steady storming of wind that swung a strong melancholy howl through the gloom, it found me so weak with cold, watching, and anxiety, and the want of space wherein to rid my limbs of the painful cramp which weighted them with an insupportable leaden sensation, that I had barely power to control the boat with the oar. I pined for sleep. 1 hour of slumber would, I felt, give me new life, but I durst not close my eyes. The boat was sweeping through the dark and seething seas, and her course had to be that of an arrow, or she would capsize and be smothered in a breath. Maybe I fell something delirious, for I had many strange and frightful fancies. Indeed, I doubt not it was the spirit of madness, that is certainly tonical when small, which furnished strength enough to my arm to steer with. It was like the action of a powerful cordial in my blood, and the very horrors it fed my brain with were an animation to my physical qualities. The gale became a voice. It cried out my name, and every shout of it past my ear had the sound of the word "Despair!" I witnessed the forms of huge phantoms flying over the boat. I watched the beating of their giant wings of shadow, and heard the thunder of their laughter as they fled ahead, leaving scores of like monstrous shapes to follow. There was a faint lightning of phosphor in the creaming heads of the ebon surges, and my sick imagination twisted that pallid complexion into the dim reflection of the lamps of illuminated pavilions at the bottom of the sea, mystic palaces of green marble, radiant cities in the measureless kingdoms of the ocean gods. I had a fancy of roofs of pearl below, turrets of milk-white coral, pavements of rainbow lustre, like to the shootings and dartings of the hues of shells inclined and trembled to the sun. I thought I could behold the movements of shapes as indeterminable as the forms which swarm in dreams. Human brows crowned with gold, the cold round emerald eyes of fish, the creamy breasts of women, large outlines slowly floating upwards, making a deeper blackness upon the blackness like the dye of the electric storm upon the velvet bosom of midnight. Often would I shrink from side to side, starting from a fancied apparition leaping into terrible being out of some hurling block of liquid obscurity. Once a light shone upon the masthead. At any other time I should have known this to be a St. Elmo's fire, a corposant, the ignis fatuus of the deep, and hailed it with a seaman's faith in its promise of gentle weather. But to my distempered fancy it was a lanthorn hung up by a spirit hand. I traced the dusky curve of an arm, and observed the busy twitching of visionary fingers by the rays of the ghostly light. The outline of a large face of a bland and sorrowful expression, pallid as any foam flake whirling past, came into the sphere of those graveyard rays. I shrieked and shut my eyes, and when I looked again, the light was gone. Long before daybreak I was exhausted. Mercifully, the wind was scant. The stars shone very gloriously. On high sparkled the cross of the southern world. A benign influence seemed to steal into me out of its silver shining. The craze fell from me, and I wept. Shortly afterwards, worn out by 3 days and nights of suffering, I fell into a deep sleep, and when I awoke, my eyes opened right upon the blinding sun. This was the morning of the 4th day. I was without a watch. By the height of the sun, I reckoned the hour to be 10. I threw a languid glance at the compass, and found the boat's head pointing northwest. She fell off and came to, being without governance, and was scarcely sailing therefore. The wind was west, a very light breeze, just enough to put a bright twinkling into the long smooth folds of the wide and weighty swell that was rolling up from the northeast. I tried to stand, but was so benumbed that many minutes passed before I had the use of my legs. Brightly as the sun shone, there was no more warmth in his light than you find in a moonbeam on a frosty night, and the bite in the air was like the pang of ice itself pressed against the cheek. My right hand suffered most. I had fallen asleep clasping the loom of the steering oar, and when I awoke my fingers still gripped it, so that, on withdrawing them, they remained curved like talons, and I believed I had lost their use, and even reckoned they would snap off, and so set up a mortification, till by much diligent rubbing I grew sensible of a small glow which, increasing, ended in rendering the joints supple. I stood up to take a view of the horizon, and the first sight that met my eye forced a cry from me. Extending the whole length of the southwest seaboard lay what I took to be a line of white coast, melting at either extremity into the blue, airy distance. Even at the low elevation of the boat, my eye seemed to measure 30 miles of it. It was not white as chalk is. There was something of a crystalline complexion upon the face of its solidity. It was too far off to enable me to remark its outline. Yet on straining my sight, the atmosphere being very exquisitely clear, I thought I could distinguish the projections of peaks, of rounded slopes, and aerial angularities in places which, in the refractive lens of the air, looked, with their hue of glassy azure, like the loom of high land behind the coastal line. The notion that it was ice came into my head after the first prospect of it, and then I returned to my earlier belief that it was land. Methought if it were ice, it must be the borderland of the Antarctic Circle, the limits of the unfrozen ocean, for it was incredible that so mighty a body could signify less than the capes and terraces of a continent of ice glazing the circumference of the pole for leagues and leagues. But then I also knew that, though first the brig and then my boat had been for days steadily blown south, I was still to the north of the South Shetland parallels, and many degrees therefore removed from the polar barrier. Hence I concluded that what I saw was land, and that the peculiar crystal shining of it was caused by the snow that covered it. But what land? Some large island that had been missed by the explorers and left uncharted? I put a picture of the map of this part of the world before my mind's eye, and fell to an earnest consideration of it, but could recollect of no land hereabouts, unless indeed we had been wildly wrong in our reckoning aboard the brig, and I in the boat had been driven 4 or 5 times the distance I had calculated. Things not to be entertained. Yet, even as a mere break in the frightful and enduring continuity of the sea line, even as something that was not sea nor sky, nor the cold, silent, and mocking illusion of clouds, it took a character of blessedness in my eyes. My gaze hung upon it joyously, and my heart swelled with a new impulse of life in my breast. It would be strange, I thought, if on approaching it something to promise me deliverance from this dreadful situation did not offer itself. Some whaler or trader at anchor, signs of habitation, and of the presence of men, nay, even a single hut to serve as a refuge from the pitiless cold, the stormy waters, the black, lonely, delirious watches of the night, till help should heave into view with the white canvas of a ship. I put the boat's head before the wind, and steered with one hand, whilst I got some breakfast with the other. I thanked God for the brightness of the day, and for the sight of that strange white line of land, that went in glimmering blobs of faintness to the trembling horizon, where the southern end of it died out. The swell rose full and brimming ahead, rolling in sapphire hills out of the northeast, as I have said, whence I inferred that extremity of the land did not extend very much farther than I could see it. Otherwise, there could not have been so much weight of water as I found in the heaving. The breeze blew lightly, and was the weaker for my running before it, but the little line of froth that slipped past either side of the boat gave me to know that the speed would not be less than 4 miles in the hour, and as I reckoned the land to be but a few leagues distant, I calculated upon being ashore some little while before sundown. In this way 2 hours passed. By this time the features of the coast were tolerably distinct, yet I was puzzled. There was a peculiar sheen all about the irregular skyline, a kind of pearly whitening, as it were, of the heavens beyond, like to the effect produced by the rising of a very delicate soft mist melting from a mountain's brow into the air. This dismayed me. Still I cried to myself, it must be land. All that whiteness is snow, and the luminous tinge above it is the reflection of the glaring sunshine thrown upwards from the dazzle. It cannot be ice. 'Tis too mighty a barrier. Surely no single iceberg ever reached to the prodigious proportions of that coast. And it cannot be an assemblage of bergs, for there is no break. It is leagues of solid conformation. Oh, yes, it is land, sure enough, some island whose tops and seaboard are covered with snow. But what of that? It may be populated all the same. Are the northern kingdoms of Europe bare of life because of the winter rigours? And then thought to myself, if that island have natives, I would rather encounter them as the savages of an ice-bound country than as the inhabitants of a land of sunshine and spices and radiant vegetations. For it is the denizens of the most gloriously fair ocean seats in the world who are man-eaters, not the Patagonian, giant though he be, nor the blubber-fed anatomies of the ice climes. Thus I sought to reassure and comfort myself. Meanwhile, my boat sailed quietly along, running up and down the smooth and foamless hills of water very buoyantly, and the sun slided into the northwest sky and darted a reddening beam upon the coast towards which I steered. End of chapter 5.
Chapter number 6 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. An Island of Ice. I had to approach the coast within 2 miles before I could satisfy my mind of its nature, and then all doubt left me. It was ice, a mighty crescent of it, as was now in a measure gatherable, floating upon the dark blue waters like the new moon upon the field of the sky. For a great while I had struggled with my misgivings. So tyrannically will hope lord it even over conviction itself, until it was impossible for me to any longer mistake. And then, when I knew it to be ice, I asked myself what other thing I expected it should prove, seeing that this ocean had been plentifully navigated since Cook's time, and no land discovered where I was. And I called myself a fool, and cursed the hope that had cheated me, and in short, gave way to a violent outburst of passion, and was indeed so wild with grief and rage, that had my ecstasy been but a very little greater, I must have jumped overboard. So great was my loathing of life then, and the horror the sight of the ice filled me with. Indeed, you cannot conceive how shocking to me was the appearance of that great gleaming length of white desolation. On the deck of a stout ship sailing safely past it, I should have found the scene magnificent, I doubt not, for the sun, being low with westering, shone redly, and the range of ice stood in a kind of gold atmosphere which gave an extraordinary richness to the shadowings of its rocks and peaks, and a particular fullness of mellow whiteness to its lustrous parts, softening the dazzle into an airy tenderness of brightness, so that the whole mass shone out with the blandness visible in a glorious star. But its main beauty lay in those features by which I knew it to be ice. I mean in a vast surprising variety of forms, such as steeples, towers, columns, pyramids, ruins as it might be of temples, grotesque shapes as of mighty statues left unfinished by the hands of Titans, domes as of cathedrals, castellated heights, fragments of ramparts, and the like. These features lay in groups, as if veritably the line of coast were dotted with gatherings of royal mansions and remains of imperial magnificence, all of white marble, yet with a glassy tincture as though the material owned something of a Parian quality. I had to come within 2 miles, as I have said, before these elegancies broke upon me. So deceptively did their delicacy of outlines mingle with the dark blue softness beyond. In places the coast ran up to a height of 200 or 300 feet, in others it sloped down to 20 feet. For some miles it was like the face of a cliff, a sheer abrupt, with scarce a scar upon its front, staring with a wild bald look over the frosty beautiful blue of that afternoon sea. Here and there it projected a 4-foot, some white and massive rock, upon which the swell of the ocean burst in thunder, and flew to almost the height of the cliff in a very great and glorious fury of foam. In other parts, where I suspected a sort of beach, there was a silver tremble of surf. But in the main, the heave coming out of the northeast, the folds swept the base of the ice without froth. I say again, beheld in the red sunshine that line of ice, resembling a coast of marble defined in a liquid junction of the swelling folds of sapphire below, and the moist violet of the eastern sky beyond and over it, crowned at points with delicate imitations of princely habitations, would have offered a noble and magnificent spectacle to a mind at ease. But to my eyes, its enchantments were killed by the horror I felt. It was a lonely, hideous waste, rendered the more shocking by the consideration that the whole vast range was formed of blocks of frozen water which warmth would dissolve, that it was a country as solid as rock and as unsubstantial as a cloud, to be shunned by the mariner as though it was death's own pavilion, the estate and mansion of the grisly spectre, and creating round about it as supreme a desolation and loneliness of ocean as that which reigned in its own white stillness. Though I held the boat's head, for it I was at a loss, in so much confusion of mind that I knew not what to do. I did not doubt by the character of the swell that its limits in the northeast extended only to the sensible horizon. In other words, that its extremity there would not be above 5 miles distant, though to what latitude its southern arm did curve was not to be conjectured. Should I steer north and seek to go clear of it? Somehow, the presence of this similitude of land made the sea appear as enormous as space itself. Whilst it was all clear horizon, the immensity of the deep was in a measure limited to the vision by its cincture. But this ice line gave the eye something to measure with, and when I looked at those leagues of frozen shore, my spirit sank into deepest dejection at the thought of the vastness of the waters in whose heart I floated in my little boat. However, I resolved at last to land, if landing was possible. I could stretch my limbs, recruit myself by exercise, and might even make shift to obtain a night's rest. I stood in desperate need of sleep, but there was no repose to be had in the boat. I durst not lie down in her. If nature overcame me, and I fell asleep in a sitting posture, I might wake to find the boat capsized and myself drowning. This consideration resolved me, and by this time, being within 1/2 mile of the coast, I ran my eye carefully along it to observe a safe nook for my boat to enter and myself to land in. Though for a great distance, as I have said, the front of the cliff, and where it was highest too, was a sheer fall, coming like the side of a house to the water. That part of the island towards which my boat's head was pointed sloped down and continued in a low shore, with hummocks of ice upon it at irregular intervals, to where it died out in the northeast. I now saw that this part had a broken appearance, as if it had been violently rent from a mainland of ice. Also, to my approach, many ledges projecting into the sea stole into view. There were ravines and gorges, and almost on a line with the boat's head was an assemblage of those delicate glass-like counterfeits of spires, towers, and the like, of which I have spoken, standing just beyond a brow whose declivity fell very easily to the water. To make you see the picture as I have it in my mind would be beyond my art. It is not in the pen, not in the brush either, I should think, to convey even a tolerable portraiture of the ruggedness, the fairy grouping, the shelves, hollows, crags, terraces, precipices, and beach of this kingdom of ice, where its frontal line broke away from the smooth face of the tall reaches, and ran with a ploughed, scarred, and serrated countenance northwards. Very happily, I had insensibly steered for perhaps the safest spot that I could have lighted on. This was formed of a large projection of rock, standing aslant, so that the swell rolled past it without breaking. The rock made a sort of cove towards which I sailed in full confidence that the water there would be smooth. Nor was I deceived, for I saw that the rock acted as a breakwater, whose stilling influence was felt a good way beyond it. I thereupon steered for the starboard of this rock, and when I was within it, found the heave of the sea dwindled to a scarce perceptible undulation, whereupon I lowered my sail, and standing to the oar, sculled the boat to a low lump of ice onto which I stepped. My first business was to secure the boat. This I did by inserting the mast into a deep, thin crevice in the ice and making the painter fast to it as to a pole. The sun was now very low and would soon be gone. The cold was extreme, yet I did not suffer from it as in the boat. There is a quality in snow which it would be ridiculous to speak of as warmth. Yet, as you may observe after a heavy fall ashore on top of a black frost, it seems to have a power of blunting the sharp edge of the cold, and the snow on this shore of ice, being very abundant, though frozen as hard as the ice itself, appeared to mitigate the intolerable rigour I had languished under upon the water, in the brig, and afterwards. This might also be owing to the dryness of the cold. Having secured the boat, I beat my hands heartily upon my breast, and fell to pacing a little level of ice, whilst I considered what I should do. The coast, I cannot but speak of this frozen territory as land, went in a gentle slope behind me to the height of about 30 feet. The ground was greatly broken with rocks and boulders and sharp points, whence I suspected many fissures in which the snow might not be so hard, but that I might sink deep enough to be smothered. I saw no cave nor hollow that I could make a bedroom of, and the improved circulation of my blood giving me spirits enough to resolve quickly, I made up my mind to use my boat as a bed. So I went to work. I took the oar and jammed it into such another crevice as the mast stood in, and to it I secured the boat by another line. This moored her very safely. There was as good promise of a fair, quiet night as I might count upon in these treacherous latitudes. The haven in which the boat lay was sheltered and the water almost still, and this I reckoned would hold whilst the breeze hung northerly and the swell rolled from the north-east. I spread the sail over the seats, which served as beams for the support of this little ceiling of canvas, and enough of it remained to supply me with a pillow and to cover my legs. I fell to this work whilst there was light, and when I had prepared my habitation, I took a bottle of ale and a handful of victuals ashore, and made my supper, walking briskly whilst I ate and drank. I caught myself sometimes looking yearningly towards the brow of the slope, as though from that eminence I should gain an extensive prospect of the sea, and perhaps behold a ship. But I wanted the courage to climb, chiefly because I was afraid of tumbling into a hole and miserably perishing, and likewise because I shrank from the idea of being overtaken up there by the darkness. There was a kind of companionship in the boat, the support of which I should lose if I left her. The going of the sun was attended by so much glory that the whole weight of my situation and the pressure of my solitude did not come upon me until his light was gone. The swell ran athwart his mirroring in lines of molten gold. The sky was a sheet of scarlet fire where he was, paling zenithwards into an ardent orange. The splendour tipped the frozen coast with points of ruby flame which sparkled and throbbed like sentinel beacons along the white and silent range. The low thunder of far-off hills of water bursting against the projections rolled sulkily down upon the weak wind. Just beyond the edge of the slope, about 1/3 of a mile to the north of my little haven, stood an assemblage of exquisitely airy outlines, configurations such as I have described. Their crystalline nature stole out to the lustrous colouring of the glowing west, and they had the appearance of tinted glass of several dyes of red, the delicate fibres being deep of hue, the stouter ones pale, and never did the highest moon of human invention reach to anything more glorious and dainty, more sweetly simulative of the arts of the fairy-like imagination than yonder cluster of icy fabrics, fashioned, as it entered my head to conceive, as pavilions by the hands of the spirits of the frozen world, and gilt and painted by the beams of the setting sun. But all this wild and unreal beauty melted away to the oncoming of the dusk, and when the sun was gone and the twilight had put a new quality of bleakness into the air, when the sea rolled in a welter of dark shadows, one sombre fold shouldering another, a very swarming of restless giant phantoms, when the shining of the stars low down in the unfathomable obscurity of the north and south quarters gave to the ocean in those directions a frightful immensity of surface, making you feel as though you viewed the scene from the centre of the firmament, and were gazing down the spangled slopes of infinity. Oh, then it was that the full spirit of the solitude of this pale and silent seat of ice took possession of me. I found a meaning I had not before caught in the complaining murmur of the night breeze blowing in small gusts along the rocky shore, and in the deep organ-like tremulous hum of the swell thundering miles distant on the northward pointing cliffs. This was a note I had missed whilst the sun shone. Perhaps my senses were sharpened by the darkness. It mingled with the booming of the bursts of water on this side of the range, and gave me to know that the northward extremity of the island did not extend so far as I had supposed from my view of it in the boat. Yet I could also suppose that the beat of the swell formed a mighty cannonading capable of making itself heard afar, and the ice, being resonant with many smooth if not polished tracts upon it, readily transmitted the sound, yes, that the cause of it lay as far off as the horizon. I will not say that my loneliness frightened me, but it subdued my heart with a weight as if it were something sensible, and filled me with a sort of consternation that was full of awe. The moon was up, but the rocks hid the side of the sea she rode over, and her face was not to be viewed from where I was until she had marched 2/3 of her path to the meridian. The coast ran away on either hand in cold motionless blocks of pallor, which further on fell, by deception of the sheen of the stars, into a kind of twisting and snaking glimmer, and you followed it into an extraordinarily elusive faintness that was neither light nor colour in the liquid gloom, long after the sight had outrun the visibility of the range. At intervals I was startled by sounds, sometimes sullen, like a muffled subterranean explosion, sometimes sharp, like a quick splintering of an iron-hard substance. These noises, I presently gathered, were made by the ice stretching and cracking in 50 different directions. The mass was so vast and substantial, you could not but think of it as a country with its foot resting upon the bed of the sea. 'Twas a folly of my nerves, no doubt, yet it added to my consternation to reflect that this solid territory, reverberating the repelled blows of the ocean swell, was as much afloat as my boat, and so much less actual than my boat, that could it be towed a few degrees further north, it would melt into pouring waters and vanish as utterly with its little cities of columns, steeples, and minarets as a wreath of steam upon the air. This gave a spirit-like character to it in my dismayed, inquiring eyes, which was greatly increased by the vagueness it took from the dusk. It was such a scene, methought, as the souls of seamen drowned in these seas might flock to and haunt. The white and icy spell upon it wrought in familiar things. The stars looking down upon me over the edge of the cliffs were like the eyes of shapes, easy to fashion out of the darkness, kneeling up there and peering at the human intruder who was pacing his narrow floor of ice for warmth. The deceit of the shadows proportioned the blanched ruggedness of the cliff's face on the north side into heads and bodies of monsters. I beheld a giant from his waist up, leaning his cheek upon his arm, a great cross with a burlesque figure as of a friar kneeling near it, a mighty helmet with a white plume curled, the shadowy conformation of a huge couchant beast with 100 other such unsubstantial prodigies. Had the moon shone in the west, I dare say I should have witnessed a score more such things, for the snow was like white paper, on which the clear black shadows of the ice rocks could not but have cast the likeness of many startling fantasies. I sought to calm my mind by considering my position, and to divert my thoughts from the starward apparitions of the broken slopes. I asked myself what should be my plans, what my chance for delivering myself from this unparalleled situation. At this distance of time, I cannot precisely tell how long the provisions I had brought from the foundering brig were calculated to last me, but I am sure I had not a week's supply. This then made it plain that my business was not to linger here, but to push into the ocean afresh as speedily as possible, for to my mind nothing in life was clearer than that my only chance lay in my falling in with the ship. Yet how did my heart sink when I reflected upon the mighty breast of sea in which I was forlornly to seek for succour. My eyes went to the squab, black outline of the boat, and the littleness of her sent a shudder through me. It is true she had nobly carried me through some fierce weather, yet at the expense of many leagues of southing, of a deeper penetration into the solitary wilds of the polar waters. However, I was sensible that I was depressed, melancholy, and under a continued consternation, something of which the morning sun might dissipate, so that I should be able to take a heartier view of my woeful plight. So after a good look seawards, and at the heavens to satisfy myself on the subject of the weather, and after a careful inspection of the moorings of the boat, I entered her, feeling very sure that if a sea set in from the west or south and tumbled her, the motion would quickly arouse me, and getting under the roof of the sail, with my legs along the bottom and my back against the stem, which I had bolstered with the slack of the canvas, I commended myself to God, folded my arms, and went to sleep. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Frozen Pirate by W. Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Frozen Pirate by W. Clark Russell. Chapter 7. I am startled by a discovery. In this uneasy posture, despite the intense cold, I continued to sleep soundly during the greater part of the night. I was awakened by a horrid dream of some giant shape stalking down the slope of ice to seize and devour me, and sat up trembling with horror that was not a little increased by my inability to recollect myself, and by my therefore conceiving that the canvas that covered me to be the groping of the ogre's hand over my face. I pushed the sail away and stood up, but had instantly to sit again, my legs being terribly cramped. A drink of spirits helped me, my blood presently flowed with briskness. The moon was in the west, she hung large, red, and distorted, and shed no light save her reflection that waved in the sea under her like several lengths of undulating red-hot wire. My haven was still very tranquil, the boat lay calm, but there was a deeper tone in the booming sound of the distant surf, and a more menacing note in the echoing of the blows of the swell along this side of the coast, whence I concluded that, despite the fairness of the weather, the heave of the deep had, whilst I slept, gathered a greater weight, which might signify stormy winds not very many leagues away. The pale stare of the heights of ice at that red and shapeless disk was shocking. Oh, I cried aloud as I had once cried before, but for one, even but for one companion to speak to. I had no mind to lie down again. The cold indeed was cruelly sharp, and the smoke sped from my mouth with every breath as though I held a tobacco pipe betwixt my teeth. I got upon the ice and stepped about it quickly, darting searching glances into the gloom to left and right of the setting moon, but all lay bare, bleak, and black. I pulled off my stout gloves with the hope of getting my fingers to tingle by handling the snow, but it was frozen so hard I could not scrape up with my nails as much as a half a dozen of flakes would make. What I got dissolved in my mouth and found it brackish. However, I suspected it would be sweeter and perhaps not so stonily frozen higher up, where there was less chance of the salt spray mingling with it, and I resolved when the light came to fill my empty beer bottles as with salt or pounded sugar for use hereafter. That is, if it should prove sweet, as to melting it, I had indeed a tinder box and the means of obtaining fire, but no fuel. It seemed as if the night had only just descended, so tardy was the dawn. Outside the slanting wall of ice that made my haven the swell swept past in a gurgling, bubbling, drowning sound, dismal and ghastly, as though in truth some such ogre as the monster I had dreamt of lay suffocating there. I welcomed the cold coloring of the east as if it had been a ship, and watched the stars dying and the frozen shore darkening to the dim and sifting dawn behind it, against which the outline of the cliffs ran in a broken streak of ink. The rising of the sun gave me fresh life. The ice flashed out of its slatish hue into a radiant white. The ocean changed into a rich blue that seemed as violet under the paler azure of the heavens. But I could now see that the swell was heavier than I had suspected from the echo of its remote roaring in the north. It ran steadily out of the northeast. This was miserable to see, for the line of its running was directly my course, and if I committed myself to it in that little boat, the impulse of the long and swinging folds could not but set me steadily southwards, unless a breeze sprang up in that quarter to blow me towards the sun. There was a small current of air stirring, a mere trickle of wind from the northwest. I made up my mind to climb as high as I could, taking the oar with me to serve as a pole, that I might view the ice and the ocean round about and form a judgment of the weather by the aspect of the sky, of which only the western part was visible from my low strand. But first I must break my fast. I remember bitterly lamenting the lack of means to make a fire that I might obtain a warm meal and a hot drink and dry my gloves, coat, and breeches, to which the damp of the salt clung tenaciously. Had this ice been land, though the most desolate, gloomy, repulsive spot in the world, I had surely found something that would burn. I sat in the boat to eat, and whilst thus occupied pondered over this great field of ice, and wondered how so mighty a berg should travel in such compacted bulk so far north, that is, so far north from the seat of its creation. Now leisurely and curiously observing it, it seemed to me that the north part of it, from much about the spot where my boat lay, was formed of a chain of icebergs knitted one to another in a consolidated range of irregular low steeps. The beautiful appearance of spires, towers, and the like seemed as if they had been formed by an upheaval, as of an earthquake, of splinters and bodies of the frozen stuff, for, so far as it was possible for me to see from the low shore, wherever these radiant and lovely figures were assembled I noticed great rents, spacious chasms, narrow and tortuous ravines. Certain appearances, however, caused me to suspect that this island was steadily decaying, and that, large as it still was, it had been many times vaster when it broke away from the continent about the pole. Naturally, as it progressed northwards it would dissolve, and the cracking and thunderous noises I had heard in the night sounds very audible now when I gave them my attention, sometimes a hollow distant rumbling as by some great body dislodged and sent rolling far off, sometimes an inwards roaring crack or blast of noise like the report of a cannon fired deep down, advised me that the work of dissolution was perpetually progressing, and that this prodigious island which appeared to barricade the horizon might in a few months be dwindled into half a score of rapidly dissolving bergs. My slender repast ended, I pulled the oar out of the crevice, and found it would make me a good pole to probe my way with and support myself by up the slope. The boat was now held by the mast, which I shook and found very firm. I put an empty beer bottle in my pocket, meaning to see if I could fill it, if the snow above was sweet enough to be well tasted, and then with a final look at the boat, I started. The slope was extremely craggy. Blocks of ice lay about, some on top of the others, like the stones of which the pyramids are built. The white glare of the snow caused these stones at a little distance to appear flat, that is, by merging them into and blending them with the soft brilliance of the background, and I had sometimes to warily walk 50 or 60 paces round these blocks to come at a part of the slope that was smooth. I speedily found, however, that there was no danger of my being buried by stepping into a hollow full of snow, for the same hardness was everywhere, the snow, whether 1 or 20 feet deep, offering as solid a surface as the bare ice. This encouraged me to step out, and I began to move with some spirit. The exercise was as good as a fire, and before I was halfway up I was as warm as ever I had been in my life. I had come to a stand to fetch a breath, and was moving on afresh, when, having taken not half a dozen steps, I spied the figure of a man. He was in a sitting posture, his back against a rock that had concealed him. His head was bowed, and his knees drawn up to a level with his chin, and his naked hands were clasped upon his legs. His attitude was that of a person lost in thought, very easy and calm. I stopped as if I had been shot through the heart. Had it been a bear, or a sea lion, or any creature which my mind could instantly have associated with this white and stirless desolation, I might have been startled indeed, but no such amazement could have possessed me as I now felt. It never entered into my head to doubt that he was alive, so natural was his attitude, as of one lost in a mood of tender melancholy. I stood staring at him, myself motionless, for some minutes, too greatly astonished and thunderstruck to note more than that he was a man. Then I looked about me to see if he had companions, or from some signs of a habitation. But the ice was everywhere naked. I fixed my eyes on him again. His hair was above a foot long, black as ink, and the blacker maybe for the contrast of the snow. His beard and mustachios, which were also of this raven hue, fell to his girdle. He wore a great yellow flapping hat, such as was in fashion among the Spaniards and buccaneers of the South Sea, but over his ears, for the warmth of the protection, were squares of flannel, secured by a very fine red silk handkerchief knotted under his beard, and this, with his hair and pale cheeks and black shaggy eyebrows, gave him a terrible and ghastly appearance. From his shoulders hung a rich thick cloak lined with red, and the legs to the height of the knees were encased in large boots. I continued surveying him with my heart beating fast. Every instant I expected to see him turn his head and start to behold me. My emotions were too tumultuous to analyze, yet I believe I was more frightened than gladdened by the sight of a fellow creature, though not long before I had sighed bitterly for some one to speak to. I looked around again, prepared to find another one like him taking stock of me from behind a rock, and then ventured to approach him by a few steps the better to see him. He had certainly a frightful face. It was not only the length of his coal-black hair and beard, it was the hue of his skin, a greenish ashen color, an unspeakably hideous complexion, sharpened on the one hand by the red handkerchief over his ears, and on the other by the dazzle of the snow. Then again there was the extreme strangeness of his costume. I coughed loudly, holding my pole in readiness for whatever might befall, but he did not stir. I then hallooed, and was answered by the echoes of my own voice among the rocks. His stillness persuaded me he was in one of those deep slumbers which fall upon a man in frozen places, for I could not persuade myself he was dead, so living was his posture. This will not do, thought I, so I went close to him and peered into his face. His eyes were fixed, they resembled glass painted as eyes, the colors faded. He had a broad belt round his waist, and the hilt of a kind of cutlass peeped from under his cloak. Otherwise he was unarmed. I thought he breathed, and seemed to see a movement in his breast, and I took him by the shoulder, but in the hurry of my feelings I exerted more strength than I was sensible of. I pushed him with the violence of sudden trepidation. My hand slipped off his shoulder, and he fell on his side, exactly as a statue would, preserving his posture as though, like a statue, he had been chiseled out of marble or stone. I started back frightened by his fall, in which my fears found a sort of life, but it was soon clear to me his rigidity was that of a man frozen to death. His very hair and beard stood stiff, as before, as though they were some exquisite counterfeit in ebony. Perfectly satisfied that he was dead, I stepped round to the other side of him, and set him up as I had found him. He was as heavy as if he had been alive, and when I put him back to the rock his posture was exactly as it had been, that of one deeply meditating. Who had this man been in life? How had he fallen into this pass? How long had he been dead there, seated as I saw him? These were speculations not to be resolved by conjecture. On looking at the rock against which he leaned and observing its curvature, it seemed to me that it had formed part of a cave, or of some large deep hole of ice, and this I was sure must have been the case, for it is certain that, had this body remained long unsheltered, it must have been hidden by the snow. I concluded then that the unhappy man had been cast away upon this ice whilst it was under bleaker heights than these parallels, and that he had crawled into a hollow and perished in that melancholic sitting posture. But in what year had his fate come upon him? I had made several voyages into distant places in my time, and seen a great variety of people, but I had never met any man habited as that body. He had the appearance of a Spanish or French cutthroat of the middle of last century, and of earlier times yet, for it may be known to you that the buccaneers of the Spanish Main and the South Sea were great lovers of finery. They had a strange theatric taste in their choice of costumes, which, as you will suppose, they had abundant opportunities for gratifying out of the many rich and glittering wardrobes that fell into their hands. And this man, I say, with his large fine hat, handsome cloak and boots, coupled with the villainous cast of his countenance and the frightful appearance his long hair gave him, rendered him to my notions the completest figure that can be imagined of one of those rogues earning their living as pirates. Thinking I might find something on his person to acquaint me with his story, or that would furnish me with some idea of the date of his being cast away, I pulled his cloak aside and searched his pockets. His legs were thickly cased in 2 or 3 pairs of breeches, the outer pair being of a dark green cloth. He also wore a handsome red waistcoat, laced, and a stout coat of a kind of frieze. In his coat pocket I found a silver tobacco box, a small glass flask fitted with a silver band and half full of an amber colored liquor, hard froze, and in his waistcoat pocket a gold watch, shaped like an apple, the back curiously chased and inlaid with jewels of several kinds, forming a small letter M. The hands pointed to 20 minutes after 3. A key of strange shape and a number of seals, trinkets, and the like were attached to the watch. These things, together with a knife, a key, a thick plain silver ring, and some Spanish pieces in gold and silver were what I found on this man. There was nothing to tell me who he was, nor how long he had been on the island. The searching him was the most disagreeable job I ever undertook in my life. His iron-like rigidity made him seem to resist me, and the swaying of his back against the rock to the motions of my hand was so full of life that twice I quitted him, frightened by it. On touching his naked hand by accident, I discovered that the flesh of it moved upon the bones as you pull a glove off and on. I had had enough of him, and walked away feeling sick. If he had companions, and they were like him, I did not want to see them, unless it was that I might satisfy my curiosity as to the time they had been here. I determined, however, on my way back to take his cloak, which would make me a comfortable rug in the boat, and also the watch, flask, and tobacco box, for if I was drowned they could but go to the bottom of the sea, which was their certain destination if I left them in his pockets, and if I came off with them then the money they would bring me must somewhat lighten the loss of my clothes and property in the brig. I pushed onwards, stepping warily and probing cautiously at every step, and earnestly peering about me, for after such a sight as that dead man I was never to know what new wonder I might stumble upon. About a quarter of a mile on my left, that is, on my left whilst I kept my face to the slope, there was the appearance of a ravine not discernible from where the boat lay. When I was within 20 feet of the summit of the cliff, the acclivity continuing gentle to the very brow, but much broken, as I have said, I noticed this hollow, and more particularly a small collection of ice forms, not nearly so large as the other groups of this kind, but most dainty and lovely nevertheless. They showed as the heads of trees might to my ascent, and when I had got a little higher I observed that they were formed upon the hither side of the hollow, as though the convulsion which had wrought that chasm had tossed up those exquisite caprices of ice. However, I was too eager to view the prospect from the top of the cliff to suffer my admiration to detain me. In a few minutes I had gained the brow, and clambering on to a mass of rock, I set my gaze around. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. The Frozen Schooner. I found myself on the summit of a kind of tableland. Vast bodies of ice, every block weighing hundreds and perhaps thousands of tons, lay scattered over it. Yet for the space of a mile or so, the character was that of flatness. Southwards, the range went upwards to a coastal front of some 100 feet, with a huddle of peaks and strange configurations behind, soaring to an elevation from the sea line of 200 or 300 feet. Northwards the range sloped gradually, with such a shelving of its hinder part that I could catch a glimpse of a little space of the blue sea that way. From this I perceived that whatever thickness and surface of ice lay southwards, in the north it was attenuated to the shape of a wedge, so that its extreme breadth, where it projected its cape or extremity, would not exceed a musket shot. A companion might have qualified in my mind something of the sense of prodigious loneliness and desolation inspired by that huge picture of dazzling uneven whiteness, blotting out the whole of the South East Ocean, rolling in hills of blinding brilliance into the blue heavens, and curving and dying out into an airy film of silvery azure radiance leagues away down in the south-west. But to my solitary eye the spectacle was an amazing and confounding one. If I had not seen the tract of dark blue water in the north-east, I might have imagined that this island stretched as far into the east and north as it did in the south and west, and one thing I quickly enough understood, that if I wanted to behold the ocean on the east side of the ice, I should have to journey the breadth of the range, which here, where I was, might mean 1 or 5 miles, for the blocks and lumps hid the view, and how far off the edge of the cliffs on the other side might be, I could not therefore gather. This was not to be dreamt of, and therefore, to this extent, my climb had been useless. Being on top of the range now, I could plainly hear the noises of the splitting and internal convulsions of this vast formation. The sounds are not describable. Sometimes they seemed like the explosions of guns, sometimes like the growlings and mutterings of huge fierce beasts, sometimes like smart single echoless blasts of thunder, and sometimes you heard a singular sort of hissing or snarling, such as iron makes when speeding over ice. Only when this noise happened, the volume of it was so great that the atmosphere trembled upon the ear with it. It was impossible to fix the direction of these sounds. The island was full of them, and always sullenly booming upon the breeze was the voice of the ocean swell bursting in foam against the ice coast that confronted it. You may talk of the solitude of a Selkirk, but surely the spirit of loneliness in him could not rival the unutterable emotion of solitariness that filled my mind as I sent my gaze over those miles of frozen, stirless whiteness. He had the sight of fair pastures, of trees making a twinkling twilight on the sward, of grassy savannas and pleasant slopes of hills. The air was illuminated by the glorious plumage of flying birds. The bleat of goats broke the stillness in the valleys. There was a golden regale for his eye, and his other senses were gratified with the perfumes of rich flowers and engaging concerts among the trembling leaves. Above all, there was the soothing warmth of a delicious climate. But out upon those heaped and spreading plains of snow nothing stirred, if it were not once that I was startled by a loud report, and spied a rock about half a mile away slide down the edge of a flat cliff and tumble into the sea. Nothing stirred, I say. There was an affrightening solemnity of motionless everywhere. The countenance of this plain glared like a great dead face at the sky. Neither sympathy nor fancy, no, not the utmost forces of the imagination could witness expression in it. Its unmeaningness was ghastly, and the ghastlier for the greatness of its bald and lifeless stare. I turned my eyes seawards. Haply it was the whiteness that gave the ocean the extraordinarily rich dye I found in it. The expanse went in flowing folds of violet into the nethermost heavens, and though God knows what extent of horizon I surveyed, the line of it, as clear as glass, ran without the faintest flaw to amuse my heart with even an instant's hope. There was more weight, however, in the wind than I had supposed. It blew from the west of north, and was an exquisitely frosty wind, despite the quarter whence it came. It swept in moans among the rocks, and there were tones in it that recalled the stormy mutterings we had heard in the blasts which came upon the brig before the storm boiled down upon her. But my imagination was now so tight-strung as to be unwholesomely and unnaturally responsive to impulses and influences which at another time I had not noticed. There were a few heavy clouds in the north east, so steam-like that methought they borrowed their complexion from the snow on the island's cape there. I was pretty sure, however, that there was wind behind them, for if the roll of the ocean did not signify heavy weather near to, then what else it betokened I could not imagine. I cannot express to you how the very soul within me shrank from putting to sea in the little boat. There was no longer the support of the excitement and terror of escaping from a sinking vessel. I stood upon an island as solid as land, and the very sense of security it imparted rendered the boat an object of terror, and the obligation upon me to launch into yonder mighty space as frightful as a sentence of death. Yet I could not but consider that it would be equally shocking to me to be locked up in this slowly crumbling body of ice, nay, tenfold more shocking, and that, if I had to choose between the boat and this hideous solitude and sure starvation, I would cheerfully accept 50 times over again the perils of a navigation in my tiny ark. This reflection comforted me somewhat, and whilst I thus mused, I remained standing with my eyes upon the little group of fanciful fanes and spars of ice on the edge of the abrupt hollow. I had been too preoccupied to take close notice. On a sudden I started, amazed by an appearance too exquisitely perfect to be credible. The sun shone with a fine white frosty brilliance in the north-east. Some of these spikes and figures of ice reflected the radiance in several colours. In places where they were windswept of their snow and showed the naked ice, the hues were wondrously splendid, and, mingling upon the sight, formed a kind of airy, rainbow-like veil that complicated the whole congregation of white shaft and many tinctured spire, the marble column, the alabaster steeple, into a confused but most surprisingly dainty and shining scene. It was whilst looking at this that my eye traced, a little distance beyond, the form of a ship's spars and rigging. Through the labyrinth of the ice outlines I clearly made out 2 masts, with 2 square yards on the foremast, the rigging perfect so far as it went, for the figuration showed no more than half the height of the masts, the lower parts being apparently hidden behind the edge of the hollow. I have said that this coast to the north abounded in many groups of beautiful, fantastic shapes, suggesting a great variety of objects, as the forms of clouds do, but nothing perfect. But here now was something in ice that could not have been completer, more symmetrical, more faultlessly proportioned had it been the work of an artist. I walked close to it, and a little way around, so as to obtain a clearer view, and then getting a fair sight of the appearance, I halted again, transfixed with amazement. The fabric appeared as if formed of frosted glass. The masts had a good rake, and with a seaman's eye I took notice of the furniture, observing the shrouds, stays, backstays, braces to be perfect. Nay, as though the spirit artist of this fragile glittering pageant had resolved to omit no detail to complete the illusion, there stood a vane at the masthead, shining like a tongue of ice against the soft blue of the sky. Come, thought I, recovering from my wonder, there is more in this than it is possible for me to guess by staring from a distance. So, striking my pole into the snow, I made carefully towards the edge of the hollow. The gradual unfolding of the picture prepared my mind for what I could not see till the brink was reached. Then, looking down, I beheld a schooner-rigged vessel lying in a sort of cradle of ice, stern on to the sea. A man, bulked out with frozen snow, so as to make his shape as great as a bear, leaned upon the rail with a slight upwards inclination of his head, as though he were in the act of looking fully up to hail me. His posture was even more lifelike than that of the man under the rock, but his garment of snow robbed him of that reality of vitality which had startled me in the other, and the instant I saw him I knew him to be dead. He was the only figure visible. The whole body of the vessel was frosted by the snow into the glassy aspect of the spars and rigging, and the sunshine striking down made a beautiful prismatic picture of the silent ship. She was a very old craft. The snow had moulded itself upon her and enlarged without spoiling her form. I found her age in the structure of her bows, the headboards of which curved very low round to the top of the stern, forming a kind of well there, the after part of which was framed by the forecastle bulkhead, after the fashion of shipbuilding in vogue in the reign of Anne and the first two Georges. Her topmasts were standing, but her jibboom was rigged in. I could find no other evidence of her people having snugged her for these winter quarters, in which she had been manifestly lying for years and years. I traced the outlines of 6 small cannons covered with snow, but resting with clean sculptured forms in their white coats, a considerable piece of ordnance aft, and several petereros or swivel pieces upon the after bulwark rails. Gaffs and booms were in their places, and the sails furled upon them. The figuration of the main hatch showed a small square, and there was a companion or hatch cover abaft the main mast. There was no trace of a boat. She had a flush or level deck from the well in the bows to a fathom or so past the main shrouds. It was then broken by a short poop deck, which went in a great spring or rise to the stern, that was after the pink style, very narrow and tall. Though I write this description coldly, let it not be supposed that I was not violently agitated and astonished almost into the belief that what I beheld was a mere vision, a phenomenon. The sight of the body I examined did not nearly so greatly astound me as the spectacle of this ice-locked schooner. It was easy to account for the presence of a dead man. My own situation, indeed, sufficiently solved the riddle of that corpse. But the ship, perfect in all respects, was like a stroke of magic. She lay with a slight list or inclination to larboard, but on the whole tolerably upright, owing to the corpulence of her bilge. The hollow or ravine that formed her bed went with a sharp incline under her stern to the sea, which was visible from the top of the cliffs here through the split in the rocks. The shelving of the ice put the wash of the ocean at a distance of a few 100 feet from the schooner, but I calculated that the vessel's actual elevation above the waterline, supposing you to measure it with a plummet up and down, did not exceed 20 feet, if so much, the hollow in which she rested being above 20 feet deep. It was very evident that the schooner had in years gone by got embayed in this ice when it was far to the southward, and had in course of time been built up in it by floating masses. For how old the ice about the poles may be, who can tell? In those sunless worlds the frozen continents may well possess the antiquity of the land. And who shall name the monarch who filled the throne of Britain when this vast field broke away from the main and started on its stealthy navigation sunwards? End of The Frozen Schooner.
Chapter 9 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.E. Allen. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 9. I Lose My Boat. I lingered, I dare say, above 20 minutes, contemplating this singular crystal fossil of a ship, and considering whether I should go down to her and ransack her for whatever might answer my turn. But she looked so darkly secret under her white garb, and there was something so terrible in the aspect of the motionless, snow-clad sentinel who leaned upon the rail, that my heart failed me, and I very easily persuaded myself to believe that, first, it would take me longer to penetrate and search her than it was proper I should be away from the boat. That, second, it was scarce to be supposed her crew had left any provisions in her, or that, if stores there were, they would be fit to eat. And that, finally, my boat was so small it would be rash to put into her any the most trifling matter that was not essential to the preservation of my life. So, concluding to have nothing to do with the ghostly sparkling fabric, I started for the body under the rock, and with some pain and staggering, the ice being very jagged, lumpish, and deceitful to the tread, arrived at it. Nothing but the desire to possess the fine warm cloak could have tempted me to handle, or even to cast my eye upon the dead man again. I found myself more scared by him now than at first. His attitude was so lifelike that, although I knew him to be a corpse, had he risen on a sudden, the surprise of it could hardly have shocked me more than the astonishment his posture raised. As a skeleton he could not have so chilled and awed me, but so well preserved was his flesh by the cold, that it was hard to persuade myself he was not breathing, and that, though he feigned to be gazing downwards, he was not secretly observing me. His beard was frozen as hard as a bush, and it crackled unpleasantly to the movement of my hands, which I was obliged to force under it to unhook the silver chain that confined the cloak about his neck. I felt like a thief, and stole a glance over either shoulder as though, forsooth, some strangely clad companion of his should be creeping upon me unawares. Then, thought I, since I have the cloak, I may as well take the watch, flask, and tobacco-box, as I had before resolved. And so I dipped my hand into his pockets, and without another glance at his fierce, still face, made for the boat. I now noticed for the first time, so overwhelmingly had my discoveries occupied my attention, that the wind had freshened and was blowing briskly and piercingly. When I had first started upon the ascent of the slope, the wind had merely wrinkled the swell as the large bodies ran. But those wrinkles had become little seas, which flashed into foam after a short race, and the whole surface of the ocean was a brilliant blue tremble. I came to a halt, to view the northeast sky before the brow of the rocks hid it, and saw that clouds were congregating there, and some of them blowing up to where the sun hung, these resembling in shape and color the compact puff of the first discharge of a cannon before the smoke spreads on the air. What should I do? I sank into a miserable perplexity. If it was going to blow, what good could attend my departure from this island? It was an adverse wind, and when it freshened I could not choose but run before it, and that would drive me clean away from the direction I required to steer in. Yet if I was to wait upon the weather, for how long should I be kept a prisoner in this horrid place? True, a southerly wind might spring up tomorrow, but it might be otherwise, or come in a hard gale, and if I faltered now I might go on hesitating, and then my provisions would give out, and God alone knows how it would end with me. Besides, the presence of the two bodies made the island fearful to my imagination, and nature clamored in me to be gone, a summons my judgment could not resist, for reason often misleads, but instincts never. I fell again to my downward march and looked towards my boat. That is to say, I looked towards the part of the ice where the little haven in which she lay had been, and I found both boat and haven gone. I rubbed my eyes and stared again. Tush, thought I am deceived by the ice. I glanced at the slope behind to keep me to my bearings, and once more sought the haven. But the rock that had formed it was gone. The blue swell rolled brimming past the line of shore there, and my eye, following the swing of a fold, I saw the boat about 3 cables' length distant out upon the water, swinging steadily away into the south, and showing and disappearing with the heave. The dead man's cloak fell from my arm. I uttered a cry of anguish. I clasped my hands and lifted them to God and looked up to him. I was for kicking off my boots and plunging into the water, but, mad as I was not so mad as that. And mad I should have been to attempt it, for I could not swim 20 strokes, and had I been the stoutest swimmer that ever breasted the salt spray, the cold must speedily put an end to my misery. What was to be done? Nothing. I could only look idly at the receding boat with reeling brain. The full blast of the wind was upon her, and helping the driving action of the billows. I perceived that she was irrecoverable, and yet I stood watching, my head burning with the surgings of 20 impracticable schemes. I cast myself down and wept, stood up afresh and looked at the boat, then cried to God for help and mercy, bringing my hands to my throbbing temples, and in that posture straining my eyes at the fast-vanishing structure. She was the only hope I had, my sole chance. My little stock of provisions was in her. Oh, what was I to do? Though I was at some distance from the place where what I have called my haven had been, there was no need for me to approach it to understand how my misfortune had come about. It was likely enough that the very crevice in which I had jammed the mast to secure the boat by was a deep crack that the increased swell had wholly split, so that the mast had tumbled when the rock floated away and liberated the boat. The horror that this white and frightful scene of desolation had at the beginning filled me with was renewed with such violence when I saw that my boat was lost, and I was to be a prisoner on the death-haunted waste, that I fell down in a sort of swoon, like one partly stunned. And had any person come along and seen me, he would have thought me as dead as the body on the hill, or the corpse that kept its dismal lookout from the deck of the schooner. My senses presently returning, I got up, and the rock upon which I stood being level, I fell to pacing it with my hands locked behind me, my head sunk, lost in thought. The wind was steadily freshening. It split with a howling noise upon the ice crags and unequal surfaces, and spun with a hollow note past my ear, and the thunder of the breakers on the other side of the island was deepening its tone. The sea was lifting and whitening. Something of mistiness had grown up over the horizon that made a blue dullness of the junction of the elements there. But though a few clouds out of the collection of vapor in the northeast had floated to the zenith and were sailing down the southwest heaven, the azure remained pure, and the sun very frostily white and sparkling. I am writing a strange story with the utmost candor, and trust that the reader will not judge me severely for my confession of weakness, or consider me as wanting in the stuff out of which the hardy seaman is made for owning to have shed tears and been stunned by the loss of my little boat and slender stock of food. You will say, it is not in the power of the dead to hurt a man. What more pitiful and harmless than a poor unburied corpse? I answer true, and declare that of the 2 bodies, as dead men, I was not afraid. But this mass of frozen solitude was about them, and they took a frightful character from it. They communicated an element of death to the desolation of the snow-clad island. Their presence made a principality of it for the souls of dead sailors, and into their lifelike stillness it put its own supernatural spirit of loneliness, so that to my imagination, disordered by suffering and exposure, this melancholy region appeared a scene without parallel on the face of the globe, a place of doom and madness, as dreadful and wild as the highest mood of the poet could reach up to. By this time the boat was out of sight. I looked and looked, but she was gone. Then came my good angel to my help and put some courage into me. After all, thought I, what do I dread? Death! It can but come to that. It is not long ago that Captain Rosy cried to me, "A man can die but once. He'll not perish the quicker for contemplating his end with a stout heart." He that so spoke is dead. The worst is over for him. Were he a babe resting upon his mother's breast, he could not sleep more soundly, be more tenderly lulled, nor be freer from such anguish as now afflicts me, who cling to life, as if this, I cried, looking around me, were a paradise of warmth and beauty. I must be a man, ask God for courage to meet whatever may betide, and stoutly endure what cannot be evaded. Do not smile at the simple thoughts of a poor castaway sailor. I hold them still to be good reasoning, and had my flesh been as strong as my spirit, they had availed, I don't doubt. But I was chilled to the marrow. The mere knowing that there was nothing to eat sharpened my appetite, and I felt as if I had not tasted food for a week. And here, then, were physical conditions which broke ruinously into philosophy and staggered religious trust. My mind went to the schooner, yet I felt an extraordinary recoil within me when I thought of seeking an asylum in her. I had the figure of her before my fancy, viewed the form of the man on her deck, and the idea of penetrating her dark interior and seeking shelter in a fabric that time and frost and death had wrought into a black mystery was dreadful to me. Nor was this all. It seemed like the very last expression of despair to board that stirless frame, to make a dwelling place, without prospect of deliverance, in that hollow of ice, to become in one sense as dead as her lonely mariner, yet preserve all the sensibility of the living to a condition he was as unconscious of as the ice that enclosed him. It must be done, nevertheless, thought I. I shall certainly perish from exposure if I linger here. Besides, how do I know but that I may discover in that ship some means of escaping from the island? Assuredly there was plenty of material in her for the building of a boat, if I could meet with tools. Or possibly I might find a boat under hatches, for it was common for vessels of her class and in her time to stow their pinnaces in the hold, and, when the necessity for using them arose, to hoist them out and tow them astern. These reflections somewhat heartened me, and also let me add that the steady mounting of the wind into a small gale served to reconcile me, not indeed to the loss of my boat, but to my detention. For though there might be a miserable languishing end for me here, I could not but believe that there was certain death, too, out there in that high swell, and in those sharpening peaks of water, of whose foaming heads the wind was blowing the spray. By which I mean, the boat could not have plied in such a wind. She must have run, and by running have carried me into the stormier regions of the south, where, even if she had lived, I must speedily have starved for victuals and perished of cold. Hope lives like a spark amid the very blackest embers of despondency. 20 minutes before, I had awakened from a sort of swoon and was overwhelmed with misery. And now, here was I, taking a collective view of my situation, even to the extent of being willing to believe that on the whole it was perhaps as well that I should have been hindered from putting to sea in my little eggshell. So at every step we rebel at the shadowy conducting of the hand of God. Yet from every stage we arrive at, we look back and know the road we have travelled to be the right one, though we start afresh mutinously. Lord, what patience hast thou! I turned my back upon the clamorous ocean and started to ascend the slope once more. When I reached the brow of the cliffs, I observed that the clouds had lost their fleeciness and taken a slatish tinge, were moving fast and crowding up the sky, insomuch that the sun was leaping from one edge to another, and darting a keen and frosty light upon the scene. The wind was bitterly cold, and screamed shrilly in my ears when I met the full tide of it. The change was sudden, but it did not surprise me. I knew these seas, and that our English April is not more capricious than the weather in them, only that here the sunny smile, though sparkling, is frostier than the kiss of death, and brief as the flight of a musket-ball, whilst the frowns are black, savage, and lasting. I bore the dead man's cloak on my arm, and helped myself along with the oar, and presently arrived at the brink of the slope in whose hollow lay the ship as in a cup. The wind made a noisy howling in her rigging, but the tackling was frozen so iron-hard that not a rope stirred, and the vane at the masthead was as motionless as any of the adjacent steeples or pillars of ice. My heart was dismayed again by the figure of the man. He was more dreadful than the other because of the size to which the frozen snow upon his head, trunk, and limbs had swelled him, and the half-rise of his face was particularly startling, as if he were in the very act of running his gaze softly upwards. That he should have died in that easy-leaning posture was strange. However, I supposed, and no doubt rightly, that he had been seized with a sudden faintness, and had leaned upon the rail and so expired. The cold would quickly make him rigid, and likewise preserve him, and thus he might have been leaning, contemplating the ice of the cliffs, for years and years. A wild and dreadful thing for one in my condition to light on and be forced to think of. My heart, as I have said, sank in me again at the sight of him, and fear and awe and superstition so worked upon my spirits that I stood irresolute, and would have gone back had there been any place to return to. I plucked up after a little, and, rolling up the cloak into a compact bundle, flung it with all my strength to the vessel, and it fell cleverly just within the rail. Then, gripping the oar, I started on the descent. The depth was not great, nor the declivity sharp, but the surface was formed of blocks of ice, like the collections of big stones you sometimes encounter on the sides of mountains near the base, and I had again and again to fetch a compass so as to gain a smaller block down which to drop, till I was close to the vessel, and here the snow had piled and frozen into a smooth face. The ship lay with a list or inclination to larboard. I had come down to her on her starboard side. She had small channels with long plates, but her list on my side hove them somewhat high, beyond my reach, and I perceived that to get aboard I must seek an entrance on the larboard hand. This was not hard to arrive at. Indeed, I had but to walk round her, under her bows. She was so coated with hard snow I could see nothing of her timbers, and was therefore unable to guess at the condition of the hull. She had a most absurd swelling bilge, and her buttocks, viewed on a line with her rudder, doubtless presented the exact appearance of an apple. She was sunk in snow to some planks above the garboard strake, but her lines forward were fine, making her almost wedge-shaped, though the flare of her bows was great, so that she swelled up like a balloon to the catheads. She had something of the look of the barcalongas of half a century ago. That is, half a century ago from the date of my adventure. But that which, in sober truth, a man would have taken her to be, was a vessel formed of snow, sparred and rigged with glass-like frosted ice, the artistic caprice of the genius or spirit of this white and melancholy scene, who, to complete the mocking illusion, had fashioned the figure of a man to stand on deck with a human face toughened into an idle, eternal contemplation. On the larboard hand, the ice pressed close against the vessel's side, some pieces rising to the height of her wash-strake. The face of the hollow was precipitous here, full of cracks and flaws and sharp projections. Indeed, had the breadth of the island been as it was at the extremity, I might have counted upon the first violent commotion of the sea snapping this part of the ice, and converting the northern part of the body into a separate berg. I climbed without difficulty into the forechains, the snow being so hard that my feet and hands made not the least impression on it, and somewhat warily, feeling the government of a peculiar awe, mounting into a sort of terror indeed, stood awhile, peering over the rail of the bulwarks, then entered the ship. I ran my eyes swiftly here and there, for indeed I did not know what might steal or leap into view. Let it be remembered that I was a sailor, with the superstitious feelings of my calling in me, and though I do not know that I actually believed in ghosts and apparitions and spectrums, yet I felt as if I did, particularly upon the deck of this silent ship, rendered spirit-like by the grave of ice in which she lay, and by the long years, as I could not doubt, during which she had thus rested. Hence, when I slipped off the bulwark onto the deck, and viewed the ghastly, white, lonely scene, I felt for the moment as if this strange discovery of mine was not to be exhausted of its wonders and terrors by the mere existence of the ship. In other words, that I must expect something of the supernatural to enter into this icy sepulchre, and be prepared for sights more marvelous and terrifying than frozen corpses. So I stood, looking forward and aft, very swiftly, and in a way I dare say that a spectator would have thought laughable enough. Nor was my imagination soothed by the clear, harping, ringing sounds of the wind seething through the frozen rigging where the masts rove above the shelter of the sides of the hollow. Presently, getting the better of my perturbation, I walked aft, and, stepping onto the poop deck, fell to an examination of the companion or covering of the after-hatch, which, as I have elsewhere said, was covered with snow. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marilyn Rakes. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 10. Another Startling Discovery. This hatch formed the entrance to the cabin, and there was no other road to it that I could see. If I wanted to use it, I must first scrape away the snow, but unhappily I had left my knife in the boat, and was without any instrument that would serve me to scrape with. I thought of breaking the beer bottle that was in my pocket and scratching with a piece of the glass, but before doing this it occurred to me to search the body on the starboard side. I approached him as if he were alive and murderously fierce, and I own I did not like to touch him. He resembled the figure of a giant molded in snow. In life he must have been 6 feet and a half tall. The snow had bloated him, and though he leaned, he stood as high as I, who was of a tolerable stature. The snow was on his beard and mustache and on his hair, but these features were merged and compacted into the snow on his coat, and as his cap came low and was covered with snow too, he, with the little fragment of countenance that remained, the flesh whereof had the colour and toughness of the skin of a drum that has been well beaten, submitted as terrible an object as mortal sight ever rested on. I say I did not like to touch him, and one reason was I feared he would tumble. And though I know not why I should have dreaded this, yet the apprehension of it so worked in me that for some time it held me idly staring at him. But I could not enter the cabin without first scraping the snow from the companion door, and the cold, after I had stood a few moments inactive, was so bitter as to set me craving for shelter. So I put my hand upon the body, and discovered it, as I might have foreseen, frozen to the hardness of steel. His coat, if I may call that a coat which resembled a robe of snow, fell to within a few inches of the deck. Steadying the body with one hand, I heartily tweaked the coat with the other, hoping thus to rupture the ice upon it, in doing which I slipped and fell on my back, and in falling gave a convulsive kick which, striking the feet of the figure, dislodged them from their frozen hold of the deck, and down it fell with a mighty bang alongside of me, and with a loud crackling noise like the rending of a sheet of silk. I was not hurt, and sprang to my feet with the alacrity of fright, and looking at the body saw that it had managed by its fall much better than my hands could have compassed. For the snow shroud was cracked and crumbled, slabs of it had broken away, leaving the cloth of the coat visible, and what best pleased me was the sight of the end of a hanger forking out from the skirt of the coat. Yet to come at it so as to draw the blade from its scabbard required an intolerable exertion of strength. The clothes on this body were indeed like a suit of mail. I never could have believed that frost served cloth so. At last I managed to pull the coat clear of the hilt of the hanger. The blade was stuck, but after I had tugged a bit it slipped out, and I found it a good piece of steel. The corpse was habited in jack-boots, a coat of coarse thick cloth lined with flannel, under this a kind of blouse or doublet of red cloth, confined by a belt with leathern loops for pistols. His apparel gave me no clue to the age he belonged to. It was no better, indeed, than a sort of masquerading attire, as though the fashions of more than one country, and perhaps of more than one age, had gone to the habiting of him. He looked a burly, immense creature as he lay upon the deck in the same bent attitude in which he had stood at the rail, and so dreadful was his face, with a singular diabolical expression of leering malice, caused by the lids of his eyes being half closed, that having taken one peep I had no mind to repeat it, though I was above 10 minutes wrestling with his cloak and hanger before I had the weapon fairly in my hand. I walked to the companion and fell to scraping the snow away from it. 'Twas like scratching at mortar between bricks, but I worked hard, and presently, with the point of the hanger, felt the crevice twixt the door and its jamb, after which it was not long before I had carved the door out of its plate of ice and snow. The wind was now blowing a fresh gale, and the howling aloft was extremely melancholy and dismal. I could not see the ocean, but I heard it thundering with a hollow, roaring note, and the sharp reports and distant sullen crashing noises, with nearer convulsions within the ice, were very frequent. My labor warmed me, but it also increased my hunger. While I hacked and scraped at the snow, I was considering whether I should come across anything fit to eat in the ship, and if not, what was I to do? Here was a vessel assuredly not less than 50 or 60 years old, and even supposing she was almost new when she fell in with the ice, the date of her disaster would still carry her back half a century, so that, and certainly there was much in the appearance of the body on the rocks to warrant the conjecture, she would have been sepulchred and fossilized for 50 years. What, then, in the form of provisions proper for human food, such as even a famine-driven stomach could deal with, was I likely to find in her? Would not her crew have eaten her bare, devoured the very heart out of her, before they perished? These thoughts weighed heavily in me, but I toiled on nevertheless, and having cleared the door of the snow that bound it, I prized it apart with the hanger and then dragged at it. But the snow on the deck would not let it open far, and as there was room for me to squeeze through, I did not stop to scrape the obstruction away. A flight of steps sank into the darkness of the interior, and a cold, strange smell floated up, with something of a dry earthiness of flavor and a mingling of leather and timber. I fell back a pace to let something of this smell exhale before I ventured into an atmosphere that had been hermetically bottled by the ice in that cabin since the hour when this little door was last closed. Superstition was active in me again, and when I peered into the blackness at the bottom of the hatch, I felt as might a schoolboy on the threshold of a haunted room in which he is to be locked up as punishment. I put my foot on the ladder and descended very slowly indeed, my inclination being strong the other way, and I kept on looking downwards in a state of ridiculous fright, as though at any moment I should be seized by the leg, being in too much confusion of mind to consider that it was impossible anything living could be below, whilst a ghostly shadow could not catch hold of me so as to cause me to feel its grasp. But then, if fear could reason, it would cease to be fear. On reaching the bottom, I remained standing close against the ladder, striving to see into what manner of place I was arrived. The glare of the whiteness of the decks and rocks hung upon my eyes like a kind of blindness charged with fires of several colors, and I could not obtain the faintest glimpse of any part of this interior outside the sphere of the little square of hazy light which lay upon the deck at the foot of the steps. The darkness, indeed, was so deep that I concluded this was no more than a narrow well formed of bulkheads, and that the cabin was beyond, and led to by a door in the bulkhead. To test this conjecture, I extended my arms in a groping posture and stepped a pace forward, feeling to right and left, till, having gone 5 or 6 paces from the ladder, my fingers touched something cold, and, feeling it, I passed my hand down what I instantly knew by the projection of the nose and the roughness of hair on the upper lip to be a human face. A little reflection might have prepared me for this, but I had not reflected, at least in this direction, and was therefore not prepared, and the horrible thrill of that black chill contact went in an agony through my nerves, and I burst into a violent perspiration. I backed away with all my hair astir, and then shot up the ladder as if the devil had been behind me, and when I reached the deck I was trembling so violently that I had to lean against the companion lest my knees should give way. Never in all my time had I received such a fright as this. But then I had gone to it in a fright, and was exactly in the state of mind to be terrified out of my senses. My soul had been rendered sick and weak within me by my mental and corporeal suffering. My loneliness, too, was dreadful, and the wilder and more scaring, too, for this my unhappy association with the dead. The shrieking in the rigging was like the tongue given by endless packs of hunting phantom wolves, and the growling and crackling noises of the ice in all directions would have made one coming new to this desolate scene suppose that the island of ice was full of fierce beasts. But needs must when old Nick drives. I had either to find courage to enter the schooner and search her, and so stand to come across the means to prolong my life, and perhaps procure my deliverance, or perish of famine and frost on deck. The companion door was small, and being scarce more than ajar, I was not surprised that only a very faint light entered by it. If the top were removed, I doubted not I should be able to get a view of the cabin, enough to show me where the windows or portholes were. So I went to work with the hanger again, insensibly obtaining a little stock of courage from the mere brandishing of it. In half an hour I had chipped and cut away the ice around the companion, and then found it to be one of those old-fashioned, clumsy hatch covers formerly used in certain kinds of Dutch ships, namely, a box with a shoulder-shaped lid. This lid, though heavy and fitting with the tongue, I managed to unship, on which the full square of the hatch lay open to the sky. The light gave me heart. Once more I descended. After a few moments the bewildering dazzle of the snow faded off my sight, and I could see very distinctly. The cabin was a small room. The forward part lay in shadow, but I could distinguish the outline of the mainmast amidships of the bulkhead there. In the center of this cabin was a small square table supported by iron pins, that pierced through stanchions in such a manner that the table could at will be raised to the ceiling, and there left for the conveniency of space. At this table, seated upon short, quaintly wrought benches, and immediately facing each other, were two men. They were incomparably more lifelike than the frozen figures. The one whose back was upon the hatchway ladder, being the man whose face I had stroked, sat upright, in the posture of a person about to start up, both hands upon the rim of the table, and his countenance raised as if, in a sudden terror and agony of death, he had darted a look to God. So inimitably expressive of life was his attitude, that though I knew him to be a frozen body as perished as if he had died with Adam or Noah, I was sensible of a breathless wonder in me that the affrighted start with which it seemed to be rising from the table was not continued, that, in short, he did not spring to his feet with the cry that you seemed to hear in his posture. The other figure lay over the table with his face buried in his arms. He wore no covering to his head, which was bald, yet his hair on either side was plentiful and lay upon his arms, and his beard fluffing up about his buried face gave him an uncommon shaggy appearance. The other had on a round fur cap with lappets for the ears. His body was muffled in a thick ash-colored coat. His hair was also abundant, curling long and black down his back. His cheeks were smooth manifestly through nature rather than the razor, and the ends of a small black mustache were twisted up to his eyes. These were the only occupants of the cabin, which their presence rendered terribly ghastly and strange. There was perhaps something in keeping with the icy spell of death upon this vessel in the figure of the man who was bowed over the table, for he looked as though he slept, but the other mocked the view with a spectrum of the fever and passion of life. You would have sworn he had beheld the skeleton hand of the shadow reaching out of the dimness for him, that he had started back with a curse and cry of horror, and expired in the very agony of his affrighted recoil. The interior was extremely plain, the bulkheads of a mahogany color, the decks bare, and nothing in the form of an ornament saving a silver crucifix hanging by a nail to the trunk of the mainmast, and a cage with a frozen bird of gorgeous plumage suspended to the bulkhead near the hatch. A small lanthorn of an old pattern dangled over the table, and I noticed that it contained 2 or 3 inches of candle. Abaft the hatchway was a door on the starboard side, which I opened, and found a narrow, dark passage. I could not pierce it with my eye beyond a few feet, but perceiving within this range the outline of a little door, I concluded that here were the berths in which the master and his mates slept. There was nothing to be done in the dark, and I bitterly lamented that I had left my tinder-box and flint in the boat, for then I could have lighted the candle in the lanthorn. Perhaps, thought I, one of those figures may have a tinder-box upon him. Custom was now somewhat hardening me. Moreover, I was spurred on by mortal anxiety to discover if there was any kind of food to be met with in the vessel. So I stepped up to the figure whose face I had touched, and felt in his pockets. But neither on him nor on the other did I find what I wanted, though I was not a little astonished to discover in the pockets of the occupants of so small and humble a ship as this schooner a fine gold watch as rich as the one I had brought away from the man on the rocks, and more elegant in shape, a gold snuff-box set with diamonds, several rings of beauty and value lying loose in the breeches pocket of the man whose face was hidden, a handful of Spanish pieces in gold, handkerchiefs of fine silk, and other articles, as if indeed these fellows had been overhauling a parcel of booty, and then carelessly returned the contents to their pockets. But what I needed was the means of obtaining a light, so after casting about, I thought I would search the body on deck, and went to it, and to my great satisfaction discovered what I had wanted in the first pocket I dipped my hand into, though I had to rip open the mouth of it away from the snow with the hanger. I returned to the cabin and lighted the candle, and carried the lanthorn into the black passage or corridor. There were 4 small doors, belonging to as many berths. I opened the first, and entered a compartment that smelt so intolerably stale and fusty that I had to come into the passage again and fetch a few breaths to humour my nose to the odour. As in the cabin, however, so here I found this noxiousness of air was not caused by putrefaction of any tainting qualities of a vegetable or animal kind, but by the deadness of the pent-up air itself, as the foulness of bilge water is owing to its being imprisoned from air in the bottom of the hold. I held up the lanthorn and looked about me. A glance or two satisfied me that I was in a room that had been appropriated to the steward and his mates. A number of dark objects, which on inspection I found to be hams, were stowed snugly away in battens under the ceiling or upper deck. A cask half full of flour stood in a corner. Near it lay a large coarse sack in which was a quantity of biscuit, a piece of which I bit and found it as hard as flint and tasteless, but not in the least degree mouldy. There were 4 shelves running athwardships full of glass, knives and forks, dishes, and so forth, some of the glass very choice and elegant, and many of the dishes and plates also very fine, fit for the greatest nobleman's table. Under the lower shelf on the deck lay a sack of what I believed to be black stones, until after turning 1 or 2 of them about, it came upon me that they were, or had been, I should say, potatoes. Not to tease you with too many particulars under this head, let me briefly say that in this larder or steward's room I found among other things several cheeses, a quantity of candles, a great earthenware pot full of peas, several pounds of tobacco, about 30 lemons, along with 2 small casks and 3 or 4 jars, manifestly of spirits, but of what kind I could not tell. I took a stout, sharp knife from one of the shelves, and pulling down one of the hams tried to cut it, but I might as well have striven to slice a piece of marble. I attempted next to cut a cheese, but this was frozen as hard as the ham. The lemons, candles, and tobacco had the same astonishing quality of stoniness, and nothing yielded to the touch but the flour. I laid hold of one of the jars, and thought to pull the stopper out, but it was frozen hard in the hole it fitted, and I was 5 minutes hammering it loose. When it was out, I inserted a steel, used for the sharpening of knives, and found the contents solid ice. Nor was there the faintest smell to tell me what the spirit or wine was. Never before did plenty offer itself in so mocking a shape. It was the very irony of abundance, substantial ghostliness, and a Barmecid's feast to my aching stomach. But there was biscuit not unconquerable by teeth, used to the fare of the sea life, and picking up a whole one, I sat me down on the edge of a cask and fell a-munching. One reflection, however, comforted me, namely, that this petrification by freezing had kept the victuals sweet. I was sure that there was little here that might not be thawed into relishable and nourishing food and drink by a good fire. The sight of these stores took such a weight off my mind that no felon reprieved from death could feel more elated than I. My forebodings had come to naught in this regard, and here, for the moment, my grateful spirits were content to stop. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. The Frozen Pirate by W. Clark Russell. Chapter 11. I Make Further Discoveries. So long as I moved about and worked, I did not feel the cold. But if I stood or sat for a couple of minutes, I felt the nip of it in my very marrow. Yet, fierce as the cold was here, it was impossible it could be comparable with the rigors of the parts in which this schooner had originally got locked up in the ice. No doubt if I died on deck my body would be frozen as stiff as the figure on the rocks. But, though it was very conceivable that I might perish of cold in the cabin by sitting still, I was sure the temperature below had not the severity to stonify me to the granite of the men at the table. Still, though a greater degree of cold as killing as if the world had fallen sunless, did unquestionably exist in those latitudes whence this ice with the schooner in its hug had floated. It was so bitterly bleak in this interior that 'twas scarce imaginable it could be colder elsewhere. And as I rose from the cask shuddering to the heart with the frosty, motionless atmosphere, my mind naturally went to the consideration of a fire by which I might sit and toast myself. I put a bunch of candles in my pocket, they were as hard as a parcel of marline spikes, and took the langhorn into the passage and inspected the next room. Here was a cot hung up by hooks, and a large black chest stood in cleats upon the deck. Some clothes dangled from pins in the bulkhead, and upon a kind of tray fixed upon short legs and serving as a shelf were a miscellaneous bundle of boots, laced waistcoats, three-corner hats, a couple of swords, 3 or 4 pistols, and other objects not very readily distinguishable by the candlelight. There was a port which I tried to open, but found it so hard frozen I should need a handspike to start it. There were 3 cabins besides this, the last cabin, that is the one in the stern, being the biggest of the lot. Each had its cot, and each also had its own special muddle and litter of boxes, clothes, firearms, swords, and the like. Indeed, by this time I was beginning to see how it was. The suspicion that the watches and jewelries I had discovered on the bodies of the men had excited was now confirmed, and I was satisfied that this schooner had been a pirate or buccaneer, of what nationality I could not yet divine. Methought Spanish from the costume of the first figure I had encountered, and I was also convinced by the brief glance I directed at the things in the cabin, particularly the wearing apparel, and the make and appearance of the firearms, that she must have been in this position for upwards of 50 years. The thought awed me greatly. 20 years before I was born those 2 men were sitting dead in the cabin. He on deck was keeping his blind and silent lookout. He on the rocks with his hands locked upon his knees sat sunk in blank and frozen contemplation. Every cabin had its port, and there were ports in the vessel's side opposite, but on reflection I considered that the cabin would be the warmer for their remaining closed, and so I came away and entered the great cabin afresh, bent on exploring the forward part. I must tell you that the mainmast, piercing the upper deck, came down close against the bulkhead that formed the forward wall of the cabin, and on approaching this partition, the daylight being broad enough now that the hatch lay open on top, I remarked a sliding door on the larboard side of the mast. I put my shoulder to it and very easily ran it along its grooves, and then found myself in the way of a direct communication with all the fore portion of the schooner. The arrangement indeed was so odd that I suspected a piratical device in this uncommon method of opening out at will the whole range of deck. The air here was as vile as in the cabins, and I had to wait a bit. On entering I discovered a little compartment with racks on either hand filled with small arms. I afterwards counted 113 muskets, blunderbusses, and fusils, all of an antique kind, whilst the sides of the vessel were hung with pistols great and little, boarding pikes, cutlasses, hangers, and other sorts of sword. This armory was a sight to set me walking very cautiously, for it was not likely that powder should be wanting in a ship thus equipped, and where was it stowed? There was another sliding door in the forward partition. It stood open, and I passed through it into what I immediately saw was the cookhouse. I turned the lantern about and discovered every convenience for dressing food. The furnaces were of brick, and the oven was a great one, great, I mean, for the size of the vessel. There were pots, pans, and kettles in plenty, a dresser with drawers, dishes of tin and earthenware, a Dutch clock, in short, such an equipment of kitchen furniture as you would not expect to find in the galley of an Indiaman built to carry 200 or 300 passengers. About half a chaldron of small coal lay heaped in a wooden angular fence fitted to the ship's side, for the sight of which I thanked God. I held the lantern to the furnace, and observed a crooked chimney rising to the deck and passing through it. The mouth or head of it was no doubt covered by the snow, for I had not noticed any such object in the survey I had taken of the vessel above. Strange, I thought, that these men should have frozen to death with the material in the ship for keeping a fire going. But then my whole discovery I regarded as one of those secrets of the deep which defy the utmost imagination and experience of a man to explain them. Enough that here was a schooner which had been interred in a sepulchre of ice, as I might rationally conclude, for near half a century, that there were dead men in her who looked to have been frozen to death, that she had apparently stored with miscellaneous booty, that she was powerfully armed for a craft of her size, and had manifestly gone crowded with men. All this was plain, and I say it was enough for me. If she had papers they were to be met with presently, otherwise conjecture would be mere imbecility in the face of those white and frost-bound countenances and iron silent lips. I thrust back another sliding door and entered the ship's forecastle. The ceiling, as I chose to call the upper deck, was lined with hammocks, and the floor was covered with chests, bedding, clothes, and I know not what else. The ringing of the wind on high did not disturb the stillness, and I cannot convey the impression produced on my mind by this extraordinary scene of confusion beheld amid the silence of that tomb-like interior. I stood in the doorway, not having the courage to venture further. For all I knew, many of those hammocks might be tenanted, for as this kind of bed expresses by its curvature the round shape of a seaman, whether it be empty or not, so it was impossible by merely looking to know whether it is occupied or vacant. The dismalness of the prospect was of course vastly exaggerated by the feeble light of the candle, which, swaying in my hand, flung a swarming of shadows upon the scene, through which the hammocks glimmered wan and melancholy. I came away in a fright, sliding the door to in my hurry with a bang that fetched a groaning echo out of the hold. If this ship were haunted, the forecastle would be the abode of the spirits. Before I could make a fire the chimney must be cleared. Among the furniture in the arms room were a number of spade-headed spears, the spade as wide as the length of a man's thumb, and about a foot long, mounted on a light thin wood. Armed with one of these weapons, the like of which is to be met with among certain South American tribes, I passed into the cabin to proceed on deck, but though I knew the two figures were there, the coming upon them afresh struck me with as much astonishment and alarm as if I had not before seen them. The man starting from the table confronted me on this entrance, and I stopped dead to that astounding living posture of terror, even recoiling, as though he were alive indeed, and was jumping up from the table in his amazement at my apparition. The brilliance of the snow was very striking after the dusk of the interiors I had been penetrating. The glare seemed like a blaze of white sunshine, yet it was the dazzle of the ice and nothing more, for the sun was hidden. The fairness of the morning was past. The The sky was lead-colored down to the ocean line, with a quantity of smoke-brown scud flying along it. The change had been rapid, as it always is hereabouts. The wind screamed with a piercing whistle sound through the frozen rigging, splitting in wails and bounding in a roar upon the adamantine peaks and rocks. The cracking of the ice was loud, continuous, and mighty startling, and these sounds, combined with the thundering of the sea and the fierce hissing of its rushing yeast, gave the weather the character of a storm, though as yet it was no more than a fresh gale. However, though it was frightful to be alone in this frozen vault, with no other society than that of the dead, not even a sea fowl to put life into the scene, I could not but feel that, be my prospects what they might, for the moment I was safe. That is to say, I was immeasurably securer than ever I could have been in the boat, which, when I had emerged into this stormy sound and realized the sea that was running outside, I instantly thought of with a shudder. Had the rock, I mused, not fallen and liberated the boat, where should I be now? Perhaps floating, a corpse, fathoms deep under water, or, if alive, then flying before this gale into the south, ever widening the distance betwixt me and all chance of my deliverance, and every hour gauging more deeply the horrible cold of the pole. Indeed, I began to understand that I had been mercifully diverted from courting a hideous fate, and my spirits rose with the emotion of gratitude and hope that attends upon preservation. I speedily spied the chimney, which showed a head of 2 feet above the deck, and made short work of the snow that was frozen in it, as nothing could have been fitter to cut ice with than the spade-shaped weapon I carried. This done, I returned to the cook-room, and with a butcher's axe that hung against the bulkhead, I knocked away one of the boards that confined the coal, split it into small pieces, and in a short time had kindled a good fire. One does not need the experience of being cast away upon an iceberg to understand the comfort of a fire. I had a mind to be prodigal, and threw a good deal of coals into the furnace, and presently had a noble blaze. The heat was exquisite. I pulled a little bench, after the pattern of those on which the men sat in the cabin, to the fire, and with outstretched legs and arms, thaw out of me the frost that had lain taut in my flesh ever since the wreck of the Laughing Mary. When I was thoroughly warm and comforted, I took the lantern and went aft to the steward's room, and brought thence a cheese, a ham, some biscuit, and one of the jars of spirits, all which I carried to the cook-room, and placed the whole of them in the oven. I was extremely hungry and thirsty, and the warmth and cheerfulness of the fire set me yearning for a hot meal. But how was I to make a bowl without fresh water? I went on deck and scratched up some snow, but the salt in it gave it a sickly taste, and I was not only certain it would spoil and make disgusting whatever I mixed it with or cooked in it, but it stood as a drink to disorder my stomach and bring on an illness. So, thought I to myself, there must be fresh water about, casks enough in the hold, I dare say, but the hold was not to be entered and explored without labor and difficulty, and I was weary and famished and in no temper for hard work. In all ships it is the custom to carry one or more casks, called scuttlebutts, on deck, into which fresh water is pumped for the use of the crew. I stepped along looking earnestly at the several shapes of guns, coils of rigging, hatchways, and the like, upon which the snow lay thick and solid, sometimes preserving the mold of the object it covered, sometimes distorting and exaggerating it into an unrecognizable outline, but perceived nothing that answered to the shape of a cask. At last I came to the well in the head, past the forecastle deck, and on looking down spied among other shapes 3 bulged and bulky forms. I seemed by instinct to know that these were the scuttlebutts, and went for the chopper, with which I returned and got into this hollow, that was 4 or 5 feet deep. The snow had the hardness of iron. It took me a quarter of an hour of severe labor to make sure of the character of the bulky thing I wrought at, and then it proved to be a cask. Whatever might be its contents, it was not empty, but I was pretty nigh spent by the time I had knocked off the iron bands and beaten out staves enough to enable me to get at the frozen body within. There were 3/4 of a cask full. It was sparkling clear ice, and chipping off a piece and sucking it, I found it to be very sweet fresh water. Thus my labor rewarded. I cut off as much as, when dissolved, would make a couple of gallons, but stayed a minute to regain my breath and take a view of this well or hollow before going aft. It was formed of the great open head timbers of the schooner curving up to the stem, and by the forecastle deck ending like a cuddy front. I scraped at this front and removed enough snow to exhibit a portion of a window. It was by this window, I suppose, that the forecastle was lighted. Out of this well forked the bowsprit, with the spritsail yard braced fore and aft. The whole fabric close to looked more like glass than at a distance, owing to the million crystalline sparkles of the ice-like snow that coated the structure from the vane at the masthead to the keel. Well, I clambered on to the forecastle deck and returned to the cook-room with my piece of ice, struck as I went along by the sudden comfortable quality of life the gushing of the black smoke out of the chimney put into the ship, and how, indeed, it seemed to soften as if by magic the savage wildness and haggard austerity and gale-swept loneliness of the white rocks and peaks. It was extremely disagreeable and disconcerting to me to have to pass the ghastly occupants of the cabin every time I went in and out, and I made up my mind to get them on deck when I felt equal to the work, and cover them up there. The slanting posture of the one was sort of a fierce rebuke, the sleeping attitude of the other was a dark and sullen enjoinment of silence. I never passed them without a quick beat of the heart and shortened breathing, and the more I looked at them the keener became the superstitious alarm they excited. The fire burned brightly, and its ruddy glow was sweet as human companionship. I put the ice into a saucepan and set it upon the fire, then pulling the cheese and ham out of the oven found them warm and thawed. On smelling to the mouth of the jar I discovered its contents to be brandy. Only about an inch deep of it was melted. I poured this into a pannikin and took a sup, and a finer drop of spirits I never swallowed in all my life. Its elegant perfume proved it amazingly choice and old. I fetched a lemon and some sugar and speedily prepared a small smoking bowl of punch. The ham cut readily, I fried a couple of stout rashers and fell to the heartiest and most delicious repast I ever sat down to. At any time there is something fragrant and appetizing in the smell of fried ham. Conceive then the relish that the appetite of a starved, half-frozen, shipwrecked man would find in it. The cheese was extremely good, and was as sound as if it had been made a week ago. Indeed, the preservative virtues of the cold struck me with astonishment. Here was I making a fine meal off stores which in all probability had lain in this ship 50 years, and they ate as choicely as like food of a similar quality ashore. Possibly some of these days science may devise a means for keeping the stores of a ship frozen, which would be as great a blessing as could befall the mariner, and a sure remedy for the scurvy, for then as much fresh meat might be carried as salt, besides other articles of a perishable kind. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Frozen Pirate by W. Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. The Frozen Pirate by W. Clark Russell. Chapter 12 A Lonely Night. I had a pipe of my own in my pocket. I fetched a small block of the black tobacco that was in the pantry, and, with some trouble, for it was as hard and dry as glass, chipped off a bowlful and fell a puffing with all the satisfaction of a hardened lover of tobacco who has long been denied his favorite relish. The punch diffused a pleasing glow through my frame. The tobacco was lulling, the heat of the fire very soothing. The hearty meal I had eaten had also marvelously invigorated me, so that I found my mind in a posture to justly and rationally consider my condition, and to reason out such probabilities as seemed to be attached to it. First of all, I reflected that by the usual operation of natural laws, this vast seat of thrilling and thick-ribbed ice, in which the schooner lay bound, was steadily traveling to the northward, where in due course it would dissolve, though that would not happen yet. But as it advanced, so would it carry me nearer to the pathways of ships using these seas, and any day might disclose a sail near enough to observe such signals of smoke or flag as I might best contrive. But supposing no opportunity of this kind to offer, then I ought to be able to find in the vessel materials fit for the construction of a boat, if, indeed, I met not with a pinnace of our own stowed under the main hatch, for there was certainly no boat on deck. Nay, my meditations even carried me further. This was the winter season of the southern hemisphere, but presently the sun would be coming my way, whilst the ice, on the other hand, floated towards him. If by the wreck and dissolution of the island the schooner was not crushed, she must be released, in which case, providing she was tight, and my brief inspection of her bottom showed nothing wrong with her that was visible through the shroud of snow, I should have a stout ship under me in which I would be able to lie hove to, or even make shift to sail her if the breeze came from the south, and thus take my chance of being sighted and discovered. Much, I had almost said everything, depended on the quantity of provisions I should find in here, and particularly on the stock of coal, for I feared I must perish if I had not a fire. But there was the hold to be explored yet. The navigation of these waters must have been anticipated by the men of the schooner, who were sure to make handsome provision for the cold, and the surer if, as I fancied, they were Spaniards. Certainly they might have exhausted their stock of coal, but I could not persuade myself of this, since the heap in the corner of the cook room somehow or other was suggestive of a store behind. I knew not yet whether more of the crew lay in the forecastle, but so far I had encountered 4 men only. If these were all, then I had a right to believe, grounding my fancy on the absence of boats, that most of the company had quitted the ship, and this they would have done early, a supposition that promised me a fair discovery of stores. Herein lay my hope. If I could prolong my life for 3 or 4 months, then, if the ice was not all gone, it would have advanced far north, serving me as a ship and putting me in the way of delivering myself, either by the sight of a sail, or by the schooner floating free, or by my construction of a boat. Thus I sat musing, as I ventured to think in a clear-headed way. Yet all the same I could not glance around without feeling as if I was bewitched. The red shining of the furnace ruddily gilded the cookhouse. Through the after sliding door went the passage to the cabin in blackness. The storming of the wind was subdued into a strange moaning and complaining. Often through the body of the ship came the thrill of a sudden explosion, and haunting all was the sense of the dead men just without, the frozen desolation of the island, the mighty world of waters in which it lay. No, you can think of no isolation comparable to this, and I tremble as I review it, for under the thought of the enormous loneliness of that time my spirit must ever sink and break down. It was melancholy to be without time, so I pulled out the gold watch I had taken from the man on the rocks and wound it up, and guessing at the hour, set the hands at 4:30. The watch ticked bravely. It was indeed a noble piece of mechanism, very costly and glorious with its jewels, and more than a hint as to the character of this schooner, and had been there nothing else to judge by I should still have sworn to her by this watch. My pipe being emptied, I threw some more coals into the furnace, and putting a candle in the lanthorn went aft to take another view of the little cabins, in one of which I resolved to sleep, for though the cook room would have served me best whilst the fire burned, I reckoned upon it making a colder habitation when the furnace was black than those small compartments in the stern. The cold on deck gushed down so bitingly through the open companion hatch that I was fain to close it. I mounted the steps and with much ado shipped the cover and shut the door, by which of course the great cabin, as I call the room in which the 2 men were, was plunged into darkness, but the cold was not tolerable, and the parcels of candles in the larder rendered me indifferent to the gloom. On entering the passage in which were the doors of the berths, I noticed an object that had before escaped my observation. I mean a small trap hatch, no bigger than a manhole, with a ring for lifting it, midway down the lane. I suspected this to be the entrance to the lazarette, and putting both hands to the ring pulled the hatch up. I sniffed cautiously, fearing foul air, and then sinking the lanthorn by the length of my arm I peered down, and observed the outlines of casks, bales, cases of white wood, chests, and so forth. I dropped through the hole on to a cask, which left me my head and shoulders above the deck, and then with the utmost caution stooped and threw the lanthorn light around me. But the casks were not powder barrels, which perhaps a little reflection might have led me to suspect, since it was not to be supposed that any man would stow his powder in the lazarette. As I was in the way of settling my misgivings touching the stock of food in the schooner, I resolved to push through with this business at once, and fetching the chopper went to work upon these barrels and chests. And very briefly I will tell you what I found. First, I dealt with a tierce that proved full of salt beef. There was a whole row of these tierces, and one sufficed to express the nature of the rest. There were upwards of 30 barrels of pork. One canvas bale I ripped open was full of hams, and of these bales I counted half a score. The white cases held biscuit. There were several sacks of pease, a number of barrels of flour, cases of candles, cheeses, a quantity of tobacco, not to mention a variety of jars of several shapes, some of which I afterwards found to contain marmalade and succadoes of different kinds. On knocking the head off one cask, I found it held a frozen body, and that by the light of the lanthorn looked as black as ink. I chipped off a bit, sucked it, and found it wine. I was so transported by the sight of this wonderful plenty that I fell upon my knees in an outburst of gratitude and gave hearty thanks to God for his mercy. There was no further need for me to dismally wonder whether I was to starve or no. Supposing the provisions sweet, here was food enough to last me 3 or 4 years. I was so overjoyed and withal curious that I forgot all about the time, and flourishing the chopper made the round of the lazarette, sampling its freight by individual instances, so that by the time I was tired I'd enlarged the list I had given by discoveries of brandy, beer, oatmeal, oil, lemons, tongues, vinegar, rum, and 8 or 10 other matters, all stowed very bunglingly, and in so many different kinds of casks, cases, jars, and other vessels, as disposed me to believe that several piratical rummagings must have gone to the creation of this handsome and plentiful stock of good things. Well, thought I, even if there be no more coal in the ship than what lies in the cookhouse, enough fuel is here in the shape of casks, boxes, and the like, to thaw me provisions for 6 months, besides what I may come across in the hold, along with the hammocks, bedding, boxes, and so forth in the forecastle, all of which would be good to feed my fire with. This was a most comforting reflection, and I recollect springing out through the lazarette hatch with as spirited a caper as ever I had cut at any time in my life. I replaced the hatch cover, and having resolved upon the aftmost of the 4 cabins as my bedroom, entered it to see what kind of accommodations it would yield me. I hung up the lanthorn and looked into the cot that was slung athwartships, and spied a couple of rugs or blankets, which I pulled out, having no fancy to lie under them. The deck was like an old clothes shop, or the wardrobe of a traveling troupe of actors. From the confusion in this and the adjoining cabins, I concluded that there had been a rush at the last, a wild overhauling and flinging about of clothes for articles of more value hidden amongst them. But just as likely as not the disorder merely indicated the slovenly indifference of plunderers to the fruits of a pillage that had overstocked them. The first garment I picked up was a cloak of a sort of silk material, richly furred and lined. All the buttons but one had been cut off, and that which remained was silver. I spread it in the cot, as it was a soft thing to lie upon. Then I picked up a coat of the fashion you will see in Hogwarts engravings, the coat collar a broad fold, and the cuffs to the elbow. This was as good as a rug, and I put it into the cot with the other. I inspected others of the articles on the deck, and among them recollect a gold-laced waistcoat of green velvet, 2 or 3 pairs of high-heeled shoes, a woman's yellow sack, several frizzled wigs, silk stockings, pumps, in fine the contents of the trucks of some dandy passengers, long since gathered to their forefathers no doubt, even if the gentlemen of this schooner had not then and there walked them overboard or split their windpipes. But to be honest, I cannot remember a third of what lay tumbled upon the deck or hung against the bulkhead. So far as my knowledge of costume went, every article pointed to the date which I had fixed upon for this vessel. I swept the huddle of things with my foot into a corner, and lifting the lids of the boxes saw more clothes, some books, a collection of small arms, a couple of quadrants, and sundry rolls of paper which proved to be charts of the islands of the Antilles and the western South American coast, very ill digested. There were no papers of any kind to determine the vessel's character, nor journal to acquaint me with her story. I was tired in my limbs rather than sleepy, and went to the cook-room to warm myself at the fire and get me some supper, meaning to sit there till the fire died out and then go to rest. But when I put my knife to the ham, I found it as hard frozen as when I had first met with it. So with the cheese, and this though there had been a fire burning for hours. I put the things into the oven to thaw as before, and sitting down fell very pensive over this severity of cold, which had power to freeze within a yard or two of the furnace. To be sure, the fire by my absence had shrunk, and the sliding door being open admitted the cold of the cabin. But the consideration was, how was I to resist the killing enfoldment of this atmosphere? I had slept in the boat, it is true, and was none the worse, and now I was under shelter, with the heat of a plentiful belly full of meat and liquor to warm me. But if wine and ham and cheese froze in an air in which a fire had been burning, why not I in my sleep, when there was no fire, and life beat weakly as it does in slumber? Those figures in the cabin were dismal warnings and assurances. They had been men perhaps stouter and hardier in their day than ever I was, but they had been frozen into stony images none the less, under cover, too, with the materials to make a fire, and as much strong waters in their lazarette as would serve their schooner to float in. Well, I thought, after a spell of melancholy thinking, if I am to perish of cold, there's an end. It is preordained, and it is as easy as drowning, anyhow, and better than hanging. And with that I pulled out the ham and found it soft enough to cut, finding philosophy, which, as the French cynic says, triumphs over past and future ills, not so hard, because somehow I did not myself then particularly feel the cold. I mean, I was not certainly suffering here from that pain of frost which I had felt in the open boat. Having heartily supped, I brewed a pint of punch, and charging my pipe sat smoking with my feet against the furnace. It was after 8 o'clock by the watch I was wearing. I knew by the humming noise that it was blowing a gale of wind outside, and from time to time the decks rattled to a heavy discharge of hail. All sounds were naturally much subdued to my ear by the ship lying in a hollow, and I being in her with the hatches closed. But this very faintness of uproar formed of itself a quality of mystery very packed to the ghastliness of my surroundings. It was like the notes of an elfin storm of necromantic imagination. It was hollow, weak, and terrifying, and it and the thunder of the seas commingling, together with the rumbling blasts and shocks of splitting ice, disjointed as by an earthquake, loaded the inner silence with unearthly tones, which by my lonely and quickened imagination readily furnished with syllables. The lanthorn diffused but a small light, and the flickering of the fire made a movement of shadows about me. I was separated from the great cabin where the figures were by the little arms room only, and the passage to it ran there in blackness. It strangely and importantly entered my head to conceive that though those men were frozen and stirless, they were not dead as corpses are, but as a stream whose current, checked by ice, will flow when the ice is melted. Might not life in them be suspended by the cold, not ended? There is vitality in the seed though it lies a dead thing in the hand. Those men are corpses to my eye, but said I to myself, they may have the principles of life in them, which heat might call into being. Putrefaction is a natural law, but it is balked by frost, and just as decay is hindered by cold, might not the property of life be left unaffected in a body, though it should be numbed in a marble form for 50 years? This was a terrible fancy to possess a man situated as I was, and it so worked in me that again and again I caught myself looking first forward, then aft, as though, heaven help me, my secret instincts foreboded that at any moment I should behold some form from the forecastle, or one of those figures in the cabin, stalking in, and coming to my side and silently seating himself. I pshawed and pished, and querulously asked of myself what manner of English sailor was I to suffer such womanly terrors to visit me, but it would not do. I could not smoke. A coldness of the heart fell upon me and set me trembling above any sort of shivers which the frost of the air had chased through me, and presently a hollow creak sounding out of the hold, caused by some movement of the bed of ice on which the vessel lay, I was seized with a panic terror and sprang to my feet, and lanthorn in hand made for the companion ladder, with a prayer in me for the sight of a star. I durst not look at the figures, but setting the light down at the foot of the ladder, squeezed through the companion door onto the deck. My fear was a fever in its way, and I did not feel the cold. There was no star to be seen, but the whiteness of the ice was flung out in a wild, strange glare by the blackness of the sky, and made a light of its own. It was the most savage and terrible picture of solitude the invention of man could reach to, yet I blessed it for the relief it gave to my ghost enkindled imagination. No squall was then passing. The rocks rose up on either hand in a ghastly glimmer to the ebony of the heavens. The gale swept overhead in a wild, mad blending of whistlings, roarings, and cryings in many keys, falling on a sudden into a doleful wailing, then rising in a breath to the full fury of its concert. The sea thundered like the cannonading of an electric storm, and you would have said that the rending and crackling noises of the ice were responses to the crashing blows of the balls of shadow-hidden ordnance. But the scene, the uproar, the voices of the wind were real, a better cordial to my spirits than a gallon of the mellowest vintage below, and presently, when the cold was beginning to pierce me, my courage was so much the better for this excursion into the hoarse and black and gleaming realities of the night, that my heart beat at its usual measure as I passed through the hatch and went again to the cook-room. I was, however, sure that if I sat here long listening and thinking, fear would return. A small fire still burned. I put a saucepan on it and popped in a piece of the freshwater ice, but on handling the brandy I found it hard set. The heat of the oven was not sufficiently great to thaw me a dram. So to save further trouble in this way, I took the chopper and at one blow split open the jar, and then there lay before me the solid body of the brandy, from which I chipped off as much as I needed, and thus procured a hot and animating draught. Raking out the fire, I picked up the lanthorn and was about to go, then halted, considering whether I should not stow the frozen provisions away. It was a natural thought, seeing how precious food was to me. But alas, it mattered not where they lay, they were as secure here as if they were snugly hidden in the bottom of the hold. It was the white realm of death. If ever a rat had crawled in this ship, it was, in its hiding place, as stiff and idle as the frozen vessel. So I let the lump of brandy, the ice, ham, and so forth, rest where they were, and went to the cabin I had chosen, involuntarily peeping at the figures as I passed, and hurrying the faster because of the grim and terrifying liveliness put into the man who sat starting from the table by the swing of the lanthorn in my hand. I shut the door and hung the lanthorn near the cot, having the flint and box in my pocket. There was indeed an abundance of candles in the vessel, nevertheless it was my business to husband them with the utmost niggardliness. How long I was to be imprisoned here, if indeed I was ever to be delivered, Providence alone knew, and to run short of candles would add to the terrors of my existence, by forcing me either to open the hatches and ports for light, and so filling the ship with the deadly air outside, or living in darkness. There were a cloak and a coat in the cot, but they would not suffice. The fine cloak I had taken from the man on the rocks was on the deck, and till now I had forgotten it. There was, however, plenty of apparel in the corner to serve as wraps, and having chosen enough to smother me, I vaulted into the cot, and so covered myself that the clothes were above the level of the sides of the cot. I left the lanthorn burning whilst I made sure my bed was all right, and lay musing, feeling extremely melancholy. The hardest part was the thought of those two men watching in the cabin. The most fantastic alarms possessed me. Suppose their ghosts came to the ship at midnight, and entering their bodies, quickened them into walking. Suppose they were in the condition of cataleptics, sensible of what passed around them, but paralyzed to the motionlessness and seeming insensibility of death. Then the very garments under which I lay were of a proper kind to keep a man in my situation quaking. My imagination went to work to tell me to whom they had belonged, the bloody ends their owners had met at the hands of the miscreants who despoiled them. I caught myself listening, and there was enough to hear, too, what with the subdued roaring of the wind, the splintering of ice, the occasional creaking, not unlike a heavy-booted tread, of the fabric of the schooner, to the blasts of the gale against her masts, or to a movement in the bed on which she reposed. But plain sense came to my rescue at last. I resolved to have no more of these night fears, so, blowing out the candle, I put my head on the coat that formed my pillow, resolutely kept my eyes shut, and after a while fell asleep. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. I explore the hold and the forecastle. It was pitch dark when I awoke, and I conceived it must be the middle of the night. But to my astonishment, on lighting the lanthorn and looking at the watch, which I had taken the precaution to wind up overnight, I saw it wanted but 20 minutes of 9 o'clock, so that I had passed through 12 hours of solid sleep. However, it was only needful to recollect where I was, and to cast a glance at the closed door and port to understand why it was dark. I had slept fairly warm, and awoke with no sensation of cramp, but the keen air had caused the steam of my breath to freeze upon my mouth in such a manner that, when feeling the sticky inconvenience, I put my finger to it, it fell like a little mask, and I likewise felt the pain of cold in my face to such an extent that had I been blistered there, my cheeks, nose and brow could not have smarted more. This resolved me henceforward to wrap up my head and face before going to rest. I opened the door and passed out, and observed an amazing difference between the temperature of the air in which I had been sleeping and that of the atmosphere in the passage. A happy discovery, for it served to assure me that, if I was careful to lie under plenty of coverings and to keep the outer air excluded, the heat of my body would raise the temperature of the little cabin. Nor, providing the compartment was ventilated throughout the day, was there anything to be feared from the vitiation of the air by my own breathing. My first business was to light the fire and set my breakfast to thaw, and boil me a kettle of water, and some time after I went on deck to view the weather and to revolve in my mind the routine of the day. On opening the door of the companion hatch, I was nearly blinded by the glorious brilliance of the sunshine on the snow. After the blackness of the cabin, it was like looking at the sun himself, and I had to stand a full 3 minutes with my hand upon my eyes before I could accustom my sight to the dazzling glare. It was fine weather again. The sky over the glass-like masts of the schooner was a clear dark blue, with a few light clouds blowing over it from the southward. The wind had shifted at last, but, pure as the heavens were, the breeze was piping briskly with the weight and song of a small gale, and its fangs of frost, even in the comparative quiet of the sheltered deck, bit with a fierceness that had not been observable yesterday. The moment I had the body of the vessel in my sight, I perceived that she had changed her position since my last view of her. Her bows were more raised, and she lay over further by the depth of a plank. I stared earnestly at the rocky slopes on either hand, but could not have sworn their figuration was changed. An eager hope shot into my mind, but it quickly faded into an emotion of apprehension. It was conceivable, indeed, that on a sudden some early day I might find the schooner liberated and afloat, and this was the first inspiriting flush. But then came the fear that the disruption and volcanic throes of the ice might crush her, a fear rational enough when I saw the height she lay above the sea, and how by pressure those slopes which formed her cradle might be jammed and welded together. The change of her posture then fell upon me with a kind of shock, and determined me, when I had broken my fast, to search her hold for a boat or for materials for constructing some ark by which I might float out to sea should the ice grow menacing and force me from the schooner. I made a plentiful meal, feeling the need of abundance of food in such a temperature as this, and heartily grateful that there was no need why I should stint myself. The having to pass the two figures every time I went on deck and returned was extremely disagreeable and unnerving, and I considered that, after searching the hold, the next duty I owed myself was to remove them on deck and even over the side, if possible, for one place below was as sure to keep them haunting me as another, and they would be as much with me in the forecastle as if I stowed them away in the cabin adjoining mine. Whilst I ate, my mind was so busy with considerations of the change in the ship's posture during the night, that it ended in determining me to take a survey of her from the outside, and then climb the cliffs and look around before I fell to any other work. I fetched the cloak I had stripped the body on the rocks of, and thawed and warmed it, and put it on, and a noble covering it was, thick, soft, and clinging. Then, arming myself with a boarding pike to serve as a pole, I dropped into the forechains, and thence stepped on to the ice, and very slowly and carefully walked round the schooner, examining her closely, and boring into the snow upon her side with my pike wherever I suspected a hole or indent. I could find nothing wrong with her in this way, though what a thaw might reveal I could not know. Her rudder hung frozen upon its pintles, and looked as it should. Some little distance abaft her rudder, where the hollow or chasm sloped to the sea, was a great split 3 or 4 feet wide. This had certainly happened in the night, and I must have slept as sound as the dead not to hear the noise of it. Such a rent as this sufficed to account for the subsidence of the after part of the schooner and her further inclination to larboard. Indeed, the hollow was now coming to resemble the "ways" on which ships are launched, and you would have conceived by the appearance of it that if it should slope a little more yet, off would slide the schooner for the sea, and in the right posture too, that is, stern on. But I prayed with all my might and main for anything but this. It would have been very well had the hollow gone in a gentle declivity to the wash of the sea, to the water itself, in short, but it terminated at the edge of a cliff, not very high indeed, but high enough to warrant the prompt foundering of any vessel that should launch herself off it. Happily the keel was too solidly frozen into the ice to render a passage of this description possible, and the conclusion I arrived at, after careful inspection, was that the sole chance that could offer for the delivery of the vessel to her proper element was in the cracking up and disruption of the bed on which she lay. Having ended my survey of the schooner, I addressed myself to the ascent of the starboard slope, and scaled it much more easily than I had yesterday managed to make my way over the rocks. I climbed to the highest block that was nearest me on the summit, and here I had a very large view of the scene. Much to my astonishment, the first objects which encountered my eye were 4 icebergs, floating detached but close together at a distance of about 3 miles on my side of the northeast trend of the island. I counted them and made them 4. They swam low, and it was very easily seen they had formed part of the coast there, though, as the form of the ice that way was not familiar to me, and as, moreover, the glare rendered the prospect very deceptive, I could not distinguish where the ruptures were. But one change in the face of this white country I did note, and that was the entire disappearance of 2 of the most beautiful of the little crystal cities that adorned the northward range. The gale of the night had wrought havoc, and the unsubstantiality of this dazzling kingdom of ice was made startlingly apparent by the evanishment of the delicate glassy architecture, and by those 4 white hills floating like ships under their courses and topsails out upon the flashing hurry and leaping blue and yeast of the water. It was blowing harder than I had imagined. The wind was extraordinarily sharp, and the full current of it not long to be endured on my unsheltered eminence. The sea, swelling up from the south, ran high, and was full of seething and tumbling noises, and of the roaring of the breakers, dashing themselves against the ice in prodigious bodies of foam, which so boiled along the foot of the cliffs that their fronts, rising out of it, might have passed for the spume itself, freezing as it leapt into a solid mass of glorious brilliance. The eye never explored a scene more full of the splendour of light and of vivid colour. Here and there the rocks shone prismatically, as though some flying rainbow had shivered itself upon them and lay broken. The blue of the sea and sky was deepened into an exquisite perfection of liquid tint by the blinding whiteness of the ice, which in exchange was sharpened into a wonderful effulgence by the hues above and around it. Again and again, along the whole range, far as the sight could explore, the spray rose in stately clouds of silver, which were scattered by the wind in meteoric scintillations of surpassing beauty, flashing through the fires of the sun like millions of little blazing stars. There were 20 different dyes of light in the collection of spires, fanes and pillars near the schooner, whose masts, yards and gear mingled their own particular radiance with that of these dainty figures, and wherever I bent my gaze I found so much of sun-tinctured loveliness, and the wild white graces of ice forms, and the dazzle of snow surfaces softening into an azure gleaming in the far blue distances, that but for the piercing wind I could have spent the whole morning in taking into my mind the marvellous spirit of this ocean picture, forgetful of my melancholy condition in the intoxication of this draught of free and spacious beauty. Satisfied as to the state of the ice and the posture of the schooner, viewed from without, I sent a slow and piercing gaze along the ocean line, and then returned to the ship. The strong wind, the dance of the sea, the grandeur of the great tract of whiteness, vitalised by the flying of violet cloud shadows along it, had fortified my spirits, and being free, for a while, of all superstitious dread, I determined to begin by exploring the forecastle and ascertaining if more bodies were in the schooner than those two in the cabin and the giant form on deck. I threw some coal on the fire and placed an ox tongue, along with the cheese and a lump of the frozen wine, in a pannikin in the oven, for I had a mind to taste the vessel's stores, and thought the tongue would make an agreeable change, and then putting a candle into the lanthorn, walked very bravely to the forecastle and entered it. I was prepared for the scene of confusion, but I must say it staggered me afresh with something of the force of the first impression. Sailors' chests lay open in all directions, and their contents covered the decks. There was the clearest evidence here that the majority of the crew had quitted the vessel in a violent hurry, turning out their boxes to cram their money and jewellery into their pockets, and heedlessly flinging down their own and the clothes which had fallen to their share. This I had every right to suppose from the character of the muddle on the floor, for, passing the light over a part of it, I witnessed a great variety of attire of a kind which certainly no sailor in any age ever went to sea with, not so fine perhaps as that which lay in the cabins, but very good nevertheless, particularly the linen. I saw several wigs, beavers of the kind that were formerly carried under the arm, women's silk shoes, petticoats, pieces of lace, silk, and so forth, all directly assuring me that what I viewed was the contents of passengers' luggage, together with consignments and such freight as the pirates would seize and divide, every man filling his chest. Perhaps there was less on the whole than I supposed, the litter looking great by reason of everything having been torn open and flung down loose. I trod upon these heaps with little concern. They appealed to me only as a provision for my fire should I be disappointed in my search for coal. The hammocks obliged me to move with a stooped head. It was only necessary to feel them with my hand, that is, to test their weight by pushing them in the middle, to know if they were tenanted. Some were heavier than the others, but all of them much lighter than they would have been had they contained human bodies, and by this rapid method I satisfied my mind that there were no dead men here as fully as if I had looked into each separate hammock. This discovery was exceedingly comforting, for, though I do not know that I should have meddled with any frozen man had I found him in this place, his being in the forecastle would have rendered me constantly uneasy, and it must have come to my either closing this part of the ship and shrinking from it as from a spectre-ridden gloom, or to my disposing of the bodies by dragging them on deck, a dismal and hateful job. There were no ports, but a hatch overhead. Wanting light, the candle making the darkness but little more than visible, I fetched from the arms room a handspike that lay in a corner, and, mounting a chest, struck it at the hatch so heartily that the ice cracked all around it and the cover rose. I pushed it off, and down rolled the sunshine in splendour. Everything was plain now. In many places, glittering among the clothes, were gold and silver coins, a few silver ornaments such as buckles and watches, things not missed by the pirates in the transport of their flight. In kicking a coat aside, I discovered a couple of silver crucifixes bound together, and close by were a silver goblet and the hilt of a sword broken off short for the sake of the metal it was of. Nothing ruder than this interior is imaginable. The men must have been mighty put to it for room. There was a window in the head, but the snow veiled it. Maybe the rogues messed together aft and only used this forecastle to lie in. Right under the hatch, where the light was strongest, was a dead rat. I stooped to pick it up, meaning to fling it onto the deck, but its tail broke off at the rump, like a pipe stem. Close against the after bulkhead that separated the forecastle from the cook room was a little hatch. There was a quantity of wearing apparel upon it, and I should have missed it but for catching sight of some 3 inches of the dark line the cover made in the deck. On clearing away the clothes, I perceived a ring, similar to that in the lazarette hatch, and it rose to my first drag and left me the hold yawning black below. I peered down and observed a stout stanchion traversed by iron pins for the hands and feet. The atmosphere was nasty, and to give it time to clear, I went to the cookhouse and warmed myself before the fire. The fresh air blowing down the forecastle hatch speedily sweetened the hold. I lowered the lanthorn and followed, and found myself on top of some rum or spirit casks, which on my hitting them returned to me a solid note. There was a forepeak forward in the bows, and the casks went stowed to the bulkhead of it. The top of the bulkhead was open 4 feet from the upper deck, and on holding the lanthorn over and putting my head through, I saw a quantity of coals. If the forepeak went as low as the vessel's floor, then I calculated there would not be less than 15 tons of coal in it. This was a noble discovery to fall upon, and it made me feel so happy that I do not know that the assurance of my being immediately rescued from this island could have given a lighter pulse to my heart. The candle yielded a very small light, and it was difficult to see above a yard or so ahead or around. I turned my face aft and crawled over the casks and came to under the main hatch, where lay coils of hawsers, buckets, blocks and the like, but there was no pinnace, though here she had been stowed, as a sailor would have promptly seen. A little way beyond, under the great cabin, was the powder magazine, a small bulk-headed compartment with a little door, atop of which was a small bull's-eye lamp. I peered warily enough, you will suppose, into this place, and made out 12 barrels of powder. I heartily wished them overboard, and yet, after all, they were not very much more dangerous than the wines and spirits in the lazarette and forehold. The run remained to be explored, the after part, I mean, under the lazarette deck to the rudder post. But I had seen enough. Crawling about that black interior was cold, lonesome, melancholy work, and it was rendered peculiarly arduous by the obligation of caution imposed by my having to bear a light amid a freight mainly formed of explosives and combustible matter. I had found plenty of coal, and that sufficed. So I returned by the same road I had entered, and sliding to the bulkhead door to keep the cold of the forecastle out of the cookroom, I stirred the fire into a blaze and sat down before it to rest and think. End of I Explore the Hold and the Forecastle.
Chapter 14 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 14. An Extraordinary Occurrence. After the many great mercies which had been vouchsafed me, such as my being the only one saved of all the crew of the Laughing Mary, my deliverance from the dangers of an open boat, my meeting with this schooner, and discovering within her everything needful for the support of life, I should have been guilty of the basest ingratitude had I repined, because there was no boat in the ship. Yet for all of that I could not but see it was a matter that concerned me very closely. Should the vessel be crushed? What was to become of me? It was easy to propose to myself the making of a raft, or the like of such a fabric, but everything was so hard frozen that, being single-handed, it was next to impossible I should be able to put together such a contrivance as would be fit to live in the smallest seaway. However, I was resolute not to make myself melancholy with those considerations. The good fortune that attended me so far might accompany me to the end, and maybe I was the fitter just then to take a hopeful view of my condition, because of the cheerfulness awakened in me by the noble show of coal in the forepeak. At 12 o'clock, by the watch in my pocket, I got my dinner. I had a mind for a lighter drink than brandy, and went to the lazarette and cut out a block of the wine in the cask I had opened. I also knocked out the head of a tierce of beef, designing a hearty regale for supper. You smile, perhaps, that I should talk so much of my eating, but if on shore, amid the security of existence there, it is the one great business of life, that is to say, the one great business of life after love, what must it be to a poor shipwrecked wretch like me, who had nothing else to think of but his food? Yet I could not help smiling when I considered how I was carrying my drink about in my fingers. What the wine was, I do not know. It looked like a claret, but was somewhat sweet, and was the most generous wine I had ever tasted, spite of my having to drink it warm. For if I let the cup out of my hand to cool, lo, when I looked, it was ice. Whilst I sat smoking my pipe, it entered my head to presently turn those two silent gentlemen in the cabin out of it. It was a task from which I shrank, but it must be done. To be candid, I dreaded the effects of their dismal companionship on my spirits. I had been in the schooner 2 days only. I had been heartened by the plenty I had met with, a sound night's rest, the fire, and my escape from the fate that had certainly overtaken me had I gone away in the boat. But being of a superstitious nature, and never a lover of solitude, I easily guessed that in a few days the weight of my loneliness would come to press very heavily upon me, and that if I suffered those figures to keep the cabin, I should find myself lying under a kind of horror which might end in breaking down my manhood, and perhaps in unsettling my reason. But how was I to dispose of them? I meditated this matter whilst I smoked. First I thought I would drag them to the fissure, or rent in the ice just beyond the stern of the schooner, and tumble them into it. But even then they would still be with me, so to speak. I mean, they would be neighbors, though out of sight, and my eagerness was to get them away from this island altogether, which was only to be done by casting them into the sea. Why, though I did not mention the matter in its place, I was as much haunted last night by the man on deck, and the meditating figure on the rocks, as by the fellows in the cabin, and, laugh as you may at my weakness, I do candidly own my feelings was, if I did not contrive that the sea should carry those bodies away, I should come before long to think of them as alive, no matter in what part of the island I might bear them to, and at night time start at every sound, hear their voices in the wind, see their shapes in the darkness, and even by day dread to step upon the cliffs. That such fancies should possess me already shows how necessary it was I should lose no time to provide against their growth. So I settled my scheme thus. First, I was to haul the figures as best I could on to the deck. Then, there being 3, to get them over the side, and afterwards by degrees to transport the 4 of them to some steep whence they would slide of themselves into the ocean. Yet so much did I dread the undertaking, and abhor the thought of the tedious time I foresaw it would occupy me, that I cannot imagine any other sort of painful and distressing work that would not have seemed actually agreeable as compared with this. My pipe being smoked out, I stepped into the cabin, and ascending the ladder threw off the companion cover and opened the doors, and then there went to the man that had his back to the steps. But my courage failed me. He was so lifelike. There was so wild and fierce an earnestness in the expression of his face, so imitable a picture of horror in his starting posture, that my hands fell to my side, and I could not lay hold of him. I will not stop to analyze my fear or ask why, since I knew that this man was dead, and he should have terrified me as surely no living man could. I can only repeat that the prospect of touching him, and laying him upon the deck, and then dragging him up the ladder, was indescribably fearful to me, and I turned away, shaking as if I had the ague. But it had to be done, nevertheless, and after a great deal of reasoning and self-reproach, I seized him on a sudden, and kicking away the bench, let him fall to the deck. He was frozen as hard as stone, and fell like stone, and I looked to see him break, as a statue might that falls lumpishly. His arms, remaining raised, put him in an attitude of entreaty to me to leave him in peace. But I had somewhat mastered myself, and the hurry and tumult of my spirits were a kind of hot temper. So catching him by the collar, I dragged him to the foot of the companion steps, and then with infinite labor and a number of sickening pauses, hauled him up the ladder to the deck. I let him lie and returned, weary and out of breath. He had been a fine man in life, of beauty too, as was to be seen in the shape of his features and the particular elegance of his chin, despite the distortion of his last unspeakable dismay. And with his clothes, I guessed his weight came hard upon 200 pounds, no mean burden to haul up a ladder. I went to the cook-house for a dram and to rest myself, and then came back to the cabin and looked at the other man. His posture had been already described. He made a very burly figure in his coat, and if his weight did not exceed the others, it was not likely to be less. Nothing of his head was visible but the baldness on the top and the growth of hair that ringed it, and the fluffing up of his beard about his arms in which his face was sunk. I touched his beard with a shuddering finger, and noted that the frost had made every hair of it as stiff as wire. It would not do to stand idly contemplating him, for already there was slowly creeping into me a dread of seeing his face. So I took hold of him and swayed him from the table, and he fell upon the deck sideways, preserving his posture, so that his face remained hidden. I dragged him a little way, but he was so heavy, and his attitude rendered him as a burthen so surprisingly cumbersome, that I was sure I could never of my own strength haul him up the ladder. Yet neither was it tolerable that he should be there. I thought of contriving a tackle called a whip, and making one end fast to him, and taking the other end to the little capstan on the main deck. But on inspecting the capstan, I found that the frost had rendered it immovable, adding to which there was nothing whatever to be done with the iron-hard gear, and therefore I had to give that plan up. Then, thought I, if I was to put him before the fire, he might presently thaw into some sort of suppleness, and so prove not harder than the other to get on deck. I liked the idea, and without more ado dragged him laboriously into the cook-room, and laid him close to the furnace, throwing in a little pile of coal to make the fire roar. I then went on deck, and easily enough, the deck being slippery, got my first man to where the huge fellow was that had sentinelled the vessel when I first looked down upon her. But when I viewed the slopes, broken into rocks, which I thought unburdened, had found hard enough to ascend, I was perfectly certain I should never be able to transport the bodies to the top of the cliffs. I must either let them fall into the great split astern of the ship, or lower them over the side and leave the hollow in which the schooner lay to be their tomb. I paced about, not greatly noticing the cold in the little valley, and relishing the brisk exercise, scheming to convey the bodies to the sea, for I was passionately in earnest in wishing the 4 of them away, but to no purpose. I had but my arms, and scheme as I would, I could not make them stronger than they were. It was still blowing a fresh, bright gale from the south. The sea, as might be known by the noise of it, beat very heavily upon the cliffs of ice, and the extremity of the hollow, where it opened to the ocean, but without showing it, was again and again veiled by a vast cloud of spray, the rain of which I could hear ringing like volleys of shot as the wind smote it and drove it with incredible force against the rocks past the brow of the north slope. I thought to myself, there should be power in this wind to quicken the sliding of even so mighty a berg as this island northwards. Every day should steal it by something, however inconsiderable, nearer to warmer regions, and no gale, nay, no gentle swell even, but must help to crack and loosen it into pieces. Oh, cried I, for the power to rupture this bed, that the schooner might slip into the sea. Think of her running north before such a gale as this, steadily bearing me towards a more temperate clime, and into the road of ships. I clenched my hands with a wild yearning in my heart. Should I ever behold my country again? Should I ever meet a living man? The soft and frozen steeps glared a bald reply, and I heard nothing but menace in the shrill noises of the wind and the deep and thunderous roaring of the ocean. It was mighty comforting, however, on returning to the cabin to find it vacant, to be freed from the scare of the sight of the two silent figures. I drew my breath more easily and stopped to glance around. It was the barest cabin I was ever in, uncarpeted, with no other seats than the little benches. I looked at the crucifix, and guessed from the sight of it that, whatever might be the vessel's nation, she had not been sailed by Englishmen. I peeped into poor Polly's cage, if a parrot it was, and the sight of the rich plumage carried my imagination to skies of brass, to the mysterious green solitude of tropical forests, to islands fringed with silver surf, in whose sunny flashing sported nude girls of faultless forms, showing their teeth of pearl in merry laughter, winding amorously with the blue billow, and filling the aromatic breeze with the melody of their language of the sun. Ha, thought I, sailors see some change in their time, and with a hearty sigh I stepped into the cook-room. I started, stopped, and fell back a pace with a cry. When I had put the figure before the fire, he was in the same posture in which he had sat at the table, that is, leaning forward with his face hid in his arms. I had laid him on his side, and his face to the furnace, and in that attitude you would have supposed him a man sound asleep, with his arms over his face to shield it from the heat. But now, to my unspeakable astonishment, he lay on his back, with his arms sunk to his side, and resting on the deck, and his face upturned. I stared at him from the door as if he was the fiend himself. I could scarce credit my senses, and my consternation was so great that I cannot conceive of any man ever having labored under a greater fright. I faintly ejaculated, "Good God!" several times, and could hardly prevent my legs from running away with me. You see, it was certain he must have moved of his own accord to get upon his back. I was prepared for the fire to thaw him into limberness, and had I found him straightened somewhat, I should not have been surprised. But there was no power in fire to stretch him to his full length, and turn him over on his back. What living or ghostly hand had done this thing? Did spirits walk this schooner after all? Had I missed of something more terrible than any number of dead men in searching the vessel? I had made a great fire, and its light was strong, and there was also the light of the lanthorn. But the furnace flames played very lively, completely overmastering the steady illumination of the candle, and the man's figure was all a twitch with moving shadows, and 100 fantastic shades seemed to steal out of the side and bulkheads, and disappeared upon my terrified gaze. Then, thought I, suppose after all that the man should be alive, the vitality in him set flowing by the heat. I minded myself of my own simile of the current checked by frost. Yet, retaining unimpaired the principle of motion, and getting my agitation under some small control, I approached the body on tiptoe, and held the lanthorn to its face. He looked a man of 60 years of age. His beard was grey and very long, and lay upon his breast like a cloud of smoke. His eyes were closed, his brows shaggy, and the dark scar of a sword wound ran across his forehead from the corner of the left eye to the top of the right brow. His nose was long and crooked, but the repose in his countenance, backed by the vague character of the light in which I inspected him, left his face almost expressionless. I was too much alarmed to put my ear to his mouth to mark if he breathed, if indeed the noise of the burning fire would have permitted me to distinguish his respiration. I drew back from him, and put down the lanthorn and watched him. Thought I, it will not do to believe there is anything supernatural here. I can swear there is naught living in this ship, and am I to suppose, assuming she is haunted, that a ghost, which I have already read and heard of as an essence, has in its shadowy being such quality of muscle as it would enable it to turn that heavy man over from his side onto his back? No, no, thought I. Depend upon it, either he is alive and may presently come to himself, or else in some wonderful way the fire in thawing him has so wrought in his frozen fibres as to cause him to turn. Presently his left leg, that was slightly bent towards the furnace, stretched itself out to its full length, and my ear caught a faint sound, as of a weak and melancholy sigh. Gracious heaven, thought I, he is alive! And with less of terror than of profound awe, now that I saw there was nothing of a ghostly or preternatural character in this business, I approached and bent over him. His eyes were still shut, and I could not hear that he breathed. There was not the faintest motion of respiration in his breast, nor stir in the hair that was now soft about his mouth. Yet, so far as the light would suffice me to judge, there was a complexion in his face such as could only come with flowing blood, however languid its circulation, and putting this and the sigh and the movement of the leg together, I felt convinced that the man was alive, and forthwith fell to work, very full of awe and amazement to be sure, to help nature that was struggling in him. My first step was to heat some brandy, and whilst this was doing, I pulled open his coat and freed his neck, fetching a coat from the cabin to serve as a pillow for his head. I next removed his boots and laid bare his feet, which were encased in no less than 4 pairs of thick woolen stockings, so that I thought when I came to the 3rd pair I should find his legs made of stockings. And after bathing his feet in hot water, of which there was a kettle full, I rubbed them with hot brandy as hard as I could chafe. I then dealt with his hands in the like manner, having once been shipmate with a seaman who told me he had seen a sailor brought to by severe rubbing of his extremities after he had been carried below, supposed to be frozen to death, and continued this exercise till I could rub no longer. Next I opened his lips, and finding he wanted some of his front teeth, I very easily poured a dram of brandy into his mouth. Though I preserved my astonishment all this while, I soon discovered myself working with enthusiasm, with the most passionate longing indeed to recover the man, not only because it pleased me to think of my being an instrument under God of calling a human being, so to speak, out of his grave, but because I yearned for a companion, someone to address, to lighten the hideous solitude of my condition, and to assist me in planning our deliverance. I built up a great fire, and with much trouble, for he was very heavy, disposed him in such a manner before it that the heat was reflected all over the front of him, from his head to his feet. I likewise continued to chafe his extremities, remitting this work only to rest, and finding that the brandy had stolen down his throat, I poured another dram in, and then another, till I think he had swallowed a pint. This went on for an hour, during which time he never exhibited the least signs of life, but on a sudden he sighed deep, a tremor ran through him, he sighed again, and partly raised his right hand, which fell to the deck with a blow. His lips twitched, and a small convolution of his face compelled the features into the similitude of a grin, that instantly faded. Then he fetched a succession of sighs, and opened his eyes full upon me. I was warm enough with my work, but when I observed him looking at me, I turned of a death-like cold, and felt the dew of an intolerable emotion wet in the palms of my hand. There was no speculation in his stare at first. His eyes lay as coldly upon me as those of a fish. But as life quickened in him, so his understanding awoke. He slightly knitted his brows, and very slowly rolled his gaze off me to the furnace, and so over as much of the cook-room as was before him. He then started as if to sit up, but fell back with a slight groan, and looked at me again. "What is this?" he said in French, in a very hollow, feeble voice. I knew enough of his language to enable me to know he spoke French, but that was all. I could not speak a syllable of the tongue. "You'll be feeling better presently. You must not expect your strength to come in a minute," said I, taking my chance of his understanding me, and speaking that he might not think me a ghost, for I doubt not I was as white as one, since, to be plain, the mere talking to a figure that I had got to consider as surely dead as anybody in a graveyard was alarming enough. And then again there was a sound of my own voice, which I had not exerted in speech for ages, as it seemed to me. He faintly nodded his head, by which I perceived he understood me, and said very faintly in English, but with a true French accent, "This is a hard bed, sir." "I'll speedily mend that," said I, and at once fetched a mattress from the cabin next mine. This I placed beside him, and dragged him to it, he very weakly assisting. I then brought clothes and rugs to cover him with, and made him a high pillow, and as he lay close to the furnace, he could not have been snugger had he had a wife to tuck him up in his own bed. I was very much excited. My former terrors had vanished, but my awe continued great, for I felt as if I had wrought a miracle, and I trembled as a man who surveys some prodigy of his own creation. It was yet to be learnt how long he had been in this condition, but I was perfectly sure he had formed one of the schooner's people, and as I had guessed her to have been here for upwards of 50 years, the notion of that man having lain torpid for half a century held me under a perpetual spell of astonishment. But there was no more horror in me nor fright. He followed me about with his eyes, but did not offer to speak. Perhaps he could not. I put a lump of ice into the kettle, and when the water boiled, made him a pint of steaming brandy punch, which I held to his lips in a pannikin, whilst I supported his back with my knee. He supped it slowly and painfully, but with unmistakable relish, and fetched a sigh of contentment as he lay back. But he would need something more sustaining than brandy and water, and as I guessed his stomach, after so prodigious a fast, would be too weak to support such solids as beef or pork or bacon, I mused a little, turning over in my mind the contents of the larder, as I call it, all which time he eyed me with bewilderment growing in his face, and I then thought I could not do better than manufacture him a broth of oatmeal, wine, bruised biscuit, and a piece of tongue minced very small. This did not take me long in doing, the tongue being near the furnace, and soft enough for the knife, and there was nothing to melt but the wine. When the broth was ready, I kneeled as before, and fed him. He ate greedily, and when the broth was gone, looked as if he would have been glad for more. "Now, sir," says I, "sleep if you can," with which he turned his head, and in a few minutes was sound asleep, breathing regularly and deeply. End of chapter 14. Recording by Angela Jefferies, Shelbyville, Illinois.
Chapter 15 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hope Force 1. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. It was now time to think of myself. The watch showed the hour to be after 6. Whilst my supper was preparing, I went on deck to close the hatches, to keep the cold out of the ship, and found the weather changed, the wind having shifted directly into the west, whence it was blowing with a good deal of violence upon the ice, ringing over the peaks and among the rocks with a singular clanking noise in its crying, as though it brought with it the echo of thousands of bells pealing in some great city behind the sea. It also swept up the gorge that went from our hollow to the edge of the cliff in a noisy fierce hooting, and this blast was very freely charged with the spray of the breakers which boiled along the island. The sky was overcast with flying clouds of the true Cape Horn colour and appearance. I closed the forecastle, but on stepping aft came to the two bodies, the sight of which brought me to a stand. Since there was life in one, thought I, life may be in these, and I felt as if it would be like murdering them to leave them here for the night. But, said I to myself, after all, these men are certainly insensible if they be not dead. The cold that freezes on deck cannot be different from the cold that froze them below. They'll not be better off in the cabin than here. It will be all the same to them, and tomorrow I shall perhaps have the Frenchman's help to carry them to the furnace and discover if the vital spark is still in them. To be candid, I was the more easily persuaded to leave them to their deck lodging by the very grim, malignant, and savage appearance of the great figure that had leaned against the rail. Indeed, I did not at all like the notion of such company in the cabin through the long night. Added to this, his bulk was such that, without assistance, I could only have moved him as you move a cask, by rolling it, and though this might have answered to convey him to the hatch, I stood to break his arms and legs off, and perhaps his head, so brittle was he with frost, by letting his own weight trundle him down the ladder. So I left him to lie, and came away, flinging a last look round, and then closing the companion door upon me. The Frenchman, as I may call him, was sleeping very heavily and snoring loudly. I got my supper, and whilst I ate surveyed the mound of clothes he made on the deck, a motley heap indeed, with the collars and the finery of the lace and buttons of the coats I had piled upon him, and fell into some startling considerations of him. Was it possible, I asked myself, that he could have lain in his frozen stupor for 50 years? But why not? For suppose he had been on this ice but a year, or only, nay, 6 months, an absurdity in the face of the manifest age of the ship and her furniture. Would not 6 months of lifelessness, followed by a resurrection, be as marvellous as 50 years? Had he the same aspect when the swoon of the ice seized him as he has now? I answered yes, for the current of life having been frozen, his appearance would remain as it was. I lighted my pipe and sat smoking, thinking he would presently awake, but his slumber was as deep as the stillness I had thawed him out of had been, and he lay so motionless that, but for his snoring and harsh breathing, I should have believed him lapsed into his former state. At 8 o'clock the fire was very low. Nature was working out her own way with this Frenchman, and I determined to let him sleep where he was, and take my chance of the night. At all events, he could not alarm me by stirring, for if I heard a movement I should know what it was. So, loitering to see the last gleam of the fire extinguished, I took my lanthorn and went to bed, but not to sleep. The full meaning of the man awakening into life out of a condition into which he had been plunged, for all I knew, before I was born, came upon me very violently in the darkness. There being nothing to divert my thoughts, I gave my mind wholly to it, and I tell you I found it an amazing, terrifying thing to happen. Indeed, I do not know that the like of such an adventure was ever before heard of, and I well recollect thinking to myself, I would give my left hand to know of the other cases of the kind, to be assured that this recovery was strictly within the bounds of nature. That I might feel I was not alone. So strongly did the thoughts of a satanic influence operating in this business crowd upon me, that is to say, as if I was involuntarily working out some plan of the devil. The gale made a great roaring. The ship's stern lay open to the gorge, and but for her steadiness I might have supposed myself at sea. There was indeed an incessant thunder about my ears, often accompanied by the shock of a mass of spray flung 30 feet high, and falling like sacks of stones upon the deck. Once I felt the vessel rock. I cannot tell the hour, but it was long past midnight, and by the noise of the wind I guessed it was blowing a whole gale. The movement was extraordinary. Whether sideways or downwards I could not distinguish, but, seasoned as my stomach was to the motion of ships, this movement set up a nausea that lasted some while, acting upon me, as I have since learned, the convulsion of an earthquake does upon people. It took off my mind from the Frenchman, and filled me with a different sort of alarm altogether, for it was very evident the gale was making the ice break, and, thought I to myself, if we do not mind our eye, we shall be crushed and buried. But what was to be done? To quit the ship for that piercing flying gale, charged with sleet and hail and foam, was merely to languish for a little and then miserably expire of frost. No, thought I, if the end is to come let it find me here, and with that I snugged me down amid the coats and cloaks in my cot, and, obstinately holding my eyes closed, ultimately fell asleep. It was late when I awoke. I lighted the lanthorn, but upon entering the passage that led to the cabin, I observed my own posture that the schooner had not only heeled more to larboard, but was further down by the stern, to the extent of several feet. Indeed, the angle of inclination was now considerable enough to bring my shoulder, in the passage, close against the starboard side when I stood erect. The noise of the gale was still in the air, and the booming and boiling of the sea was uncommonly loud. I walked straight to the cockroom, and, putting the lanthorn to the Frenchman, perceived that he was still in a heavy sleep, and that he had lain through the night precisely in the attitude in which I had left him. His face was so muffled that little more than his long hawksbill nose was discernible. It was freezingly cold, and I made haste to light the fire. There was still coal enough in the corner to last for the day, and before long the furnace was blazing cheerfully. I went to work to make some broth and fry some ham, and melt a little block of the ruby-coloured wine, and whilst thus occupied, turning my head a moment to look at the Frenchman, I found him half started up, staring intently at me. This sudden confrontment threw me into such confusion that I could not speak. He moved his head from side to side, taking a view of the scene, with an expression of the most inimitable astonishment painted upon his countenance. He then brought the flat of his hand with a dramatic blow to his forehead, the scar on which showed black as ink to the fire-glow, and sat erect. "Where have I been?" he exclaimed in French. "Sir," said I, speaking with the utmost difficulty, "I do not understand your language. I am English. You speak my tongue. Will you address me in it?" "English!" he exclaimed in English, dropping his head on one side, and peering at me with an incredible air of amazement. "How came you here? You are not of our company. Let me see." Here he struggled with recollection, continuing to stare at me from under his shaggy eyebrows, as if I was some frightful vision. I am a shipwrecked British mariner, said I, and have been cast away upon this ice where I found your schooner. Ha! He interrupted with prodigious vehemence. Certainly. We are frozen up, I remember. That sleep should serve my memory so. He made as if to rise, but sat again. The cold is numbing. It would weaken a lion. Give me a hot drink, sir. I filled a pannikin with the melted wine, which he swallowed thirstily. More, cried he. I seem to want life. Again I filled the pannikin. Good, said he, fetching a sigh as he returned the vessel. You are very obliging, sir. If you have food there, we will eat together. I give the substance of his speech, but not his delivery of it, nor is it necessary that I should interpolate my rendering with the French words he used. The broth being boiled, I gave him a good bowl of it along with a plate of bacon and tongue, some biscuit, and a pannikin of hot brandy and water, all which things I put upon his knees as he sat up on the mattress, and to it he fell, making a rare meal. Yet all the while he ate he acted like a man bewitched, as well he might, staring at me and looking round and round him, and then dropping his knife to strike his brow, as if by that kind of blow he would quicken the activity of memory there. There is something wrong, said he presently. What is it, sir? This is the cockroom. How does it happen that I am lying here? I told him exactly how it was, adding that if it had not been for his posture, which obliged me to thaw in order to carry him, he would now be on deck with the others, awaiting the best funeral I could give him. Who are the others? Asked he. I know not, said I. There were 4 in all, counting yourself. One sits frozen to death on the rocks. I met him first, and took his watch from his pocket that I might tell the time. He took the watch in his hands, and asked me to bring the lantern close. Ha! cried he. This was Mendoza's, the captain's. I remember. He took it for the sake of this letter upon it. He lies dead on the rocks. We missed him, but did not know where he had gone. Then, raising his hand, and impulsively starting upon the mattress, he cried, whilst he tapped his forehead, It has come back! I have it! Giuseppe Trentanov and I were in the cabin. He had fallen blind with the glare of the ice, if that was it. We confronted each other. On a sudden he screamed out. I had put my face into my arms, and felt myself dying. His cry aroused me. I looked up, and saw him leaning back from the table with his eyes fixed, and horror in his countenance. I was too feeble to speak, too languid to rise. I watched him a while, and then the drowsiness stole over me again, and my head sank, and I remember no more. He shuddered, and extended the pannikin for more liquor. I filled it with 2/3 of brandy and the rest water, and he supped it down as if it had been a thimbleful of wine. By the Holy Cross, cried he. But this is very wonderful, though. How long have you been here, sir? 3 days. 3 days! And I have been in a stupor all that time, never moving, never breathing. You will have been in a stupor longer than that, I expect, said I. What is this month? He cried. July, I replied. July? July? He muttered. Impossible. Let me see. He began to count on his fingers. We fell in with the ice and got locked in November. We had 6 months of it, I recollect no more. 6 months of it, sir, and suppose the stupor came upon me then, the month at which my memory stops would be April. Yet you call this July? That is to say, 4 months of oblivion. Impossible. What was the year in which you fell in with the ice? Said I. The year? He exclaimed in a voice deep with the wonder this question raised in him. The year? Why, man, what year but 1753? Good God! cried I, jumping to my feet with terror at the statement I had anticipated so it shocked me as a new and frightful revelation. "Do you know what year this is?" He looked at me without answering. "It is 1801, I cried, and as I said this I recoiled a step, fully expecting him to leap up and exhibit 100 demonstrations of horror and consternation, for this I am persuaded it would have been my posture had any man aroused me from a slumber and told me I had been in that condition for 48 years. He continued to view me with a very strange and cunning expression in his eyes, the coolness of which was inexpressibly surprising and bewildering, and even mortifying. Then presently grasping his beard, looked at it, then put his hands to his face and looked at them, then drew out his feet and looked at them, then very slowly, but without visible effort, stood up, swaying a little with an air of weakness, and proceeded to feel and strike himself all over, swinging his arms and using his legs, after which he sat down and pulled the clothes over his naked feet, and fixing his eyes on me afresh said, "What do you say this year is, sir?" 1801, I replied. "Bah!" said he, and shook his head very knowingly. "No matter, you have been shipwrecked too. Sir, shipwreck shuffle states as a player does cards, and the best of us will go wrong in famine, loneliness, cold, and peril. Be of good cheer, my friend, all will return to you. Sit, sir, that I may hear your adventures, and I will relate mine." I saw how it was. He supposed me deranged, a mortifying construction to place upon the language of a man who had restored him to life. Yet a few moments' reflection taught me to see the reasonableness of it, for unless he thought me crazy, he must conclude I spoke the truth, and it was inconceivable he should believe that he had lain in a frozen condition for 48 years. I stirred a fire to make more light and sat down near the furnace. His appearance was very striking. The scar upon his forehead gave a very dark sullen look to his brows. His eyes were small, and were half lost in the dusky hollows in which they were set, and I observed an indescribable leering, cunning expression in them, something of which I attributed to the large quantity of liquor he had swallowed. This contrasted oddly with the respectable aspect he took from his baldness, that is, from the nakedness of his poll, for, as I have before said, his hair fell long and plentifully in a ring a little above the ears, so that you would have supposed at some late period of his life he had been scalped. I know not how it was, but I felt no joy in this man's company. For some companion, for some one to speak with, I had yearned again and again with heart-breaking passion, and now a living man sat before me, yet I was sensible of no gladness. In truth, I was overawed by him. He frightened me as one risen from the dead. Here was a creature that had entered, as it seemed to me, those black portals from which no man ever returns, and had come back, through my instrumentality, after hard upon 50 years of the grave. Reason as I might that it was all perfectly in nature, that there was nothing necromantic or diabolic in it, that it could not have happened had it not been natural, my spirits were as much oppressed and confounded by his sitting there alive, talking and watching me, as if, being truly dead, life had entered him on a sudden and he had risen and walked. I have no doubt the disorder my mind was in helped to persuade him that I had not the full possession of my senses. He ran his eye over my figure and then round the cockroom, and said, "I am impatient to learn your story, sir." "Why, sir," said I, "my story is summed up in what I have already told you." But that he might not be at a loss, for to be sure that he had only very newly collected his intellects, I related my adventures at large. He drew nearer to the furnace whilst I talked, bringing his covering of clothes along with him, and held out his great hands to toast at the fire, all the time observing me with scarce a wink of the eye. Arrived at the end of my tale, I told him how only last night I had dragged his companion on deck, and how he was to have followed but for his posture. "Ha!" cried he, "you might have caused my flesh to mortify by laying me close to the fire. It would have been better to rub me with snow." He poked up one foot after the other to count his toes, fearing some had come away with his stockings, and then said, "Well, and how long should I have slept had you not come? Another week? By St. Paul, I might have died. Have you my stockings, sir?" I gave them to him, and he pulled them over his legs, and then drew on his boots and stood up, the coats and wraps tumbling off him as he rose. "I can stand," said he, "that is good." But in attempting to take a step he reeled and would have fallen had I not grasped his arm. "Patience, my friend, patience," he muttered as if to himself. "I must lie a little longer," and with that he kneeled and then lay along the mattress. He breathed heavily and pointed to the pannikin. I asked him whether he would have wine or brandy. He answered, "Wine." So I melted a draught, which dose I thought, on top of what he had already taken, would send him to sleep, but instead it quickened his spirits, and with no lack of life in his voice he said, "What is the condition of the vessel?" I told him that she was still high and dry, adding that during the night some sort of change had happened, which I should presently go on deck to remark. "Think you," he said, "that there is any chance of her ever being liberated?" I answered, "Yes, but not yet. That is, if the ice in breaking doesn't destroy her. The summer season has yet to come, and we are progressing north, but now that you are with me it will be a question for us to settle, whether we are to wait for the ice to release the schooner or endeavour to effect our escape by other means." A curious gleam of cunning satisfaction shone in his eyes as he looked at me. He then kept silence for some moments, lost in thought. "Pray," said I, breaking in upon him, "what ship is this?" He started, deliberated an instant, and answered, "The Boca del Dragon." "A Spaniard?" He nodded. "She was a pirate?" said I. "How do you know that?" he cried with a sudden fierceness. "Sir," said I am a British sailor who has used the sea for some years, and know the difference between a handspike and a poop lanthorn. But what matters? She is a pirate no longer." He let his eyes fall from my face, and gazed round him with the air of one who cannot yet persuade his understanding of the realities of the scene he moves in. "Oh!" cried he presently, addressing himself, "what matters the truth, as you say? Yes, the Boca del Dragon is a pirate. You have of course rummaged her, and guessed her character by what you found?" "I met with enough to excite my suspicion," said I. "The ship's company of such a craft as this do not usually go clothed in lace and rich cloaks, and carry watches of this kind," tapping my breast, "in their fobs and handfuls of gold in their pockets." "Unless," said he. "Unless," I answered, "their flag is as black as their prospects." "You think them black?" cried he, the look of resentment that was darkening his face dying out of it. "The vessel is sound, is not she?" I replied that she appeared so, but it would be impossible to be sure until she floated. "The stores?" "They are plentiful." "They should be," he cried. "We have the liquor and stores of a galleon and 2 carracks in our hold, apart from what we originally laid in for the cruise. Everything will have been kept sweet by the cold." "All the stores seem sound," said I. "We shall not starve. No, not if we were to be imprisoned here for 3 years. But all the same our prospects are black, for here is the ship high and fixed. The ice in parting may crush her, and we have no boat." "May, may!" he cried with a Frenchman's vehemence. "You have may! and you also have may not in your language. Let me feel my strength improving. We shall then find means of throwing a light upon these black prospects of yours." He smiled, or rather grinned, his fangs making the latter term fitter for the mirthless grimace he made. "May I ask your name?" said I. "Jules Tazzard, at your service," said he. "Third in command of the Boca del Dragon, but good as mate Trentanov, and good as Captain Mendoza, and good as the cabin boy Fernando Prado. For we pirates are republicans, sir. We know no social distinctions, save those we order for the convenience of working ship. Now let me tell you the story of our disaster. We had come out of the Spanish Main into the South Seas, partly to escape some British and French cruisers, which were after us and others of our kind, and partly because ill luck was against us, and we could not find our account in those waters. We sailed in December 2 years ago." "Making the year," I interrupted. He started, and then grinned again. "Ah, to be sure," cried he. "This is 1801, but to keep my tale in continence," he went on in a satirical, apologetic way, "let me call the year in which we sailed for the South Sea 1751. What matters 40 or 50 years to the shipwrecked? Is not one day of an open boat, with no society but the devils of memory, and no hope but the silence at the bottom of the sea, an eternity? Fill me that pannikin, my friend. I thank you. To proceed, we cruised some months in the South Sea, and took a number of ships. One was a privateer that had plundered a British Indiaman in the Southern Ocean, and had entered the South Sea by New Holland. This fellow was full of fine clothes, and had some silver in her. We took what we wanted, and let her go with her people under hatches, her yard square, her helm amidships, and her cabin on fire. Our maxim is, no witnesses. That is the pirate's philosophy. Who gives us quarter unless it be to hang us? But to continue. We did handsomely, but were a long time about it, and after careening and filling up with water twixt San Carlos and Chile, we set sail for the Antilles. Like your brig, we were blown south. The weather was ferocious. Gale after gale thundered down upon us, forcing us to fly before it. We lost all reckoning of our position, for days, for weeks. Sea and sky were enveloped in clouds of snow, in the heart of which drove our Frozen Schooner. We were none of us of a nationality fit to encounter these regions. We carried most of us the curly hair of the sun, the chocolate cheek of the burning zone, and the eyes shame the crew, crouching like lascars below. We swept past many vast icebergs, which would leap on a sudden out of the white whirl of thickness, often so close aboard that the recoil of the surge, striking against the mast, would flood our decks. At all moments of the day and night we were prepared to feel the shock of the vessel crushing her bows against one of the stupendous hills. The cabin resounded with psalms and aves, which invocations to the saints, promises, curses, and litanies. The cold does not take men of the Spaniards, who are but indifferent seamen in temperate climes, and we were chiefly Spanish, with consciences as red as your English flag." He grinned, emptied the pannikin, and stretched his hands to the fire to warm them. "One morning, the weather having cleared somewhat, we found ourselves surrounded by ice. A great chain floated ahead of us, extending far into the south. The gale blew dead on to this coast. We durst not haul the schooner to the wind, and our only chance lay in discovering some bay where we might find shelter. Such a bay it was my good luck to spy, lying directly in a line with the ship's head. It was formed of a great steep of ice jutting a long way slantingly into the sea, the width between the point and the main being about a third of a mile. I seized the helm and shouted to the men to hoist the head of the mainsail, that she might round to when I put the helm down. But the fellows were in a panic terror, and stood gaping at what they regarded as their doom, calling upon the Virgin and all the saints for help and mercy. Into this bay did we rush on top of a huge sea, Trentanov, and the captain and I swinging with set teeth at the tiller. That was hard, Ali. She came round, but with such way upon her that she took a long shelving beach of ice, and ran it up it to the distance of half her own length, and there she lay, with her rudder within touch of the wash of the water. The men, regarding the schooner as lost, and in concluding that if she went to pieces her boats would be destroyed, and with them their only chance to escape from the ice, fell frantic and lost their wits altogether. They roared, "To the boats! To the boats!" The captain endeavoured to bring them to their senses. He and I, and the mate, and Joan Barros, the boatswain, a Portuguese, went among them, pistols in hand, entreating, cursing, threatening. "Think of the plunder in this hold. Will you abandon it without an effort to save it? What think you are the chances for the life in open boats in this sea? The schooner lies protected here. The weather will moderate presently, and we may then be able to slide her off." But reason as we would, the cowardly dogs refused to listen. They had broached a spirit cask aft, and passed the liquor along the decks while they hoisted the pinnace out of the hold and got the other boats over. The drink maddened, yet left them wild with fear too. They would not wait to come at the treasure in the run. The fools believed the ship would tumble to pieces as she stood, but entered the forecastle and the officers' cabins, and routed about for whatever money and trinkets they might stuff into their pockets without loss of time, and then, provisioning the boats, they called us to join them, but we said no, on which they ran the boats down to the water, tumbled into them, and pulled away round a point of ice. We lost sight of them then, and I have little doubt that they all perished shortly afterwards." He ceased. I was anxious to hear more. "You had been 6 months on the ice when the stupor fell upon you?" "Ay, about 6 months. The ice gathered about us and built us in. I recollect it was 3 days after we stranded that, going on deck, I saw the bay, as I term it, filled with ice. We drew up several plans to escape, but none satisfied us. Besides, sir, we had a treasure on board which we had risked our necks to get, and we were prepared to go on imperilling our lives to save it. It was natural. We had a great store of coal forwards and amidships, for we had faced the Horn in coming and knew what we had to expect in returning. We were also richly stocked with provisions and drink of all sorts. There were but 4 of us, and we dealt with what we had as if we designed it should last us 50 years. But the cold was frightful. It was not in flesh and blood to stand it. One day we had been locked up about 5 months. Mendoza said he would get upon the rocks and take a view of the sea. He did not return. The others were too weak to seek him, and they were half blind besides. I went, but the ice was full of caves and hollows, and the like, and I could not find him, nor could I look for him long, the cold being the hand of death itself up there. The time went by. Trentanov went stone blind, and I had to put food and drink into his hands that he might live. A week before the stupor came upon me, I went on deck and saw Joan Barros leaning at the rail. I called to him, but he made no reply. I approached and looked at him and found him frozen. Then happened what I have told you. We were in the cabin, the mate seated at the table, waiting for me to lead and support him to the cockroom, for he was so weak he could scarce carry his weight. A sudden faintness seized me, and I sank down upon the bench opposite him. letting my head fall upon my arms. His cry startled me. I looked up, saw him as I have said, but the cabin then turned black, my head sank again, and I remember no more. He paused and then cried in French, "That is all! They are dead! Jules Tassard lives! The devil is loyal to his own!" And with that he lay back and burst into laughter. "And this," said I, "was in 1753. "Yes," he answered, "and this is 1801. 48 years afterwards, eh?" And he laughed out again. "I've talked so much," said he, "that, do you know, I think another nap will do me good. What coals have you found in the ship?" I told him. "Good," he cried. "We can keep ourselves warm for some time to come, anyhow." And so saying, he pulled a rug up to his nose and shut his eyes. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aidan, Mayne. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 16. I Hear of a Great Treasure. I lighted a pipe and sat pondering his story a little while. There was no doubt he had given me the exact truth so far as his relation of it went. As it was certain then that the Boca del Dragon, as she was called, had been fixed in the ice for hard upon 50 years, the conclusion I formed was that she had been blown by some hundreds of leagues further south than the point to which the Laughing Mary had been driven. That this ice in which she was entangled was not then drifting northwards, but was in the grasp of some polar current that trended it southeasterly, that in due course it was carried to the Antarctic main of ice, where it lay compacted, after which, through stress of weather or by the agency of a particular temperature, a great mass of it broke away and started on that northward course which bergs of all magnitude take when they are ruptured from the frozen continent. This theory may be disputed, but it matters not. My business is to relate what befell me. If I do my share honestly, the candid reader will not, I believe, quarrel with me for not being able to explain everything as I go along. The Frenchman snored, and I sat considering him. The impression he had made upon me was not agreeable. To be sure, he had suffered heavily, and there was something not displeasing in the spirit he discovered in telling the story, a spirit I am unable to communicate, as it owed everything to French vivacity largely spiced with devilment, and to sudden turns and ejaculations beyond the capacity of my pen to imitate. But a professional fierceness ran through it, too. It was as if he had licked his chops when he talked of dismissing the captured ship, with her people confined below and her cabin on fire. He had been as good as dead for nearly 50 years, yet he brought with him into life exactly the same qualities he had carried with him in his exit. Hence I never now hear that expression taken from the Latin, "Of the dead speak nothing unless good," without despising it as an unworthy concession to sentiment, for I have not the least doubt in my mind that, spite of deathbed repentances and all the horrors which crowd upon the imagination of a bad man in his last moments, I say I have not the least doubt that of every 100 persons to die, 99 of them, could they be raised from the dead, no matter how many years or even centuries they might have lain in their graves, would exhibit their original natures, and pursue exactly the same courses which made them loved, or scorned, or feared, or neglected before, which brought them to the gallows, or which qualified them to die in peace with faces brightening to the open heavens. If Nero did not again fire Rome, he would be equal to crimes as great, and desire nothing better than the opportunity for them. Caesar would again be the tyrant, and the sword of Brutus would once more fulfill its mission. Richard III would emerge in his winding sheet with the same humpbacked character in which he had expired, the Queen of Scots return warm to her gallantries, and the Stuarts repeat those blunders and crimes which terminated in the headsman or in banishment. But these are my thoughts of today. I was of another temper whilst I sat smoking and listening to the snoring of Monsieur Jules Tassard. Now that I had a companion, should I be able to escape from this horrid situation? He had spoken of chests of silver. Where was the treasure? In the run? There might be booty enough in the hold to make a great man, a fine gentleman of me ashore. It would be a noble ending to an amazing adventure to come off with as much money as would render me independent for life, and enable me to turn my back forever upon the hardest calling to which the destiny of man can wed him. Of such were the fancies which hurried through my mind, coupled with visitations of awe and wonder when I cast my eyes upon the sleeping Frenchman. After all, it was ridiculous that I should feel mortified because he supposed me crazy in the matter of dates. How was it conceivable he should believe he had lain lifeless for 48 years? I knew a man who, after a terrible adventure, had slept for 3 days and nights without stirring. The assurances of the people about him failed to persuade him that he had slumbered so long, and it was not until he walked abroad and met 100 evidences as to the passage of the time during which he had slept that he allowed himself to become convinced. I wished to see how the schooner lay and what change had befallen the ice in the night, and went on deck. It was blowing a whole gale of wind from the northwest. Inside the ship, with the hatches on, and protected moreover by the sides of the hollow in which she lay, it would have been impossible to guess at the weight of the gale, though all along I had supposed it to be storming pretty fiercely by the thunderous humming noise which resounded in the cabin. But I had no notion that so great a wind raged till I gained the deck and heard the prodigious bellowing of it above the rocks. The sky was one great cloud of slate, and there was no flying darkness or yellow scud to give the least movement of life to it. The sea was swelling very furiously, and I could divine its tempestuous character by clouds of spray which sped like volumes of steam under the sullen dusky heavens high over the mastheads. The schooner lay with a list of about 15 degrees, and her bows high cocked. I looked over the stern and saw that the ice had sunk there, and that there were 20 great rents and yawning seams where I had before noticed but one. A vast block of ice had fallen on the starboard side, and lay so close on the quarter that I could have sprung onto it. No other marked changes were observable, but there were 100 sounds to assure me that neither the sea nor the gale was wholly wasting its strength upon this crystal territory, and that if I thought proper to climb the slope and expose myself to the wind, I should behold a face of ice somewhat different from what I had before gazed upon. But the bitter cold held me in dread, and there was no need besides for me to take a survey. All that concerned me lay in the hollow in which the schooner was frozen, but so far as the slopes were concerned, I could see nothing to render me uneasy. The declivities were gradual, and there was little fear of even a violent convulsion throwing the ice upon us. The danger lay below, under the keel. If the ice split, then down would drop the ship and stave herself, or, if she escaped that peril, she must be so wedged as to render the least further pressure of the ice against her sides destructive. I was about to go below again, when my eye was taken by the 2 figures lying upon the deck. No dead bodies ever looked more dead, but after the wondrous restoration of the Frenchman, I could not view their forms without fancying that they were but as he had been, and that if they were carried to the furnace, and treated with brandy and rubbing and the like, they might be brought to. Full of thoughts concerning them, I stepped into the cabin, and, going to the cook-room, found Tassard still heavily sleeping. The coal in the corner was low, and as it wanted an hour of dinner-time, I took the lanthorn and the bucket, and went into the forepeak, and after several journeys stocked up a good provision of coal in the corner. I made noise enough, but Tassard slept on. When this was ended, I boiled some water to cleanse myself, and then sat about getting the dinner ready. The going into the forepeak had put my mind upon the treasure, which, as I had gathered from the Frenchman's narrative, was somewhere hidden in the schooner, in the run, as I doubted not. I mean in the hold, under the lazaret, for you will recollect that, being weary and half perished with the cold, I had turned my back on that dark part after having looked into the powder-room. All the time I was fetching the coal and dressing the dinner, my imagination was on fire with fancies of the treasure in the ship. The Frenchmen had told me that they had been well enough pleased with their hauls in the South Sea to resolve them upon heading round the Horn for their haunt, wherever it might be, in the Spanish Main, and I had too good an understanding of the character of pirates to believe that they would have quitted a rich hunting field before they had handsomely lined their pockets. What, then, was the treasure in the run, if indeed it were there? I recalled a dozen stories of the doings of the buccaneers, not to speak of the famous Acapulco ship taken by Anson a little before the year in which the Boca del Dragon was fishing in those waters, and I feasted my fancy with all sorts of sparkling dreams of gold and silver and precious stones, of the costly ecclesial furniture of New Spain, of which methought I found a hint in that silver crucifix in the cabin, of rings, sword hilts, watches, buckles, snuff-boxes, and the like. Lord, thought I, that this island were of good honest Mother Earth instead of ice, that we might bury the pirate's booty if we could not save the ship, and make a princely mine of its grave ready for the mattock should we survive to fetch it. I was mechanically stirring the saucepan full of broth I had prepared, lost in these golden thoughts, when the Frenchman suddenly sat up on his mattress. "Ha!" cried he, sniffing vigorously. "I smell something good, something I am ready for. There is no physic like sleep." And with that he stretched out his arms with a great yawn, then rose very agilely, kicking the clothes and mattress on one side and bringing a bench close to the furnace. "What time is it, sir?" "Something after 12 by the captain's watch," said I, pulling it out and looking at it. "But 'tis guesswork time." "The captain's watch?" cried he, with a short, loud laugh. "You are modest, Mr. "Paul Rodney," said I, seeing he stopped for my name. "Yes, modeste, Monsieur Paul Rodney. That watch is yours, sir, and you mean it shall be yours." "Well, Mr. Tassard," said I, coloring in spite of myself, though he could not witness the change in such a light as that, "I felt that if I left the watch in the captain's pocket, it was bound to go to the bottom ultimately, and—" "Bah!" he interrupted, with a violent flourish of the hand. "Let us save the schooner, if possible. There will be more than one watch for your pocket, more than one doubloon for your purse. Meanwhile, to dinner. My stupor has converted me into an empty hogshead, and it will take me a fortnight of hard eating to feel that I have broken my fast." With a blow of the chopper, he struck off a lump of the frozen wine, and then fell to, eating perhaps as a man might be expected to eat who had not had a meal for 48 years. "There are 2 of your companions on deck," said I. He started. "Frozen," I continued. "They'll be the bodies of Trentanove and Joan Barrows?" He nodded. "There is no reason why they should be deader than you were. It is true that Barrows had been on deck whilst you have been below, but after you pass a certain degree of cold, fiercer rigors cannot signify." "What do you propose?" he said, looking at me oddly. "Why, that we should carry them to the fire, and rub them, and bring them to if we can." "Why?" I was staggered by his indifference, for I had believed he would have shown himself very eager to restore his old companions and shipmates to life. I was searching for an answer to his strange inquiry, "Why?" when he proceeded, "First of all, my friend Trentanove was stone blind, and Barrows nearly blind. Unless you could return them their sight with their life, they would curse you for disturbing them. Better the blackness of death than the blackness of life." "There is the body of the captain," said I. He grinned. "Let them sleep," said he. "Do you know that they are cutthroats, who would reward your kindness with the poniards that you might not tell tales against them, or claim a share of the treasure in this vessel? Of all desperate villains, I never met the like of Barrows. He loved blood even better than money. He'd quench his thirst before an engagement with gunpowder mixed in brandy. I once saw him choke a man. He is very well. Leave him to his repose." In the glow of the fire, he looked uncommonly sardonic and wild, with his long beard, bald head, flowing hair, shaggy brows, and little cunning eyes, which seemed in their smallness to share in his grin, and yet did not. And though, to be sure, he was someone to talk to, and to make plans with for our escape, yet I felt that if he were to fall into a stupor again, it would not be my hands that should chafe him into being. "You knew those men in life," said I. "If the others are of the same pattern as the Portuguese, by all means let them lie frozen." "But, my friend," said he, calling me mon ami, which I translate, "that's not it either. Do you know the value of the booty in the schooner?" I answered, no. How was I to know it? I had met with nothing but wearing apparel, and some pieces of money, and a few watches in the forecastle. He knit his brows with a fierce, suspicious gleam in his eyes. "But you have searched the vessel?" he cried. "I have searched, as you call it. That is, I have crawled through the hold as far as the powder room." "And further aft?" "No, not further aft." His countenance cleared. "You scared me," said he, fetching a deep breath. "I was afraid that someone had been beforehand with us. But it is not conceivable. No. We shall look for it presently, and we shall find it." "Find what, Mr. Tassard?" said I. He held up the fingers of his right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 chests of plate and money. 1, 2, 3. 3 cases of virgin silver and ingots. 1 chest of gold ingots. 1 case of jewelry. In all," he paused to enter into a calculation, moving his lips briskly as he whispered to himself, "between 90 and 100,000 pounds of your English money." I stifled the amazement his words excited, and said coldly, "You must have met with some rich ships." "We did well," he answered. "My memory is good." He counted afresh on his fingers. 10 cases in all. Fortune is a strange wench, Mr. Rodney. Who would think of finding her lodged on an iceberg? Now bring those others up there to life, and you make us 5. What would follow, think you? What but this?" He raised his beard and stroked his throat with the sharp of his hand. Then, swallowing a great draught of brandy, he rose and stopped to listen. "It is blowing hard," said he. "The harder the better. I want to see this island knocked into bergs. Every sea is as good as a pickaxe. Hark! There are those crackling noises I used to hear before I fell into a stupor. Where do you sleep?" I told him. "My berth is the 3rd, said he. "I wish to smoke, and will fetch my pipe." He took the lanthorn and went aft, acting as if he had left that berth an hour ago, and I understood in the face of this ready recurrence of his memory how impossible it would be ever to make him believe he had been practically lifeless since the year 1753. When he returned, he had on a hairy cap, with large covers for the ears, and a big flap behind that fell to below his collar, and was almost as long as his hair. He wanted but a couple of muskets and an umbrella to closely resemble Robinson Crusoe, as he is made to figure in most of the cuts I have seen. He produced a pipe of the Dutch pattern, with a bowl carved into a death's head, and great enough to hold a cake of tobacco. The skull might have been a child's for size, and though it was dyed with tobacco juice and the top blackened, with the live coals which had been held to it, it was so finely carved that it looked very ghastly and terribly real in his hand as he sat puffing at it. He eyed me steadfastly while he smoked, as if critically taking stock of me, and presently said, "The devil hath an odd way of ordering matters. What particular merit have I, that I should have been the one hit upon by you to Thor? Had you brought any one of the others too, he would have advised you against reviving us, and so I should have passed out of my frosty sleep into death as quietly, aye, and as painlessly, as that puff of smoke melts into clear air. Then perhaps you do not think you are obliged by my awakening you to life? Said I. Yes, my friend, I am much obliged, said he with vivacity. Any fool can die. To live is the true business of life. Mark what you do. You make me no tobacco again. You enable me to eat and drink, and these things are pleasures which were denied me in that cabin there. You recall me to the enjoyment of my gains, nay, of more, of my own, and the gains of our company. You make me, as you make yourself, a rich man. The world opens before me anew, and very brilliantly, to be sure. I am obliged. The world is certainly before you as it is before me, said I, but that's all. We have got to get there. He flourished his pipe, and 'twas like the flight of death through the gloomy, fire-tinctured air. That must come. We are two. Yesterday you were one, and I can understand your despair. But these arms, stupor has not wasted so much as the dark line of a fingernail of muscle. You too are no girl. Courage! Between us we shall manage. How long is it since you sailed from England? We sailed last month a year from the Thames for Callao. And what is the news? Said he, taking a pinnikin of wine from the oven and sipping it. Last year? 'Tis 12 years since I was in Paris, and 3 years since we had news from Europe. News, thought I. To tell this man the news, as he calls it, would oblige me to travel over 50 years of history. Why, Mr. Tissard, said I, there's plenty of things happening, you know, for Europe's full of kings and queens, and 2 or more of them are nearly always at loggerheads. But sailors, merchantmen like myself, hear little of what goes on. We know the name of our own sovereign, and what wages sailors are getting. That's about it, sir. In fact, at this moment, I could tell you more about Chile and Peru than England and France. Is there war between our nations? He said. Yes, said I. Ha! He cried. I doubt if this time you will come off so easily. You have good men in Ock and Anson, but Jonquière, Saint-Georges, eh? And Maison, Cellier, L'Étendard? He shook his head knowingly, and an air of complacency that would be indescribable but for the word French overspread his face. I knew the name of Jonquière as an admiral who had fought us in 1748 or thereabouts. Of the others I had never heard. But I held my peace, which I suppose he put down to good manners, for he changed the subject by asking if I was married. I answered no, and inquired if he had a wife. A wife, cried he. What should a man of my calling do with a wife? No, no. We gather such flowers as we want off the high seas, and wear them till the perfume palls. They prove stubborn, though. Our graces are not always relished. Trentanov reckoned himself the most killing among us, and by St. Barnabas he proved so, for 3 ladies, passengers of beauty and distinction, slew themselves for his sake. Do you understand me? They preferred the knife to his addresses. I, said he, tapping his breast and grinning, was always fortunate. He looked a complete satyr as he thus spoke, with his hairy cap, grey beard, long nose, little cunning, shining eyes, and broken fangs, and a chill of disgust came upon me. But I had already seen enough of him to understand that he was a man of a very formidable character, and that he had awakened after 48 years of insensibility as real a pirate at heart as ever he had been, and that it therefore behooved me to deal very warily with him, and above all, not to let him suspect my thoughts. Yet he seemed a person superior to the calling he had adopted. His English was good, and his articulation indicated a quality of breeding. Whilst he smoked his pipe out, he told me a story of an action between this schooner and a French Indiaman. I will not repeat it. It was mere butchery, with features of diabolic cruelty. But what affected me more violently than the horrors of the narrative was his cool and easy recital of his own, and the deeds of his companions, ye saw that he had no more conscience in him than the death's head he puffed at, and that his idea was there was no true greatness to be met without of enormity. Well, thought I, as I stepped to the corner for some coal, if I was afraid of this creature when he was dead, to what condition of mind shall I be reduced by his being alive? End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aidan, Mayne. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 17. The Treasure. When his pipe was out, he rose and made several strides about the cook-room, then took the lanthorn, and entering the cabin, stood a while surveying the place. "So this would have been my coffin but for you, Mr. Rodney," said he. "I was in good company, though," pointing over his shoulder at the crucifix with his thumb. "Lord, how the rogues prayed and cursed in this same cabin! In fine weather, and when all was well, the sharks in our wake had more religion than they. But the instant they were in danger, down they tumbled upon their quivering knees, and if heaven was twice as big as it is, it could not have held saints enough for those varlets to petition." "You were nearly all Spaniards?" "Aye, the worst class of men a ship could enter the seas with. But for our calling, they are the fittest of all the nations in the world. Better even than the Portuguese, and with truer trade instincts than the trained mulatto. Nimbler artists in roguery than ever one of them. I despise their superstition, but they are the better pirates for it. They carry it as a man might a feather bed. It enables them to fall soft. Do you take me? Ha!" He gave one of his short, loud laughs, and said, "I hope this slope won't increase. The angle's stiff enough as it is. 'Twill be like living on the roof of a house. I have a mind to see how she lies. What do you say, Mr. Rodney? Shall I venture into the open?" "Why not?" said I. "You can move briskly. You have as much life as ever you had." "Let's go then," he exclaimed. And climbing the ladder, he pushed open the companion door and stepped onto the deck. I followed with but little solicitude, as you may suppose, as to what might attend his exposure. The blast of the gale, though it was broken into downwards eddying dartings by the rocks, made him bawl out with the sting of it, and for some moments he could think of nothing but the cold, stamping the deck and beating his hands. "Ha!" cried he, grinning to the smart of his cheeks. "This is not the cook-room, eh? Great thunder, you will not have it that this ice has been drifting north. Why, man, 'tis icier but 20 degrees than when we first locked up." "I hope not," said I, "and I think not. Your blood doesn't course strong yet, and you are fresh from the furnace. Besides, it is blowing a bitter cold gale. Look at that sky and listen to the thunder of the sea." The commotion was indeed terribly uproarious. The spume, as before, was blowing in clouds of snow over the ice, and fled in very startling flashes of whiteness under the livid drapery of the sky. The wind itself sounded like the prolonged echo of a discharge of monster ordnance, and it screeched and whistled hideously where it struck the peaks and edges of the cliffs and swept through the schooner's masts. The rending noises of the ice in all directions were distinct and fearful. The Frenchman looked about him with consternation, and to my surprise crossed himself. "May the Blessed Virgin preserve us," he said. "Do you say we have drifted north? If this is not the heart of the South Pole, you shall persuade me we are on the equator." "It cannot storm too terribly for us, as you just now said," I replied. "I want this island to go to pieces." As I said this, a solid pillar of ice just beyond the brow of the hill on the starboard side was dislodged or blown down. It fell with a mighty crash, and filled the air with crystal splinters. Tassard started back with a faint cry of "Bon Dieu!" "Judge for yourself how the ship lies," said I. "This is freezing work." He went aft and looked over the stern, then walked to the larboard rail and peered over the side. "Is there ice beyond that opening?" he asked, pointing over the taffrail. "No," I answered. "That goes to the sea. There is a low cliff beyond. Mark that cloud of white. It is the spray hurled athwart the mouth of this hollow." "Good," he mumbled, with his teeth chattering. "The change is marvelous. There was ice for a quarter of a mile where that slope ends. 'Tis too cold to converse here." "There are your companions," said I, pointing to the two bodies lying a little distance before the mainmast. He marched up to them and exclaimed, "Yes, this is Trentonov, and that is Barros. Both were blind, but they are blinder now. Would they thank you to arouse them out of their comfortable sleep and force them to feel as I do, this cold to which they are now as insensible as I was? By heaven, for my part, I can stand it no longer." And with that he ran briskly to the hatch. I followed him to the cook-room, and he crept so close to the furnace that I thought he had a mind to roast himself. No doubt, newly come to life as he was, the cold hurt him more than me, and maybe the tide of those animal spirits which had in his former existence furnished him with a brute courage had not yet flowed full into his mind. Still, I questioned even in his heyday if there had ever been much more than the swashbuckler in him, which opinion, however, could only increase the anxiety his companionship was likely to cause me by obliging me to understand that I must prepare myself for treachery, and on no account whatever to suppose for a moment that he was capable of the least degree of gratitude, or was to be swerved from any design he might form by considerations of my claim upon him as his preserver. It is among the wonders of human nature that antagonisms should be found to flourish under such conditions of hopelessness, misery, and anguish as make those who languish under them the most pitiful wretches under God's eye. But so it has been, so it is, so it will ever be. Two men in an open boat at sea, their lips frothing with thirst, their eyes burning with famine, shall fall upon each other and fight to the death. Two men on an island, two miserable castaways whose dismal end can only be a matter of a week or two, eye each other morosely, give each other injurious words, break away and sullenly live, each man by himself on opposite sides of their desert prison. Beasts do not act thus, nor birds, nor reptiles, only man. What was in the Frenchman Tessard's mind I do not know. In mine was fear, dislike, profound distrust, a great uneasiness, albeit we were alone. We were brothers in affliction and distress, as completely sundered from the world to which we belonged as if we lay stranded in the icy moon, speaking in the same tongue and believing in the same God. The heat comforted him presently, and he put a lump of wine into the oven to melt, and this comforted him also. "I can converse now," said he. "Perhaps, after all, the danger lies more in the imagination than in the fact. But it is a hideous naked scene, and needs no such coloring as the roaring of wind, the rushing of seas, and the crashing falls of masses of ice to render it frightful." "You tell me," said I, "that when you fell asleep," I would sometimes express his frozen state thus, "there was a quarter of a mile of ice beyond the schooner's stern." "At least a quarter of a mile," he answered. "Day after day it would be built up till it came to a face of that extent." I thought to myself, if it has taken 48 years of the wear and tear of storm and surge to extinguish a quarter of a mile, how long a time must elapse before this island splits up? But then I reflected that during the greater part of those years this sheet of ice had been stuck very low south where the cold was so extreme as to make it defy dissolution, that since then it was come away from the main and stealing north, so that what might have taken 30 years to accomplish in 70 degrees of south latitude might be performed in a day on the parallel of 60 degrees in the summer season in these seas. Tessard continued speaking with the pannikin in his hand, and his eyes shut as if to get the picture of the schooner's position fair before his mind's vision. "There was a quarter of a mile of ice beyond the ship. I have it very plain in my sight. It was a great muddle of hillocks, for the ice pressed thick and hard, and raised us and vomited up peaks and rocks to the squeeze. Suppose I have been asleep a week." Here he opened his eyes and gazed at me. "Well," said I. "I say," he continued in the tone of one easily excited into passion, "a week. It will not have been more. It is impossible. Never mind about your 1801, showing his fangs in a sarcastic grin. A week is long enough, friend. Then this is what I mean to say, that the breaking away of a quarter of a mile of ice in a week is fine work, full of grand promise. The next wrench, which might come now as I speak, or tomorrow, or in a week, the next wrench may bring away the rock on which we are lodged, and the rest is a matter of patience, which we can afford, For we are but two. There is plenty of meat and liquor, and the reward afterwards is a princely independence, Mr. Paul Rodney." I was struck with the notion of the bed of ice on which the schooner lay going afloat, and said, "Are sea and wind to be helped, think you? If the block on which we lie could be detached, it might beat a bit against its parent stock, but would not unite again. The schooner's canvas might be made to help it along, though suppose it capsized." "We must consider," said he. "There is no need to hurry. When the wind falls, we will survey the ice." He warmed himself afresh, and after remaining silent with the air of one turning many thoughts over in his mind, he suddenly cried, "Do you know, I have a mind to view the plate and money below. What say you?" His little eyes seemed to sparkle with suspicion as he directed them at me. I was confident he suspected I had lied in saying I knew nothing of this treasure, and that he wanted to see if I had meddled with those chests. One of the penalties attached to a man being forced to keep the company of liars is, he himself is never believed by them. I answered instantly, "Certainly. I should like to see this wonderful booty. It is right that we should find out at once if it is there, for supposing it vanished, we should be no better than madmen to sit talking here of the fine lives we shall live if ever we get home." He picked up the lanthorn and said, "I must go to your cabin. It was the captain's. The keys of the chest should be in one of his boxes." He marched off, and was so long gone that I was almost of belief he had tumbled down in a fit. However, I had made up my mind to act a very wary part, and particularly never to let him think I distrusted him, and so I would not go to see what he was about. But what I did was this. The arms room was next door. I lighted a candle, entered it, and swiftly armed myself with a sort of dagger, a kind of boarding knife, a very murderous little 2-edged sword, the blade about 7 inches long, and the haft of brass. There were some 50 of these weapons, and I took the first that came to my hand and dropped it into the deep side pocket of my coat, and returned to the cook-room. It was not that I was afraid of going unarmed with this man into the hold. There was no more danger to me there than here. Should he ever design to dispatch me, one place was the same as another, for the dead above could not testify. There were no witnesses in this white and desolate kingdom. What resolved me to go armed was the fear that should the treasure be missing, and who was to swear that the schooner had never been visited once in 48 years? The Frenchman, who was persuaded his stupor had not lasted above a week, and who was doubtless satisfied the chests were in the hold down to the period when he lost recollection, would suspect me of foul play, and in the barbarous rage of a pirate fall upon and endeavor to kill me. Thus you will see that I had no very high opinion of the morals and character of the man I had given life to, and indeed, after I had armed myself and was seated again before the furnace, I felt extremely melancholy, and underwent the severest dejection of spirits that had yet visited me, fearing that my humanity had achieved nothing more than to bring me into the society of a devil, who would prove a fixed source of anxiety and misery to me. Was it conceivable that the others should be worse than, or even as bad as, this creature? His hair showed him hoary and vice. The Italian was a handsome man, and let him have been as profligate as he would, as cruel and fierce a pirate as Tessard had painted him, he would at all events have proved a sightly companion, and harmless as being blind, though, to be sure, for that reason of no use to me. Yet, though his blindness would have made him a burden, I had rather have thawed him into life than the Frenchman. The mere thought of feeling under an obligation to arm myself filled me with such vindictive passions that I protest as I sat alone waiting for him. I felt as if it were a duty I owed myself to return him to the condition in which I found him, which was to be easily contrived by my binding him in his sleep and dragging him to the deck and leaving him to stupefy alongside the body of the giant Joan Barros. "Peace," cried I to myself with a shiver. "Villain that thou art to harbour such thoughts, thou art 100-fold worse than the wretch against whom Satan is setting thee plotting to think thus vilely." I gulped down this bolus of conscience with the help of a draught of wine, and it did me good. Lord, how dangerous is loneliness to a man! Depend upon it, your seeker after solitude is only hunting for the road that leads to Bedlam. It might be that he was long because of having to seek for the keys, but my own conviction was that he found the keys easily, and stayed to rummage the boxes for such jewels and articles of value as he might there find. I think he was gone near half an hour. He then returned to the cookhouse, saying briefly, "I have the keys," and jingling them, and after warming himself said, "Let us go." I was moving towards the forecastle. "Not that way for the run?" cried he. "Is there a hatch aft?" I asked. "Certainly, in the lazarette." "I wish I had known that," said I. "I should have been spared a stifling scramble over the casks and raffle forwards." He led the way, and coming to the trap hatch that conducted to the lazarette, he pulled it open, and we descended. He held the lanthorn and threw the light around him and said, There are plenty of stores here. We reckoned upon provisions for 12 months, and we were 70 a crew." A strange figure he looked, just touched by the yellow candlelight, and standing out upon the blackness like some vision of a distempered fancy, in his hair cap and flaps, and with his long nose and beard and little eyes shining as he rolled them here and there. We made our way over the casks, bales, and the like, till we were right aft, and here there was a small clear space of deck in which lay a hatch. This he lifted by its ring, and down through the aperture did he drop, I following. The lazarette deck came so low that we had to squat when still and move upon our knees. At the foremost end of this division of the ship, so far as it was possible for my eyes to pierce the darkness, for it seems that this run went clear to the forehold bulkhead, that is to say, under the powder room, to where the forehold began, were stowed the spare sails, ropes for gear, and a great variety of furniture for the equipment of a ship's yards and mast. But immediately under the hatch stood several small chests and cases, painted black, stowed side by side so that they could not shift. Dessard ran his eye over them, counting. "Right," cried he. "Hold the lanthorn, Mr. Rodney." I took the light from him, and, pulling the keys from his pocket, he fell to trying them at the lock of the first chest. One fitted. The bolt shot with a hard click, like cocking a trigger, and he raised the lid. The chest was full of silver money. I picked up a couple of the coins, and, bringing them to the candle, perceived them to be Spanish pieces of 8. The money was tarnished, yet it reflected a sort of dull metallic light. The Frenchman grasped a handful and dropped them, as though, like a child, he loved to hear the chink the pieces made as they fell. "There's a brave pocketful there," said I. "Tut!" cried he scornfully. "'Tis a mere show of money. Resolve it into gold, and it becomes a lean bit of plunder. This we got from the conquistador. It was all she had in this way. Destined for some monastery, I recollect. But this appointment is good for holy fathers. It makes them more earnest in their devotions, and keeps their paunches from swelling." He let fall the lid of the chest, which locked itself, and then, after a short trial of the keys, opened the one beside it. This was stored to the top with what I took to be pigs of lead, and when he pulled out one and bade me feel the weight of it, I still thought it was lead, until he told me it was virgin silver. "This was good booty," cried he, taking the lanthorn and swinging it over the blocks of metal. "It would have been missed but for me. Our men found it in the hold of the buccaneer in a chest half again as deep as this, and thought it to be a case of marmalade, for there were 2 layers of boxes of marmalade stored on top. I routed them out and found those pretty bricks of ore snug beneath. I believe Mendoza made the value of the 2 chests, silver though it may be, to be equal to 6,000 pounds of your money." The next chest he opened was filled with jewelry of various kinds, the fruits, I dare say, of a dozen pillages, for not only had this pirate robbed honest traders, but a picaroon as well that had also plundered in her turn another of her own kidney, so that, as I say, this chest of jewelry might represent the property of the passengers of as many as a dozen vessels. It was as if the contents of the shop of a jeweler, who was at once a goldsmith and a silversmith, had been emptied into this chest. You could scarce name an ornament that was not here. Watches, snuff-boxes, buckles, bracelets, pounce-boxes, vinaigrettes, earrings, crucifixes, stars for the hair, necklaces, but the list grows tiresome. In silver and gold, but chiefly in gold, all shot together and lying scramble fashion, as if they had been potatoes. "This is a fine sight," said Tassard, poring upon the sparkling mass with falcon nose and ravenous eyes. "Here is a dainty little watch. 50 guineas would not purchase it in London or Paris. Where is the white breast upon which that cross there once glittered? Ah, the perfume has faded," bringing a vinaigrette to his hawk's bill. "The soul is gone. The body is the immortal part in this case. Now, my friend, talk to me of the patient drudgery of honourable life after this," collecting the chests, so to say, to my view with a sweep of the hand. "Men will break their hearts for 100 livres ashore and be hanged for the price of a pinchbeck dial. When I was in London, I saw 5 men carted to the gallows. One had forged. One was a highwayman. I forget the others' businesses, but I recollect on inquiring the value of their baggings, that for which they were hanged, it did not amount to 4 guineas a man. Look at this." He swept his great hand again over the chests. "Is not here something worth going to the scaffold for?" His bosom swelled, his eyes sparkled, and he made as if to strike a heroic posture, but this he could not contrive on his hams. I was thunderstruck, as you will suppose, by the sight of all this treasure, and looked and stared like a fool, as if I was in a dream. I had never seen so many fine things before, and indulged in the most extravagant fancies of their worth. Here and there in the glittering huddle my eye lighted on an object that was 100, perhaps 200 years old, a cup very choicely wrought, that may have been in a family for several generations, a watch of a curious figure, and the like. There might have been the pickings of the cabins, trunks, and portmanteaux of 100 opulent men and women in this chest, and so far as I could judge from what lay atop, the people plundered represented several nationalities. But there were other chests and cases to explore, 10 in all. 2 of these were filled with silver money, a third with plate, a fourth with English, French, Spanish, and Portugal coins and gold, but the one over which Tassard hung longest in a transport that held him dumb was the smallest of all, and this was packed with gold in bars. The stuff had the appearance of mouldy yellow soap, and having no sparkle nor variety did not affect me as the jewelry had, though in value this chest came near to being worth as much as all the others put together. The fixed, transported posture of the pirate, his little shining eyes intent upon the bars, his form in the candlelight looking like a sketch of a strange, wildly apparelled man done in phosphorus, coupled with the loom of the black chests, the sense of our desolation, the folly of our enjoyment of the sight of the treasure in the face of our pitiable and dismal plight, the melancholy storming of the wind, moaning like the rumble of thunder heard in a vault, and above all the feeling of unreality inspired by the thought of my companion having lain for 48 years as good as dead, combined to render the scene so startlingly impressive that it remains at this hour painted as vividly upon the eye of memory as if I had come from it 5 minutes ago. "So," cried the Frenchman suddenly, slamming the lid of the chest, "'tis all here. Now then, to the business of considering how to come off with it." He thrust the keys in his pocket, and we returned to the cookroom. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aidan, Mayne. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 18. We Talk Over Our Situation. That night, as afterwards, Tassard occupied the berth that he was used to sleep in before he was frozen. Although I had not then the least fear that he would attempt any malignant tricks with me whilst we remained in this posture, the feeling that he lay in the berth next but one to mine made me uneasy in spite of my reasoning, and I was so nervous as to silently shoot a great iron bolt, so that it would have been impossible to enter without beating the door in. In sober truth, the sight of the treasure had put a sort of fever into my imagination, of the heat and effects of which I was not completely sensible until I was alone in my cabin and swinging in the darkness. That the value of what I had seen came to 90 or 100,000 pounds of our money I could not doubt, and I will not deny that my fancy was greatly excited by thinking of it. But there was something else. Suppose we should have the happiness to escape with this treasure. Then I was perfectly certain the Frenchman would come between me and my share of it. This apprehension, threading my heated thoughts of the gold and silver, kept me restless during the greater part of the night, and I also held my brains on the stretch with devices for saving ourselves and the treasure. Yet I could not satisfy my mind that anything was to be done unless nature herself assisted us in freeing the schooner. However, as it happened, the gale roared for a whole week, and the cold was so frightful and the air so charged with spray and hail that we were forced to lie close below with the hatches on for our lives. It was true Cape Horn weather, with seas as high as cliffs, and a westering tendency in the wind that flung sheets of water through the ravine, which must have quickly filled the hollow and built us up in ice to the height of the rails, but for the strong slope down which the water rushed as fast as it was hurled. I never needed to peep an inch beyond the companionway to view the sky, nor for the matter of that was there ever any occasion to leave the cabin to guess at the weather, for the perpetual thunder of it echoed strong in every part of the vessel below, and the whole fabric was constantly shivering to the blows of the falls of water on her decks. At first, the Frenchman and I would sit in the greatest fear imaginable, constantly expecting some mighty disaster, such as the rending of the ice under our keel and our being swallowed up, or the coming together of the slopes in such a manner as to crush the ship, or the fall upon her of ice weighty enough to beat her flat, though perhaps this we least feared, for unless the storm changed the whole face of the cliffs, there was no ice in our neighborhood to serve us in that way. But as the time slipped by and nothing worse happened than one sharp movement only in the vessel, following the heels of a great noise like a cannon discharged just outside, though this movement scared us nearly out of our senses and held us in a manner dumbfounded for the rest of the day, I say, the time passing and nothing more terrifying than what I have related happening, we took heart and waited with some courage and patience for the gale to break, never doubting that we would find a wonderful change when we surveyed the scene from the heights. We lived well, sparing ourselves in nothing that the vessel contained, the abundance rendering stint idle. The Frenchman cooked, for he was a better hand than I at that work, and provided several relishable sea pies, cakes, and broths. As for liquor, there was enough on board to drown the pair of us 20 times over. Wines of France, Spain, Portugal, very choicely fine brandy, rum in plenty, such variety indeed as enabled us to brew a different kind of punch every day in the 7. But we were much more careful with the coal, and spared it to the utmost by burning the hammocks, bedding, and chests that lay in the forecastle. That is to say, we burnt these things by degrees, the stock being excessive, and by judiciously mixing them with coal and wood, they made good warming fires, and as tinder lasted long too. We occupied one morning in thoroughly overhauling the castle for such articles of value as the sailors had dropped or forgotten in their flight, but found much less than I had expected from the sight of the money and other things on the deck. There was little in this way to be found in the cabins, I mean in the captain's cabin which I used, and the one next to it that had been the mate's, for of course I did not search Mr. Tassard's berth. But though it was quite likely that the seamen had plundered these cabins before they left the ship, I was also sure that the Frenchman had made a clean sweep of what they had overlooked when he pretended to search for the keys of the treasure chests. And this suspicion I seemed to find confirmed by the appearance of the captain's boxes. One of these boxes contained books, papers, a telescope, some nautical instruments, and the like. I looked at the books and the papers in the hope of finding something to read, but they were written and printed in the Spanish tongue, and might have been Hebrew for all the good they were to me. Our life was extraordinarily dismal and melancholy, how much so I am unable to express. It was just the same as living in a dungeon. There was no crevice for the daylight to shine through, and had there been, we must have closed it to keep the cold out. Nothing could be imagined more gloomy to the spirits than the perpetual night of the schooner's interior. The furnace, it is true, would, when it flamed heartily, throw a brightness about it, but often it sank into redness that did but empurple the gloom. We burned but one candle at a time, and its light was very small, so that our time was spent chiefly in a sullen twilight. Added to all this was my dislike of my companion. He would half fuddle himself with liquor, and in that condition hiccup out 20 kinds of villainous yarns of piracy, murder, and bloodshed, boasting of the number of persons he had dispatched, of his system of torturing prisoners to make them confess what they had concealed and where. He would drivel about his amours, of the style in which he lived when ashore and the like, but whether reticence had grown into a habit too strong even for drink to break down, he never once gave me so much as a hint touching his youth and early life. He was completely a Frenchman in his vanity, and you would have thought him entirely odious and detestable for this excessive quality in him alone. Methinks I see him now, sitting before me, with one half of him reflecting the light of the furnace, his little eyes twinkling with a cruel merriment of wine, telling me a lying story of the adoration of a noble, queenly-looking captive for his person, some lovely Spanish court lady whom, with others, they had taken out of a small frigate bound to old Spain. To test her sincerity he offered to procure her liberty at the first opportunity that offered, but she wept, raved, tore her hair. No, without her jewels life would be unendurable. Her husband, her country, her king, nay, even the allurements and sparkle of the court had grown disgusting, and so on and so on. And I think a monkey would have burst into laughter to see the bald-headed old satyr beat his bosom, flourish his arms, ogle, languish, and simper, all with a cutthroat expression, too, soften his voice, and act, in short, as if he was not telling me as big a lie as was ever related on shipboard. It naturally rendered me very melancholy to reflect that I had restored this old villain to life, and I protest it was a continuous shock to such religious feelings as I had managed to preserve, to reflect that what had been as good as nearly half a century of death had done nothing for this elderly rogue's morals. It entered my head once to believe that if I could succeed in getting him to believe he had lain frozen for 48 years, he might be seized with a fright, for he was a white-livered creature, and in some directions mend, and so come to a sense of the service I had done him, of which he appeared wholly insensible, and qualify me to rid my mind of the fears which I entertained concerning our association, should we manage to escape with the treasure. I said to him bluntly, not apropos, to use his own lingo, of anything we were talking about. "'Tis odd, Mr. Tassard, you should doubt my assurance that this is the year 1801. He stared and grinned, and said, "Do you think so?" "Well," said I, "perhaps it is not so odd after all, but you should suffer me to have as good an idea of the passage of time as yourself. You cannot tell me how long your stupor lasted."
2 days, if you like," he interrupted vehemently. "Why more? Why longer than a day? How do you know that I had sunk into the condition in which you found me longer than an hour or 2 when you landed? How do you know, eh? How do you know?"
And he snapped his fingers. "I know by the date you name, and by the year that this is," said I defiantly. He uttered a coarse French expression and added, "You want to prove that I have been insensible for 48 years. "It is the fact," said I. He looked so wild and fierce that I drew myself erect, ready for him if he should fall upon me. Then, slowly wagging his head whilst the anger in his face softened out, he said, "Who reigns in France now?" I said, "There is no king. He was beheaded." "What was his name?" said he. "Louis XVI," I answered.
"Ha!" cried he with an arch sneer. "Louis XVI, eh? Are you sure it wasn't Louis XVII? He is dead too. This is news, Miss O'Rodney, said he scornfully. Whilst you have been here, said I, many mighty changes have happened. France has produced as great a general and as dangerous a villain as the world ever beheld. His name is Bonaparte. He shrugged his shoulders with an air of mocking pity. Who is your king? He asked. George III, said I. God bless him. So, George and Louis, Louis and George. I see how it is. Stick to your dates, sir. But, my friend, never set up as a schoolmaster. This sally seemed to delight him, and he burst into a loud laugh. 1801, he cried. A man I knew once lost 10,000 livres at a coup. What do you think happened? They settled in him here. He patted his belly. He went about bragging to everybody that he was made of money, and was nicknamed the Walking Bourse. One day he asked a friend to dine with him. When the bill was presented, he felt in his pockets and exclaimed, I left my purse at home. No matter, there is plenty here. With which he seized a table knife and ripped himself open. 1801, do you call it? Swah! But let it be your secret, my friend. The world will not love you for making it 50 years older than it is. It was ridiculous to attempt to combat such obstinacy as this, and as the subject produced nothing but excitement and irritation, I dropped it and meddled with it no more, leaving him to his conviction that I was cracked in this one particular. In fact, it was a matter of no consequence at all. What came very much closer home was the business of our deliverance, and over this we talked long and very earnestly, for he forgot to be mean and fierce and boastful, and I to dislike and fear him, when we spoke of getting away with our treasure and returning to our native home. For hour after hour would we go on plotting and planning and scheming, stepping about the cookhouse in our earnestness, and entirely engrossed with the topic. His contention was that if we were to save the money and plate, we must save the schooner. Unless we build a vessel, said I. Out of what? Out of the schooner. Are you a carpenter? Said he. No, I replied. Neither am I, said he. It's possible we might contrive such a structure as would enable us to save our lives, but we have not the skill to produce a vessel big enough to contain those chests as well as ourselves, and the stores we should require to take. Besides, do you know there is no labor more fatiguing than knocking such a craft as this to pieces? This I very well believed, and it was truer of such a vessel as the Boca del Dragon, that was a perfect bed of timber, and, like the Laughing Mary, built as if she was to keep the seas for 300 years. And supposing, said he, after infinite toil we succeeded in breaking up as much of her as we wanted, what appliances have we for reshaping the curved timbers? And where are we to lay the keel? Labor as we might, the cold would prove too much for us. No, Miss O'Rodney, to save the treasure, aye, and to save ourselves, we must save the ship. Let us put our minds to that. In this way we would reason, and I confess he talked very sensibly, taking very practical views, and indicating difficulties which my more ardent and imaginative nature might have been blind to till they immovably confronted me, and rendered days of labor useless. But how was the ship to be saved? Was it possible to force nature's hand? In other words, to anticipate our release by the dissolution of the ice? We were both agreed that this was the winter season in these seas, though he instantly grew sulky if I mentioned the month, for he was as certain I was as mad in this as in the year, and he would eye me very malignantly if I persisted in calling it July. But, as I have said, we were both agreed that the summer was to come, and though we could not swear that the ice was floating northwards, we had a right to believe so, in spite of the fierceness of the cold, this being the trick of all those frozen estates when they fetched to the heights under which we lay, and we would ask each other whether we should let our hands and minds rest idle and wait to see what the summer would do for us, or essay to launch the schooner. If, said he, we wait for the ice to break up, it may break us up too. Yes, said I,
But how are we to cut the vessel out of the ice in which she is seated to above the garboard streak? Waiting is odious and intolerable work, but my own conviction is nothing is to be done till the sun comes this way, and the ice crumbles into bergs. The island is leagues long, and vanishes in the south, but it is wasting fast in the north, and when this gale is done, I shall expect to see 20 bergs where it was before all compact. As you may guess, our long conversations left us without plans, bitter as was our need, and vigorous as were our efforts to strike upon some likely scheme. However, if they achieved no more, they served to beguile the time, and what was better yet, they took my companion's mind off his nauseous and revolting recollections, so that it was only now and again when he had drained a full bowl, and his little eyes danced in their thick-shagged caves, that he regaled me with his memories of murder, rapine, plank-walking, hanging, treacheries of all kinds, and cruelties too barbarous for belief. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 19. We take a view of the ice. For 7 days the gale raged with uncommon violence. It then broke, and this brought us into the first week of August. The wind fell in the night, and I was awakened by the silence, which you will not think strange if you consider how used were my ears to the fierce seething and strong bellowing of the blast. I lay listening, believing that it had only veered, and that it would come on again in gusts and guns. But the stillness continued, and there was no sound whatever, saving the noises of the ice, which broke upon the air like slow answers from batteries near and distant, half whose cannons have been silenced. I slept again, and when I awoke it was 9:30 in the morning. The Frenchman was snoring lustily. I went on deck before entering the cook-house, and had like to have been blinded by the astonishing brilliance of the sunshine upon the ice and snow. All the wind was gone. The air was exquisitely frosty and sharp, but there was a heavy sound coming from the sea which gave me to expect the sight of a strong swell. The sky was a clear blue, and there was no cloud on as much of its face as showed betwixt the brows of the slopes. The schooner was a most wonderful picture of drooping icicles. A more beautiful and radiant sight you could not figure. From every rope, from the yards forward, from the rails, from whatever water could run in a stream, hung glorious ice pendants of prismatic splendor. No snow had fallen to frost the surfaces, and every pendant was as pure and polished as cut glass and reflected 100 brilliant colors. The wind hurled over and on the schooner had frozen upon the masts, riggings, and decks, and as this ice, like the pendants, was very sparklingly bright, it gave back all the hues of the sunbeam, so that, stepping from the darkness of the cabin into this effulgent scene, you might easily have persuaded yourself that before you stood the fabric of a ship fashioned out of a rainbow. My attention, however, was quickly withdrawn from this shining spectacle by the appearance of the starboard cliff over against our quarter. The whole shoulder of it had been broken away, and I could just catch a view of the horizon of the sea from the deck by stretching my figure. The sight of the ocean showed me that the breakage had been prodigious, for to have come to that prospect before, I should have had to climb to the height of the main lower masthead. No other marked or noteworthy change did I detect from the deck, but on stepping to the larboard side to peer over I spied a split in the ice that reached from the very margin of the ravine, I mean to that end of it where it terminated in a cliff, to past the bows of the schooner by at least 4 times her own length. I returned to the cook-room and went about the old business of lighting the fire and preparing the breakfast, this job by an understanding between the Frenchman and me, falling to him who was first out of bed, and in about 20 minutes Tassard arrived. "The wind is gone," he said. "Yes," I replied. "It is a bright still morning. I have been on deck. There has been a great fall of ice close to." "Does it block us?" "No, on the contrary, it clears the way to the sea. The ocean is now visible from the deck. Not that it mends our case," I added, but there is a great rent in the ice that puts a fancy into my head. I'll speak of it later after a closer look. The breakfast was ready, and we fell into a hurry, the Frenchman gobbling like a hog in his eagerness to make an end. When we were finished, he wrapped himself up in 3 or 4 coats and cloaks, warming the under ones before folding them about him, and completing his preparations for the excursion by swallowing half a pint of raw brandy. I bade him arm himself with a short-headed spear to save his neck, and thus equipped we went on deck. He stood stock still with his eyes shut on emerging through the hatch, crying out with a number of French oaths that he had been struck blind. This I did not believe, though I readily supposed that the glare made his eyeballs smart so as to cause him a good deal of agony. Indeed, all along I had been surprised that he should have found his sight so easily after having sat in blindness for 48 years, and it was not wonderful that the amazing brilliance on deck, smiting his sight on a sudden, should have caused him to cry out as if he had lost the use of his eyes forever. I waited patiently, and in about 10 minutes he was able to look about him, and then it was not long before he could see without pain. He stood a minute gazing at the glories upon the rigging, and in that piercing light I noticed the unwholesome color of his face. His cap hid the scar, and nothing of his countenance was to be seen but the cheeks, eyes, and nose. He was much more wrinkled than I had supposed, and methought the spirit of cruelty lay visible in every line. I had never seen eyes so full of cunning and treachery, so expressive, I should say, of these qualities. Yet they were no bigger than mere punctures. I was sensible of a momentary fear of the man, not, let me say, an emotion of cowardice, but a sort of mixture of alarm and awe, such as a ghost might inspire. This I put down to the searching light in which I watched him for a moment or two, an irradiation subtle enough to give the sharpest form to expression, to exquisitely define every meaning that was distinguishable in his graveyard physiognomy. I left him to stare and judge for himself of the posture in which the long hard gale had put the schooner and stepped over to the 2 bodies. They were shrouded in ice from head to foot, as though they had each man been packed in a glass case cunningly wrought to their shapes. Their faces were hid by the crystal masks. Tassard joined me. "Small chance for your friends now," said I, "even if you were agreeable to my proposal to attempt to revive them." "So!" cried he, touching the body of the mate with his foot, "and this is the end of the irresistible Trentanove! For what conquests has death robed him so bravely? See, the colors shine in him like 50 different kinds of ribands. Poor fellow! He could not curl his mustachios now, though the loveliest eyes in Europe were fixed in passionate admiration on him. He'll never slit another throat, nor hiccup Petrarch over a goblet, nor remonstrate with me on my humanity. Shall we toss the bodies over the side?" "They are your friends," said I. "Do as you please. But we must empty their pockets first. Business before sentiment, Mr. Rodney." He stirred the figure again with his foot. "Well, presently," said he, "this armour will want the hatchet. Now, my friend, to view the work of the gale." The increased heel of the ship brought the larboard fore channel low, and we stepped without difficulty from it on to the ice. The rent or fissure that I have before spoken of went very deep. It was nearly 2 feet wide in places, but, though the light poured brilliantly upon it, I could see no bottom. "If only such another split as this would happen t'other side," said the Frenchman, "I believe this block would go adrift." "Well," said I, after musing a little whilst I ran my eye over the hollows, "I'll tell you what was in my mind just now. There is a great quantity of gunpowder in the hold, 10 or a dozen barrels. By dropping large parcels of it into the crevices on the right there, and firing it with slow matches—" He interrupted me with a cry. "By St. Paul, you have it! What crevices have you?" We walked briskly round the vessel, and all about her beam and starboard quarter I found, in addition to the seams I had before noticed, many great cracks and fissures, caused no doubt by the fall of the shoulder of the slope. I pushed on further yet, going down the ravine, as I have called it, until I came to the edge. And here I looked down from a height of some 12 or 14 feet, so greatly had the ice sunk or been changed by the weather, upon the ocean. I called to Tassard. He approached warily. I believe he feared I might be tempted to give him a friendly shove over the edge. "Observe this hollow," said I. "The split there goes down to the water, and you may take it that the block is wholly disconnected on that side. Now look at the face of the ice," said I, pointing to the starboard or right-hand side. "That crack goes as far as the vessel's quarter, and the weakness is carried on to past the bows by the other rents. Mr. Tassard, if we could burst this body of ice by an explosion from its moorings ahead of the bowsprit, where it is all too compact, this cradle with the schooner in it will go free of the parent body." He answered promptly, "Yes, it is the one and only plan. That crack to starboard is like telling us what to do. It is well you came here. We should not have seen it from the top. This valley runs steep. You must expect no more than the surface to be liberated, for the foot of the cliff will go deep." "I desire no more." "Will the ship stand such a launch, supposing we bring it about?" said he. I responded with one of his own shrugs, and said, "Nothing is certain. We have one of two courses to choose, to venture this launch, or stay till the ice breaks up, and take our chance of floating or of being smashed." "You are right," he exclaimed. "Here is an opportunity. If we wait, bergs may gather about this point and build us in. As to this island dissolving, we are yet to know which way 'tis heading. Suppose it should be traveling south, hey?" He struck the ice with his spear, and we toiled up the slippery rocks with difficulty to the ship. We walked past the bows to the distance of the vessel's length. Here were many deep holes and cracks, and as if we were to be taught how these came about, even whilst we were viewing them an ear-splitting crash of noise happened within 20 fathoms of us. A rock many tons in weight rolled over and left a black gulf behind it. The Frenchman started, muttered, and crossed himself. "Holy Virgin!" he cried, rolling his eyes. "Let us return to the schooner. We shall be swallowed up here." I own I was not a little terrified myself by the sudden blast and the thunder of the uprooted rock, and the sight of the huge black rent. But I meant to view the scene from the top, and to consider how best to dispose of the powder in the cracks, and said, "There is nothing to be done on board. Skulking below will not deliver us or preserve the treasure. Here are several fissures big enough to receive barrels of gunpowder. See, Mr. Tassard, as they stand they cover the whole width of the hollow." And I proceeded to give him my ideas as to lowering, fixing the barrels, and the like. He nodded his head and said, "Yes, very good. Yes, it will do," and so on, but was too scared in his heart, I believe, to see my full meaning. He was perpetually moving, as if he feared the ice would split under his feet, and his eyes travelled over the face of the rocks with every manifestation of alarm in their expression. I wondered how so poor a creature should ever have had stomach enough to serve as a pirate. No doubt his spirit had been enfeebled by his long sleep, but then it is also true that the greatest bullies and most bloodthirsty rogues prove themselves despicable curs under conditions which make no demand upon their temper or their loss for plunder. He would have returned to the ship, had I encouraged him, but on seeing me start to climb to the brow he followed. The prospect disappointed me. I had expected to witness a variety of surprising changes, but southward the scene was scarce altered. It was a wonderfully fair morning, the sky clear from sea-line to sea-line, and of a very soft blue, the ocean of a like hue, with a high swell running, that was a majestic undulation even from the height at which I surveyed it. The sun stood over the ice in the northeast, and the dazzle kept me weeping, so intolerable was the effulgence. Half of the delicate architecture that had enriched the slopes and surfaces that way was swept down, and ice lay piled in places to an elevation of many feet, where before it had been flat or hollow. However, there was no question but that the gale had played havoc with the north extremity of the island. I counted no less than 20 bergs floating off the main, and it was quite likely the sea was crowded beyond, though my sight could not travel so far. However, when I came to look close, and to recollect the features of the shore as they showed when I first landed, I found some vital changes near at hand. Where my haven had been the ice had given way and left a gap half a mile broad and 100 feet deep. The fall on the schooner's starboard quarter was very heavy, and the ice was split in all directions, and in parts was so loose that a point of cliff hard upon the sea rocked with the swell. When Tassard came to a stand he looked about him north and south, shading his eyes with his hand, and then swearing very savagely in French, he cried out in English, freely employing oaths as he spoke. "Why, here is as much ice as there was before I fell asleep. See yonder!" pointing to the south. "It dies out in the distance. If it does not join the pole there, may the devil rise before me as I speak. Thunder and fury! I had hoped to see it shriveled to an ordinary berg." "What? In a week?" cried I, as if I believed his stupor had not lasted longer. He returned no answer and gaped about him, full of consternation and passion. "And are we to wait for our deliverance till this continent breaks up?" he bawled. "The day of judgment will be a thing of the past by that time. Travelling north! 'Sdeath!" he roared, his mouth full of the expletives of his day, French and English. "Who but a madman could suppose that this ice is not as fixed as the Antarctic Circle to which it is moored? Why, 6 months ago it was no bigger than it is now!" And he sent a furious, terrified gaze into the white solitudes vanishing in azure faintness in the southwest. It was not a thing to reason upon. I was as much disappointed as he by the trifling changes the gale had made, and my heart felt very heavy at the sight of the great field disappearing in the south. The bergs in the north signified little. It is true they indicated demolition, but demolition so slow as to be worthless to us. It was not to be questioned that the island was proceeding north, but at what rate? Here, perhaps, might be a frozen crescent of 40 or 50 leagues, and at what speed, appreciable enough to be of the least consequence to our calculations, should such a body travel? I looked at the Frenchman. "This must decide us," said I. "We must fix on one of two courses: endeavor to launch the ship by blowing up the ice, or turn to and rig up the best arrangement we can contrive and put to sea." "Yes," he answered, scowling as he darted his enraged eyes over the ice. "Better set a slow match in the magazine and drink ourselves senseless, and so blow ourselves to hell than linger here in the hope that this continent will dissolve and release us. Where's Mendoza's body?" I stared about me, and then pointing to the huge gap the ice had made, answered, "It was there. Where it is now I know not." He shrugged his shoulders, took another view of the ice and the ocean, and then cried impatiently, "Let us return! The powder barrels must have the first chance." And he made for the schooner, savagely striking the ice with his spear and growling curses to himself as he plowed and climbed and jumped his way along. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angela Jefferies. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 20. A Merry Evening. By the time we had reached the bottom of the hollow, Tassard was blowing like a bellows with the uncommon exertion, and swearing that he felt the cold penetrating his bones, and that he should be stupefied again if he did not mind. He climbed into the ship and disappeared. I loved him so little that secretly I very heartily wished that nature would make away with him. I mean that something it would be impossible in me to lay to my conscience should befall him, as becoming comatose again, and so lying like one dead. Assuredly, in such a case it was not this hand that would have wasted a drop of brandy in returning an evil, white-livered, hectoring old rascal to a life that smelled foully with him and the like of him. It was so still a day that the cold did not try me sorely. There was vitality, if not warmth, in the light of the sun, and I was heated with clamoring. So I stayed a full half-hour after my companion had vanished, examining the ice about the schooner, which careful inspection repaid me to the extent of giving me to see that if by blasts of gunpowder I could succeed in rupturing the ice ahead of the schooner's bows, there was a very good chance of the mass on which she lay going adrift. Yet I will not deny that though I recognized this business of dislocation as our only chance, for I could see little or nothing to be done in the way of building a boat proper to swim and ply, I foreboded a dismal issue to our adventure, even should we succeed in separating this block from the main. In fine, what I feared was that the weight of the schooner would overset the ice and drown her and us. I entered the ship and found Tassard roasting himself in the cookhouse. "How melancholy is this gloom," said I, "after the glorious white sunshine." "Yes," said he, "but 'tis warm. This is enough for me. Curse the cold, say I. It robs a man of all spirit. To grapple with this rigor, one should have fed all one's life on blubber. I defy a man to be brave when he is half frozen. I feel a match for any 3 men now, but on the heights a flea would have made me run." He pulled a pot from the bricks and filled his pannikin. "I have been surveying the ice," said I, drawing to the furnace, "and have very little doubt that if we wisely bestow the powder in great quantities, we shall succeed in dislocating the bed on which we are lying." "Good!" he cried. "But after?" said I. "What?" "As much of this bed as may be dislodged will not be deep. Icebergs, as of course you know, capsize in consequence of their becoming top-heavy by the wasting of the bulk that is submerged. This block will make but a small berg should we liberate it, and I very much fear that the weight of the schooner will overset it the instant we are launched." "Body of Moses!" he cried angrily, knitting his brows, whereby he stretched the scar to half its usual width. "What's to be done, then?" "She is a full ship," said I, "and weighty. If the liberated ice be thin, she may sit upon it, and keep it under. We have a right to hope in that direction, perhaps. Yet there is another consequence. She may leak like a sieve." "Why," he exclaimed, "she took the ice smoothly. She has not been strained. She was as tight as a bottle before she stranded. The coating of ice will have cherished her, and a stout ship like this does not suffer from 6 months of lying up." 6 months, thought I. Well, it may be as you say, but if she leaks it will not be in our 4 arms to keep her free. He exclaimed hotly, "Mr. Rodney, if we are to escape, we must venture something. To stay here means death in the end. I am persuaded that this ice is joined with some vast main body far south, and that it does not move. What is there then to wait for? There is promise in your gunpowder proposal. If she capsizes, then the devil will get his own." And with a savage flourish of the pannikin, he put it to his lips and drained it. His sullen determination that we should stand or fall by my scheme was not very useful to me. I had looked for some shrewdness in him, some capacity of originating and weighing ideas, but I found he could do little more than curse and swagger and ply his can, in which he found most of his antidotes and recollections, and not a little of his courage. I pulled up my watch, as I must call it, and observed that it was hard upon 1 o'clock. "'Tis lucky," said he, eyeing the watch greedily, and coming to it away from the great subject of our deliverance, as though the sight of the fine gold thing with its jewelled letter extinguished every other thought in him, "that you removed that watch from Mendoza, but he will have carried other good things to the bottom with him, I fear." "His flask and tobacco box I took away," said I. "He had nothing of consequence besides." "They must go into the common chest," cried he. "'Tis share and share, you know." "Aye," said I, "but what I found Mendoza is mine by the highest right under heaven. If I had not taken the things, they would now be at the bottom of the sea." "What of that?" cried he savagely. "If we had not plundered the galleon, she might have been wrecked and taken all that she had down with her. Yet should such a consideration hinder a fair division as between us? Between you, who had nothing to do with the pillage, and me, who risked my life in it?" I said, "Very well, be it all as you say," appearing to consent, for there was something truly absurd in an altercation about a few guineas' worth of booty in the face of our melancholy and most perilous situation, though it not only enabled me to send a deeper glance into the mind of this man that I had yet been able to manage, but made me understand a reason for the bloody and furious quarrels which have again and again arisen among persons standing on the brink of eternity, to whom a cup of drink or the sight of a ship had been more precious than the contents of the Bank of England. I set about getting the dinner. "Whilst you are at that work," cried he, starting up, "I'll overhaul the pockets of the bodies on deck," and, picking up a chopper, away he went. and I heard him cursing in his native tongue as he stumbled up to the companion ladder through the darkness in the cabin. His rapacity was beyond credence. There was an immense treasure in the hold, yet he could not leave the pockets of the two poor wretches on deck alone. I did not envy him his task. The frozen figures would bear a deal of hammering, and besides, he had to work in the cold. Ah, I thought with a groan, I should have left him to make one of them. I had finished my dinner by the time he arrived. He produced the watch I had taken from and returned to the mate's pocket when I had searched him for a tinder-box, also a gold snuff-box set with diamonds, and a few Spanish pieces in gold. On seeing these things, I remembered that I had found some rings and money in his pockets whilst overhauling him for means to obtain fire, but I held my peace. "Should not we have been imbeciles to sacrifice these beauties?" he cried, viewing the watch and snuff-box with a rapturous grin. "They were hard to come at, I expect." "No," he answered, pocketing them and turning to a piece of beef in the oven. "I knocked away the ice, and after a little retching, got at the pockets. But poor 39, do you know, his nose came away with the mask of ice. He is no longer lovely to the sight." He broke into a guffaw, then stuffed his mouth full, and talking in the intervals of chewing. "There is nothing worth taking on Barrows. They are both overboard." "Overboard!" I cried. "Why, yes," said he. "They are no good on deck. I stood them against the rail, then tipped them over." This was an illustration of his strength I did not much relish. "I doubt if I could have lifted Barrows," said I. "Not you!" he exclaimed, running his eye over me. "A dead Dutchman would have had the weight of a ferry alongside Barrows." "Well, Mr. Tassard," said I, "since you are so strong, you will be very useful to our scheme. There is much to be done." "Give me a sketch of your plans, that I may understand you," he exclaimed, continuing to eat very heartily. "First of all," said I, "we shall have to break the powder barrels out of the magazine, and hoist them on the deck. There are tackles, I suppose." "You should be able to find what you want among the boatswain's stores in the run," he replied. "There are some splits wide enough to receive a whole barrel of powder," said I. I counted 4 such yawns, all happily lying in a line athwart the ice past the bows. I proposed to sink these barrels 20 feet deep, where they must hang from a piece of spar across the aperture. He nodded. "Have you any slow matches aboard?" "Plenty, among the gunner's stores," he replied. "There are but you and me," said I. "These operations will take time. We must mind not to be blown up by one barrel whilst we are suspending another. We shall have to lower the barrels with their matches on fire, and they must be timed to burn an hour." "Aye, certainly, at least an hour," he exclaimed. 2 hours would be better." "Well, that must depend upon the number of parcels of matches we meet with. There will be a good many mines to spring, and one must not explode before another. 'Tis the united forces of the several blasts which we must reckon on. The contents of at least 4 more barrels of powder we must distribute amongst the other chinks and splits in such parcels as they will be able to receive. And then?" "And then," said I, "we must await the explosion, and trust to the mercy of heaven to help us." He made a hideous face, as if this was a sort of talk to nauseate him, and said, "Do you propose that we should remain on board, or watch the effects from a distance?" "Why, remain on board, of course," I answered. "Suppose the mines liberated the ice on which the schooner lies, and it floated away. What should we, watching at a distance, do?" "True," cried he, "but it is cursed perilous. The explosion might blow the ship up." "No, it will not do that. We shall be bad engineers if we bring such a thing about. The danger will be, provided the schooner is released, in her capsizing, as I have pointed out." "Enough," cried he, charging his pannikin for the 3rd time. "We must chance her capsizing." "If I had a crew at my back," said I would carry an anchor and cable to the shoulder of the cliff at the end of the slope, to hold the ship if she swam. I would also put a quantity of provisions on the ice along with materials for making us a shelter, and the whole of the stock of coal, so we could go on supporting life here if the schooner capsized." "Then," said he, "you would remain ashore during the explosion?" "Most certainly. But as all these preparations would mean a degree of labor impracticable by us 2 men, I am for the bold venture." prepare and fire the mines, return to the ship, and leave the rest to Providence." He made another ugly face, and indulged himself in a piece of profanity that was inexpressibly disgusting and mean in the mouth of a man who was used to cross himself when alarmed and swear by the saints. But perhaps he knew, even better than I, how little he had to expect from Providence. He filled his pipe, explaining that when he had smoked it out we should fail to work. Now that I had settled a plan, I was eager to put it into practice, hot and wild indeed with the impatience and hope of the castaway, animated with the dream of recovering his liberty and preserving his life, and I was the more anxious to set about the business at once, on account of the weather being fair and still, for it came on to blow a stormy wind again, we should be forced as before under the hatches. But I had to wait for the Frenchman to empty his pipe. He was so complete a sensualist that I believe nothing short of terror could have forced him to shorten the period of a pleasure by a second of time. He went on puffing so deliberately, with such leisurely enjoyment of the flavor of the smoke, that I expected to see him fall asleep, and my patience was becoming exhausted. I jumped up, but by this time his bowl held nothing but black ashes. "Now," he cried, "to work," and he rose with a prodigious yawn and seized the lanthorn. Our first business was to hunt among the boatswain's stores in the run for tackles to hoist the powder barrels up with. There was a good collection, as might have been expected in a pirate whose commerce lay in slinging goods from other ships' holds into her own, but the ropes were frozen as hard as iron, to remedy which we carried an armful to the cookhouse, and left the tackles to lie and soften. We also conveyed to the cookhouse a quantity of ratline stuff, a thin rope used for making of the steps in the shroud ladders, this being a line that would exactly serve to suspend the smaller parcels of powder in the splits. Before touching the powder barrels, we put a lighted candle in the bull's eye lamp over the door, and removed the lanthorn to a safe distance. Tassard was perfectly well acquainted with the contents of this storeroom, and on my asking for the matches, put his hand on one of several bags of them. They varied in length, some being 6 inches and some making a big coil. There was nothing for it but to sample and test them, and this, I told Tassard, could be done that evening. The main hatch was just forward of the gun-room bulkhead. We seized a handspike apiece and went to work to prise the cover open. It was desperate tough labor, as bad as trying to open an oyster with a soft blade. The Frenchman broke out into many strange, old-fashioned oaths in his own tongue, imagining the hatch to be frozen. But though I don't doubt the frost had something to do with it, its obstinacy was mainly owing to time, that had soldered it, so to speak, with the stubbornness that 80 and 40 years will communicate to a fixture which ice has cherished and kept sound. We got the hatch open at last. Be pleased to know that I am speaking of the hatch in the lower deck, for there was another immediately over it on the upper or main deck, and returning to the powder room, rolled the barrels forward ready for slinging and hoisting away, when we should have rigged it tackle aloft. We had not done much, but what we had done had eaten far into the afternoon. "I am tired and hungry and thirsty," said the Frenchman. "Let us knock off. We have made good progress. No use opening the main deck hatch tonight. The vessel is cold enough even when hermetically corked." "Very well," said I, bringing my watch to the lanthorn and observing the time to be sundown. So carefully extinguishing the castle and the bull's-eye lamp, we took each of us a bag of matches and went to the cook-room. There was neither tea nor coffee in the ship. I so pined for these soothing drinks that I would have given all the wine in the vessel for a few pounds of either one of them. A senseless, ungracious yearning indeed, in the face of the plenty that was aboard. But it was the plenty, perhaps, that provoked it. There was chocolate, which the Frenchman frothed and drank with hearty enjoyment. He also devoured handfuls of saccades, which he would wash down with wine. These things made me sick, and for drink I was forced upon the spirits and wine, the latter of which was so generous that it promised to combine with the enforced laziness of my life under hatches to make me fat, so that I am of the opinion had we waited for the ice to release us, I should have become so corpulent as to prove a burden to myself. I mention this here that you may find an excuse in it for the only act of folly in the way of drinking that I can lay to my account whilst I was in this pirate. For I must tell you that, on returning to the furnace, we, to refresh us after our labour, made a bowl of punch, of which I drank so plentifully that I began to feel myself very merry. I forgot all about the matches and my resolution to test them that night. The Frenchman, enjoying my condition, continued to pledge me till his little eyes danced in his head. Luckily for me, being at the bottom of a very jolly disposition, drink never served me worse than develop that quality in me. No man could ever say that I was quarrelsome in my cups. My progress was marked by stupid smiles, terminating in unmeaningful laughter. The Frenchman sang a ballad about love and Picardy, and the like, and I gave him Hearts of Oak, the sentiments of which song kept him shrugging his shoulders and drunkenly looking contempt. We continued singing alternately for some time, until he fell to setting up his throat when I was at work, and this confused and stopped me. He then favoured me with what he called the pirate's dance, a very wild, grotesque movement, with no elegance whatever to be hurt by his being in liquor, and I think I see him now, whipping off his coat and sprawling and flapping about in high boots and a red waistcoat, flourishing his arms, snapping his fingers, and now and again bursting into a stave to keep step to. When he was done, I took the floor with hornpipe, whistling the air and double shuffling, toe and heeling, and quivering from one leg to another very briskly. He lay back against the bulkhead, grasping a can half full of punch, roaring loudly at my antics, and when I sat down, breathless, would have had me go on, hiccuping that though he had known scores of English sailors, he had never seen that dance better performed. By this time I was extremely excited and extraordinarily merry, and losing hold of my judgment, began to indulge in sundry pleasantries concerning his nation and countrymen, asking with many explosions of laughter how it was that they continued at the trouble of building ships for us to use against them, and if he did not think that the flower de luce, a neater symbol for people who put snuff into their soup and restricted their ablutions to their faces than the tricolour, being too muddled to consider that he was ignorant of that flag, and in short, I was so offensive, in spite of my ridiculous merriment, that his savage nature broke out. He assailed the English with every injurious term in his drunken condition suffering him to recollect, and starting up with his little eyes wildly rolling, he clasped his hands to his side, as if feeling for a sword, and calling me a very ugly French word, bade me come on, and he would show me the difference between a Frenchman and a beast of an Englishman. I laughed at him with all my might, which so enraged him that, swaying to right and left, he advanced as if to fall upon me. I started to my feet and tumbled over the bench I had jumped from, and lay sprawling, and the bench oversetting close to him, he kicked against it and fell too, fetching the deck a very hard blow. He groaned heavily and muttered that he was killed. I tried to rise, but my legs gave way, and then the fumes of the punch overpowered me, for I recollect no more. When I awoke, it was pitch dark. My hands, legs, and feet seemed formed of ice, my head of burning brass. I thought I was in my cot, and felt with my hands till I touched Tassard's cold, bald head, which so terrified me that I uttered a loud cry and sprang erect. Then recollection returned, and I heartily cursed myself for my folly and wickedness. Good God, thought I, that I should be so mad as to drown my senses when never was any wretch in such need of all his reason as I. The boatswain's tinder-box was in my pocket. I groped, found a candle, and lighted it. It was 20 minutes after 3 in the morning. Tassard lay on his back, snoring hideously, his legs overhanging the capsized bench. I pulled and hauled at him, but he was too drunk to awake, and that he might not freeze to death, I fetched a pile of clothes out of his cabin and covered him up, and put his head on a coat. My head ached horribly, but not worse than my heart. When I considered how our orgy might have ended in bloodshed and murder, how I had insulted God's providence by drinking and laughing and roaring out songs and dancing at a time when I most needed his protection, with death standing close beside me, as I may say, I could have beaten my head against the deck in the anguish of my contrition and shame. My passion of sorrow was so extravagant, indeed, that I remember looking at the Frenchman as if he was the devil incarnate, who had put himself in my way to thaw and recover, that he might tempt me on the loss of my soul. Fortunately, these fancies did not last. I was parched with thirst, but the water was ice, and there was no fire to melt it with. So I broke off some chips and sucked them, and held a lump to my forehead. I went to my cabin and got into my hammock, but my head was so hot, and ached so furiously, and I was so vexed with myself besides, that I could not sleep. The schooner was deathly still. There was not apparently the faintest murmur of air to awaken an echo in her. Nothing spoke but the near and distant cracking of the ice. It was miserable work lying in the cabin sleepless and reproaching myself. And as my burning head robbed the cold of its formidableness, I resolved to go on deck and take a brisk turn or two. The night was wonderfully fine, the velvet dusk so crowded with stars that in parts it resembled great spaces of cloth of silver hovering. I turned my eyes northwards to the stars low down there and thought of England, and the home where I was brought up until the tears gathered, and with them went something of the dreadful burning aching out of my head. Those distant, silent, shining bodies amazingly intensified the sense of my loneliness and remoteness, and yonder Southern Cross and the luminous dust of the Magellanic clouds seemed not farther off than my native country. It is not in language to express the savage naked beauty, the wild mystery of the white still scenes of ice shining back to the stars with a light that owed nothing to their glory, nor conveying how the whole was heightened to every sense by the element of fear, put into the pictures by the sound of the splitting ice and the softened regular roaring of the breakers along the coast. I started with fresh shame and horror when I contrasted this ghastly calmness of pale ice and the brightness of the holy stars looking down upon it, with our swinish revelry in the cabin, and I thought with loathing of the drunken ribaldry of the pirate and my own tipsy songs piercing the ear of the mighty spirit of this solitude. The exercise improved my spirits. I stepped the length of the little raised deck briskly, my thoughts very busy. On a sudden, the ice split on the starboard hand with a noise louder than the explosion of a 24-pounder. The schooner swayed to a level keel with so sharp a rise that I lost my balance and staggered. I recovered myself, trembling, and greatly agitated by the noise and the movement coming together, without the least hint having been given me, and grasping a backstay waited, not knowing what was to happen next, unless it be the heave of an earthquake. I can imagine no motion capable of giving one such swooning, nauseating, terrifying sensation as the rending of ice under a fixed ship. In a few moments there were several sharp cracks, all on the starboard side, like a snapping of musketry, and I felt the schooner very faintly heave, but this might have been a deception of the senses, for though I set Star against the masthead and watched it, there was no movement. I looked over the side and observed that the split I had noticed on the face of the cliff had by this rupture been extended transversely right across the schooner's starboard bow, the thither side being several feet higher than on this. It was plain that the bed on which the vessel rested had dropped as to bring her upright, and I was convinced by this circumstance alone that if I used good judgment in disposing of the powder, the weight of the mass would complete its own dislocation. I stepped a little way forward to obtain a clearer sight of the splits about the schooner, and on putting my head over, I was inexpressibly dismayed and confounded by the apparition of a man with his arms stretched out before him, his face upturned, and his posture that of starting back as though terrified at beholding me. I had met with several frights whilst I had been on this island, but none worse than this, none that so completely paralyzed me as to very nearly deprive me of the power of breathing. I stared at him, and he seemed to stare at me, and I know not which of the two was the more motionless. The whiteness made a light of its own, and he was perfectly plain. I blinked and puffed, conceiving it might be some illusion of the wine I had drunk, and finding him still there, and acting as though he warded me off in terror, as if my showing myself unawares had led him to think me the devil. I say finding him perfectly real, I was seized with an agony of fear, and should have been rushed to my cabin had my legs been equal to the task of transporting me there. Then, thought I, idiot that you are, what think you, you fool? It is but the body of Trentanove. Sure enough it was, and putting my head a little farther over the rail, I saw the figure of the Portuguese Barros lying close under the bends. No doubt it was the movement of the ice that had shot the Italian into the lifelike posture. It being indescribable, he should have fallen so on being trampled overboard by the Frenchman. But there he was, resting against a lump of ice, looking as living in his frozen posture as ever he had shown in the cabin. The shock did my head good. I went below and got into my cot, and after tossing for half an hour or so fell asleep. I awoke and went to the cookhouse, where I found Tassard preparing the breakfast, and a great fire burning. I hardly knew what reception he would give me, and was therefore not a little agreeably surprised by his thanking me for covering him up. "You have a stronger head than mine," said he. "The punch used you well. You made me laugh, though. You was very diverting." "Aye, much too diverting to please myself," said I, and I sounded him cautiously to remark what his memory carried of my insults, but found that he recollected nothing more than I danced with vigor and sang well. I said nothing about my contrition, my going on deck, and the like, contenting myself with asking if he had heard the explosion in the night. "No," cried he, staring and looking eagerly. "Well then," said I, "there has happened a mighty crack in the ice, and I do soberly believe that with the blessing of God we shall be able by blasts of powder to free the block on which the schooner rests." "Good," cried he. "Come, let us hurry with this meal. How is the weather?" "Quiet, I believe. I have not been on deck since the explosion around me early this morning." Whilst we ate, he said, "Suppose we get the schooner afloat. What do you propose?" "Why," I answered, "if she proved tight and seaworthy, why but carry her home?" "What, you and I alone?" "No," said I, "certainly not. We must make shift to sail her to the nearest port, and ship a crew." He looked at me attentively and said, "What do you mean by home?" "England," said I. He shrugged his shoulders and exclaimed in French, "'Tis natural." Then proceeding in English, "Pray," said he, showing his fangs, "do not you know that the Boca del Dragoon is a pirate? Do you want to be hanged that you propose to carry her to a port to ship men?" "I have no fear of that," said I. "After all these years she'll be clean forgotten, as if she had never had existence." "Look ye here, Mr. Rodney," cried he in a passion, "let's have no more of this snivelling nonsense about years. You may be as mad as you please on that point, but it shan't hang me. It needs more than a few months to make men forget a craft that has carried on such traffic as our hold represents. You'll not find me venturing myself, nor the schooner, into any of your ports for men. No, no, my friend, I am in no stupor now, you know, and I've slept the punch off also, did you see? What, betray our treasure and be hanged for our generosity?" He made me an iconical bow, grinning with wrath. "Let's get the schooner afloat first," said I. "Aye, that's all very well," he cried, "but better stop here than dangle in chains. No, my friend, our plan must be a very different one from your proposal. I suppose you want your share of the booty," said he, snapping his fingers. "I deserve it," said I, smiling that I might soften his passion. "And yet you would convey the most noted pirate of the age, with plunder in her to the value of thousands of doubloons, to a port in which we should doubtless find ships of war, a garrison, magistrates, governors, prisons, and the whole of the machinery it is our business to give our stern to. Ma foi, Mr. Rodney, sure you are out in something more than your reckoning of time." "What do you propose?" said I. "Ha!" he exclaimed, whilst his little eyes twinkled with cunning. "Now you speak sensibly. What do I propose? This, my friend. We must navigate the schooner to an island and bury the treasure, then head for the shipping highways and obtain help from any friendly merchantmen we may fall in with. Home with us means the Tortugas. There we shall find the company we need to recover for us what we shall have hidden. We shall come by our own then, but to sail with this treasure on board, without a crew to defend the vessel, by this hand, the first cruiser that sighted us would make a clean sweep, and then, ho, for the hangman, Mr. Rodney. How much I relished the scheme you will imagine, but to reason with him would have been mere madness. I knitted my brows and seemed to reflect, and then said, "Well, there's a great deal of plain good sense in what you say. I certainly see the wisdom of your advice in recommending that we should bury the treasure. Nor must we leave anything on board to convict the ship of her true character." His greedy eyes sparkled with self-complacency. He tapped his forehead and cried, "Trust to this. There is mind behind this surface. Your plan for releasing the schooner is great. Mine for preserving the treasure is great too. You are the sailor, I the strategist. By combining our genius, we shall oppose an invulnerable front to adversity, and must end our days as princes. Your hand, Paul." I laughed and gave him my hand, which he squeezed with many contortions of face and figure. But though I laughed, I don't know that I ever so much disliked and distrusted and feared the old leering rogue as at that moment. "Come," cried I, jumping up, "let's get about our work." And with that I pulled open a bag of matches and fell to testing them. They burnt well. The fire ate into them as smoothly as if they had been prepared the day before. They were all of one thickness. I cut them to equal lengths and fired them and waited, watch in hand. One was burnt out in 2 minutes before the other, and each length took about 10 minutes to consume. This was good enough to base my calculations upon. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Angela Jefferies, Shelbyville, Illinois.
Chapter 21 of The Frozen Pirate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Frozen Pirate by William Clark Russell. Chapter 21. We Explore the Mines. I don't design to weary you with a close account of our proceedings. How we opened the main deck hatch, rigged up tackles, clapping purchases on to the falls, as the capstan was hard frozen and immovable. How we hoisted the powder barrels on deck, and then, by tackles on the foreyard, lowered them over the side. How we filled a number of bags which we found in the foresail with powder. How we measured the cracks in the ice and sawed a couple of spare studding sail booms into lengths to serve as beams whereby to poise the barrels and bags. Would make but sailors' talk, half of which would be unintelligible, and the rest wearisome. The Frenchmen worked hard, and we snatched only half an hour for our dinner. The split that had happened in the ice during the night showed by daylight as a gulf betwixt 8 and 10 feet wide at the seawards end, thinning to a width of 3 feet, never less, to where it ended ahead of the ship, in 100 cracks in the ice that showed as if the thunderbolt had fallen just there. I looked into this rent, but it was as black as a well past a certain depth, and there was no gleam of water. When we went over the side to roll our first barrel of powder to the spot where we meant to lower it, the Frenchman marched up to the figure of Trentanove, and with no more reverence than a boy would show in throwing a stone at a jackass, tumbled him into the chasm. Then he stepped up to the body of the Portuguese boatswain, dragged him to the same fissure, and rolled him into it. "There," he cried, "now they are properly buried." And with this he went coolly on with his work. I said nothing, but was secretly, heartily disgusted with this brutal disposal of his miserable shipmates' remains. However, it was his doing, not mine, and I confess the removal of those silent witnesses was a very great relief to me, albeit when I considered how Tassard had been awakened, and how both the mate and the boatswain might have been brought to by treatment, I felt as though, after a manner, the Frenchmen had committed a murder by burying them so. It blew a small breeze all day from the south-west, the weather keeping fine. It was 10 o'clock in the morning when we started on our labour, and the sun had been sunk a few minutes by the time we had rigged the last whip for the lowering and poising of the powder. This left us nothing to do in the morning but light the matches, lower the powder into position, and then withdraw to the schooner and await the issue. Our arrangements comprised, first, 4 barrels of powder, in deep yawns ahead of the vessel, directly athwart the line of her head. Second, 2 barrels, a wide space between them, in the great chasm on the starboard side. Third, about 50 very heavy charges in bags and the like, for the further rupturing of many splits and crevices on the larboard bow of the ship, where the ice was most compact. What should follow the mighty blast no mortal being could have foretold. I had no fear of the charges injuring the vessel, that is to say, I did not fear that the actual explosion would damage her, but as the effect of the bursting of such a mass of powder as we designed, to explode upon so brittle a substance as ice, was not calculable, it was quite likely that the vast discharge, instead of loosening and freeing the bed of ice, might rend it into blocks, and leave the schooner still stranded and lying in some wild posture amid the ruins. But the powder was our only trumps. We had but to play it, and leave the rest to fortune. We got our supper and sat smoking and discussing our situation and chances. Tassard was tired, and this and our contemplation of our probabilities of the morrow sobered his mind, and he talked with a certain gravity. He drank sparely, and forbore the hideous recollections or inventions he was used to bestow on me, and indeed could find nothing to talk about but the explosion and what it was to do for us. I was very glad he did not again refer to this project to bury the treasure and carry the schooner to the Tortugas. The subject fired his blood, and it was such nonsense that the mere naming of it was nauseous to me. 48 years had passed since his ship fell in with this ice, and not tenfold the treasure in the hold might have purchased for him the sight of so much as a single bone of the youngest of those associates whom he idly dreamt of seeking and shipping and sailing in command of. Yet, imbecile as was his scheme, having regard to the half-century that had elapsed, I clearly witnessed the menace to me that it implied. His views were to be read as plainly as if he had delivered them. First and foremost, he meant that I should help him to sail the schooner to an island and bury the plate and money, which done, he would take the first opportunity to murder me. His chance of meeting with a ship that would lend him assistance to navigate the schooner would be as good if he were alone in her as if I were on board too. There would be nothing then in this consideration to hinder him from cutting my throat after we had buried the treasure and were got north. 2 motives would imperatively urge him to make away with me. First, that I should not be able to serve as a witness to his being a pirate, and next, that he alone should possess the secret of the treasure. He little knew what was passing in my mind as he surveyed me through the curls of smoke spouting up from his death-head's pipe. I talked easily and confidentially, but I saw in his gaze the eyes of my murderer, and was so sure of his intentions that had I shot him in self-defence as I sat there, I am certain my conscience would have acquitted me of his blood. I passed 2 most uneasy hours in my cot before closing my eyes. I could think of nothing but how to secure myself against the Frenchman's treachery. You would suppose that my mind must have been engrossed with considerations of the several possibilities of the morrow, but that was not so. My reflections ran wholly to the bold-headed, evil-eyed pirate whom in an evil hour I had thawed into being, and who was like to discharge the debt of his own life by taking mine. The truth is, I had been too hard at work all day, too full of the business of planning, cutting, testing, and contriving, to find leisure to dwell upon what he had said at breakfast, and now that I lay alone in darkness, it was the only subject I could settle my thoughts to. However, next morning I found myself less gloomy, thanks to several hours of solid sleep. I thought, what is the good of anticipating? Suppose the schooner is crushed by the ice or jammed by the explosion? Until we are under way, nay, until the treasure is buried, I have nothing to fear, for the rogue cannot do without me. And, reassuring myself in this fashion, I went to the cook-room and lighted the fire. My companion presently arrived, and we sat down to our morning meal. "I dreamt last night," said he, "that the devil sat on my breast and told me that we should break clear of the ice and come off safe with the treasure. There is loyalty in the fiend. He seldom betrays his friends." "You have a better opinion of him than I," said I, "and I do not know that you have much claim upon his loyalty either, seeing that you will cross yourself and call upon the Madonna and saints when the occasion arises." "Pooh, mere habit!" cried he, sarcastically. "I have seen Barrows praying to a little wooden saint in a gale of wind, and then knock its head off and throw it overboard because the storm increased." And here he fell to talking very imperiously, professing such an outrageous contempt for every form of religion, and affirming so ardent a belief in the good will of Satan, and the like, that I quitted my bench at last in a passion, and told him that he must be the devil himself to talk so, and that for my part his sentiments awoke in me nothing but the utmost scorn, loathing, and horror of him. His face fell, and he looked at me with the eye of one who takes measure of another and does not feel sure. "Tut!" cried he, with a feigned peevishness. "What are my sentiments to you, or yours to me? You may be a Quaker for all I care. Come, fill your pannikin, and let us drink a health to our own souls." But though he said this grinning, he shot a savage look of malice at me, and when he put his pannikin down his face was very clouded and sulky. We finished our meal in silence, and then I rose, saying, "Let us now see what the gunpowder is going to do for us." My rising and saying this worked a change in him. He exclaimed briskly, "Ay, now for the great experiment," and made for the companion steps with an air of bustle. The wind as before was in the south-west, blowing without much weight, but the sky was overcast with great masses of white clouds, with a tint of rainbows in their shoulders and skirts, amid which the sky showed in a clear liquid blue. Those clouds seemed to promise wind and perhaps snow anon, but there was nothing to hinder our operations. We got upon the ice, and went to work to fix matches to the barrels and bags, and to slim them by the beams we had contrived ready for lowering when the matches were fired, and this occupied us the best part of 2 hours. When all was ready, I fired the first match, and we lowered the barrels smartly to the scope of line we had settled upon. So with the others. You may reckon we worked with all imaginable wariness, for the stuff we handled was mighty deadly, and if a barrel should fall and burst with the match alight, we might be blown in an instant into rags, it being impossible to tell how deep the rents went. The bags being lighter, there was less to fear, and presently all the barrels and bags with the matches burning were poised in the places and hanging at the depth we had fixed upon, and we then returned to the schooner, the Frenchman breaking into a run and tumbling over the rail in his alarm with the dexterity of a monkey. Each match was supposed to burn an hour, so that when the several explosions happened, they might all occur as nearly as possible at once, and we had therefore a long time to wait. The margin may look unreasonable in the face of our dispatch, but you will not think it unnecessary if you consider that our machinery might not have worked very smooth, and that meanwhile all that was lowered was in the way of exploding. So interminable a period as now followed, I do believe never before entered into the experiences of a man. The cold was intense, and we had to move about, but also were we repeatedly coming to a halt to look at our watches and cast our eyes over the ice. It was like standing under a gallows with the noose around the neck, waiting for the cart to move off. My own suspense became torture, but I commanded my face. The Frenchman, on the other hand, could not control the torments of his expectation and fear. "Holy Virgin!" he would cry. "Suppose we are blown up too! Suppose we are engulfed in the ice! Suppose it should be vomited up in the vast blocks which in falling upon us must crush us to pulp and smash the decks in!" At one moment he would call himself an idiot for not remaining on the rocks at a distance and watching the explosion, and even make as if to jump off the vessel, then immediately recoil from the idea of setting his foot upon a floor
that before he could take 10 strides might split into chasms, with hideous uproar under him. At another moment he would run to the companion, and descend out of my sight, but reappear after a minute or two, wildly shaking his head and swearing that if waiting was insupportable in the daylight, it was 10,000 times worse in the gloom and solitude of the interior. I was too nervous and expectant myself to be affected by his behaviour, but his dread of the explosion upheaving lumps of ice was sensible enough to determine me to post myself under the cover of the hatch, and there await the blast, for it was a stout cover, and would certainly screen me from the lighter flying pieces. It was 3 or 4 minutes past the hour, and I was looking breathlessly at my watch, when the first of the explosions took place. Before the ear could well receive the shock of the blast, the whole of the barrels exploded along with some 12 or 14 parcels. Tassard, who stood beside me, fell on his face, and I believed he had been killed. It was so hellish a thunder that I suppose the blowing up of a first rate could not make a more frightful roar of noise. A kind of twilight was caused by the rise in the volumes of white smoke out of the ice. The schooner shook with such a convulsion that I was persuaded she had been split. Vast showers of splinters of ice fell as if from the sky, and rained like arrows through the smoke. But if there were any great blocks uphove, they did not touch the ship. Meanwhile, the other parcels were exploding in their places, sometimes 2 and 3 at a time, sending a sort of sickening spasms and throes through the fabric of the vessel. And you heard the most extraordinary grinding noises rising out of the ice all about, as though the mighty rupture of the powder crackled through leagues of the island. I durst not look forth till all the powder had burst, lest I should be struck by some flying piece of ice, but unless the schooner was injured below, she was as sound as before, and in the exact same posture, as if afloat in harbour, only that the course of her stern lay low with the slope of her bed. I called to Tassard, and he lifted his head. "Are you hurt?" said I. "No, no," he answered. "'Tis a Spaniard's trick to fling down to a broadside. Body of St. Joseph, what a furious explosion!" And so saying, he crawled into the companion and squatted beside me. "What has it done for us?" "I don't know yet," said I, "but I believe the schooner is uninjured." "That was a powerful shock," I cried, as a half-dozen of bags flew up together in the crevices deep down. The thunder and tumult of the rending ice, accompanied by the heavy explosions of the gunpowder, so dulled the hearing that it was difficult to speak. That the mines had accomplished our end was not yet to be known, but there could not be the least doubt that they had not only occasioned tremendous ruptures low down in the ice, but that the volcanic influence was extending far beyond its first effects by making one split produce another, one weak part give way and create other weaknesses, and so on, all round about us and under our keel, as was clearly to be gathered by the shivering and spasms of the schooner, and by the growls, roars, and huddle of terrifying sounds which rose from the frozen floor. It was 20 minutes after the hour at which the mines had been framed to explode, when the last parcel burst. But we waited another quarter of an hour to make sure that it was the last, during which time the growling and roaring noises deep down continued, as if there was a battle of 1,000 lions raging in the vaults and hollows underneath. The smoke had been settled away by the wind, and the prospect was clear. We ran below to see to the fire and receive 5 minutes of heat into our chilled bones, and then returned to view the scene. I looked first over the starboard side, and saw the great split that had happened in the night torn in places into immense yawns and gulfs by the fall of vast masses of rock out of its sides. But what most delighted me was the hollow sound of washing water. I lifted my hand and listened. "'Tis the swell of the sea flowing into the opening," I exclaimed. "That means," said Tassard, "that this side of the block is dislocated from the main." "Yes," cried I, "and if the powder ahead of the bows has done its work, the heave of the ocean will do the rest." We made our way on to the forecastle, over a deep bed of splinters of ice, lying like wood shavings upon the deck, and I took notice as I walked that every glorious crystal pendant that had before adorned the yards, rigging, and spars had shaken off. I had expected to see a wonderful spectacle of havoc in the ice where the barrels of gunpowder had been poised, but saving many scores of cracks where none was before, and vast ragged gashes in the mouths of the crevices down which the barrels had been lowered, the scene was much as heretofore. The Frenchman stared and exclaimed, "What has the powder done? I see only a few cracks." "What it may have done, I don't know," answered, "but depend on't, such heavy charges of powder must have burst to some purpose. The dislocation will be below, and so much the better, for 'tis there the ice must come asunder if this block is to go free." He gazed about him, and then rapping out a string of oaths, English, Italian, and French, for he swore in all the languages he spoke, which he once told me were 5, he declared that for his part he considered the powder wasted, that we'd have done as well to fling a hand grenade into a fissure, that 1,000 barrels of powder would be but as a pop-gun for rending the schooner's bed from the main, and in short, with several insulting looks and a face blank with rage and disappointment, gave me very plainly to know that I had not only played the fool myself, but had made a fool of him, and that he was heartily sorry he had ever given himself any trouble to contrive the cursed mines, or to assist me in a ridiculous project that might have resulted in blowing the schooner to pieces and ourselves with it. I glanced at him with a sneer, but took no further notice of his insolence. It was not only that he was so contemptible in all respects, a liar, a rogue, a thief, a poltroon, hoary in 20 walks of vice. There was something so unearthly about a creature that had been as good as dead for 48 years, that it was impossible anything he said could affect me as the rancorous tongue of another man would. I feared and hated him because I knew that in intent he was already my assassin, but the mere insolences of so incredible a creature could not but find me imperturbable. And perhaps in the present instance my own disappointment put me into some small posture of sympathy with his passion. Had I been asked before the explosions happened what I expected, I don't know that I should have found any answer to make, and yet, though I could not have expressed my expectations, which after all were but hopes, I was bitterly vexed when I looked over the bows and found in the scene nothing that appeared answerable to the uncommon forces we had employed. Nevertheless, I felt sure that my remark to the Frenchman was sound. A great show of uphove rocks and fragments of ice might have satisfied the eye, but the real work of the mines was wanted below, and since the force of the mighty explosion must needs expend itself somewhere, it was absurd to wish to see its effects in a part where its volcanic agency would be of little or no use. "There is nothing to be seen by staring," exclaimed the Frenchman presently, speaking very sullenly. "I am hungry and freezing, and shall go below." And with that he turned his back and made off, growling in his throat as he went. I got upon the ice and stepped very carefully to the starboard side, and looked down the vast split there. The sea, in consequence of the slope, did not come so far, but I could hear the wash of the water very plain. It was certain that the valley in which we lay was wholly disconnected from the main ice on this side. I passed to the larboard quarter, and here too were cracks wide and deep enough to satisfy me that its hold was weak. It was forward of the bows where the barrels had been exploded that the ice was thickest and had the firmest grasp, but its surface was violently and heavily cracked by the explosions, and I thought to myself, if the fissures below are as numerous, then certainly the swell of the sea ought to fetch the whole mass away. But I was now half frozen myself, and pining for warmth. It was after 1 o'clock, the wind was piping freshly, and the great heavy clouds in swarms drove stately across the sky. It may blow to-night, thought I, and if the wind hangs as it is, just such a sea as may do our business will be set running. And thus musing, I entered the ship and went below. End of chapter 21.